Chapter 430. Outside the prison. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Lin, shook his head at Wei Peng and said, "It's useless. Once we reach the Golden Palace, we just need to search his soul and the truth will be revealed. Have you forgotten what happened 5 years ago?" Wei Peng patted the thick law of the Great Zhou in his arms. He looked at the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and said meaningfully, "Sir, times have changed." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice sighed and said, "I don't know if times have changed or not. I only know that during this year of tribute, the Shin Kingdom has always had ulterior motives. They will definitely use this as a pretext to make a fuss. This time, they will definitely not let go of this opportunity." He patted Wei Peng's shoulder and said, "Let's go. You also go to the palace. You know more about this case than I do. When we reach the palace, be careful what you say." The young man looked nervously at Wei Peng and asked, "Sir, I have never been to the palace. What should I do later?" Wei Peng said indifferently, "It's very simple. When we reach the palace, don't say or do anything. Palace, Crepe Myrtle Palace." Today's lunch banquet was already nearing its end. After the emergency of the Shin Kingdom people dying in the Great Zhou's Shindu, the important officials of the Great Zhou all moved to the Crepe Myrtle Palace. The envoys of the various countries also followed. At this time, most of the officials still didn't know what had happened. Soon, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice brought 2 people into the palace. After the report, everyone knew what had happened. This Shin Kingdom person had stolen a precious piece of jewelry from a jade shop in the Shindu. After being discovered by the shopkeeper, he fled through the door. The shopkeeper went out to chase after the thief, but because of his old age, he was left further and further behind by the thief. A passerby saw injustice on the road and helped the shopkeeper chase after the thief from the Shin Kingdom. Unexpectedly, the thief panicked and accidentally fell. Coincidentally, his head hit the top of the stone steps on the street. Immediately, his brain splattered and he died. As a result, the courageous citizen of the Great Zhou became the murderer of this person. In the palace, many of the officials of the Great Zhou had extremely gloomy expressions. Every time the various countries paid tribute, other than diplomatic missions, there would also be some merchants accompanying them, bringing goods from various countries to be sold in the divine capital. In the beginning, when Great Zhou was at its peak, all countries, regardless of whether they were diplomatic missions or merchants, were well-behaved and abided by the laws of Great Zhou. They didn't dare to do anything that violated the law. But in the past 50 years, with the decline of Great Zhou's national power, the intervals between tributes from other countries gradually increased, and the tributes gradually decreased. The actions of foreigners in Great Zhou also became more and more unbridled. By the time of the previous emperor, Great Zhou had completely lost the spirit of a great country. Furthermore, in order to rope in these small countries and prevent them from leaving the Great Zhou while he was in power, the previous emperor even gave them a lot of preferential treatment. From the beginning, merchants from other countries were exempted from all taxes in the Great Zhou, to indulging them in breaking the law and even committing crimes within the Great Zhou's borders. The law of Great Zhou could govern the citizens of Great Zhou, but it couldn't govern the citizens of other countries. This caused the previous emperor's reign to be the most aggrieved period for the citizens and officials of Great Zhou. This aggrieved feeling reached its peak 5 years ago. 5 years ago, the last time the various countries paid tribute, a merchant from the Shin nation raped a woman in the divine capital and was injured by a righteous man. The Shin nation diplomatic mission flew into a rage and threatened that if Great Zhou didn't give them a satisfactory explanation, they would sever their tributes with Great Zhou. In order to maintain stability, the previous emperor publicly executed that righteous man, but released the criminal from the Shin nation. This became the most humiliating diplomatic incident in the history of Great Zhou. It forcefully broke the backbone of the citizens of Great Zhou, causing the citizens of other countries, especially those from the Shin nation, to act recklessly in Great Zhou. However, the citizens of Great Zhou didn't dare to voice their anger. 5 years later, this scene repeated itself once again. Perhaps Xingua had done it on purpose. In the Crepe Myrtle Palace, the Shin nation diplomatic mission said with a cold expression, "A citizen of my Shin nation died in your Great Zhou. The Great Zhou court must severely punish the murderer and give us an explanation. At this moment, under the gazes of the people in the imperial court, a figure slowly stepped forward. Wei Peng looked at the Shin Nation diplomatic mission and asked, "Murderer? What murderer?" The Shin Nation diplomatic mission said, "Of course it's the murderer who caused the deaths of our citizens." Wei Peng shook his head and said, "A merchant from your country committed a theft in the Great Zhou's divine capital. When he was escaping, he accidentally fell and hit the stairs and died. What does this have to do with others? How can there be a murderer?" The Shin Nation diplomatic mission said coldly, "Who are you? What does this have to do with this case?" Wei Peng said indifferently, "I am the head of the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng. I have been invited by my client to act as his defense in this case. I will speak on his behalf." The Shin Nation diplomatic mission pondered for a while before he understood that this official from the Great Zhou was trying to exonerate this person. His expression became even more unfriendly as he said, "Even if he stole first, according to the laws of your Great Zhou, this crime does not warrant death. If that person did not chase after him, he would not have died. In the end, this person is still the murderer who caused his death." When the Shin Nation diplomatic mission said this, the officials in the imperial court could already confirm that the Shin Nation had come prepared this time. They actually knew the laws of the Great Zhou so well. If this kind of thing happened to a citizen of the Great Zhou, it would be somewhat unclear. Furthermore, it was a foreigner. This case became somewhat difficult to judge. At this moment, Wei Peng looked calmly at the Shin Nation diplomatic mission and asked, "Who said that my client was chasing after him? My client was just in a hurry. Your merchant was panicking and died from hitting the stairs. What does this have to do with my client?" When Wei Peng's words came out, whether it was the officials in the imperial court or the envoys from the various countries, they were all stunned. This reason was really amazing. Prince Shou was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. He said in surprise, "This kid is a talent." The Shin Nation diplomatic mission quickly reacted and said coldly, "He was running while shouting 'Stop' and 'Don't run.' Could it be that he was also in a hurry?" Wei Peng said indifferently, "He was in a hurry and was thirsty. He happened to see a vendor carrying tea and wanted to ask for a cup of fermented rice wine to quench his thirst. Is that not allowed?" The Shin Nation diplomatic mission glanced at him and said coldly, "You can quibble. As long as you let us search his soul, the truth will naturally be revealed." "Impudent." Another figure walked out from the crowd. Zhang Chun's face darkened as he said loudly, "Who do you think you are? A barbarian country. Are you worthy of searching the souls of my Great Zhou's citizens?" After the various countries' envoys arrived in the Great Zhou, they realized that the Great Zhou had changed greatly in the past few years. Naturally, they did a detailed investigation of the Great Zhou court. They all knew the identity of the person who was reprimanding the Shin Nation diplomatic mission. Zhang Chun was the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel and the minister of Imperial Ancestral Temple. He was loyal to the Empress of the Great Zhou and did not belong to either the old or the new party. At the same time, he was also the most loyal dog under the powerful minister Li Mu. The Shin Nation diplomatic mission's face was extremely cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "The citizens of the Shin Nation died in the Great Zhou's Shindu. Is this the attitude of the Great Zhou?" After a short silence, a majestic voice finally came from behind the curtain at the front of the hall. The people of the Shin Nation stole first and accidentally fell to their deaths while escaping. They brought this upon themselves and cannot blame others. There is no need to discuss this further. The Empress's voice echoed in the hall. In the end, she only left 2 words, "Court dismissed." The Empress's words undoubtedly determined the nature of this case. After the court was dismissed, the officials of the Great Zhou walked out of the crepe myrtle hall and couldn't help but straighten their backs. Although the Great Zhou had been the most powerful country on the Zhou continent for the past 100 years, it had been a long time since they had straightened their backs in front of the envoys of these small countries. At this moment, there was only one thought in the minds of the many officials. The Empress was mighty. The envoys of the various countries walked out behind the Great Zhou officials with different expressions on their faces. It had also been a long time since they had seen such a powerful Great Zhou. The Empress of the Great Zhou did not give any face to the Shin nation. She did not even search the soul of the Great Zhou citizen and directly ended the case. She was not afraid of the threats of the Shin nation diplomatic mission and did not give them a chance. They had once thought that the Great Zhou's national fortune had declined and would not last long after a woman ascended to the throne, reversing yin and yang and reversing the universe. No one had expected the Empress of the Great Zhou to be so powerful. They once again felt the aura of the ruler of the Zhou continent from her. The Shin nation diplomatic mission left without a word. It was not until this moment that they realized that the Great Zhou of today was no longer the Great Zhou of 5 years ago. The man from the Yong kingdom breathed a sigh of relief and said, 5 years ago, the people of the Great Zhou were cold and heartless. They did not help the elderly on the road, and they did not stand up for injustice. I once saw with my own eyes that the people of the Shin nation dragged a woman from the Great Zhou into a dark alley. The onlookers ignored them. I did not expect that 5 years later, a frail scholar would have the courage to step forward. The times have truly changed. The seriously ill lion of the Great Zhou has once again stood up. The young man beside him took a deep breath. The dignified voice of the Empress of the Great Zhou still echoed in his ears. He raised his head and resolutely said, "There will be a day when I will also become that kind of person." After the envoys of the various countries returned to the Chamberlain of Dependencies, they closed their doors and did not leave. This trip to the Great Zhou was full of surprises. They needed to plan carefully. Li Mu did not go to the Changle Palace. Instead, he walked out of the Imperial Palace with the other officials. Outside the Imperial Palace, there were already many commoners waiting to see what was going on. They did not dare to approach the other officials. When they saw Li Mu come out, they immediately surrounded him, all of them talking at once. "Official Li, how was it? How did Her Imperial Majesty decide? Will that righteous man pay with his life?" Li Mu looked at their earnest gazes and smiled. "It's been so long. You all still don't understand Her Imperial Majesty's temperament. How could she allow us, the people of the Great Zhou, to be bullied by outsiders on our doorstep? Her Imperial Majesty has already said that the people of the Shin nation apologized first. They only have themselves to blame and deserve to die. It has nothing to do with others. That righteous and courageous young man has already been acquitted and will leave the Imperial Palace in a moment." The commoners around him all cheered and jumped for joy when they heard this. "That's great! Her Imperial Majesty is mighty." There were also some commoners who thought further and asked Li Mu worriedly, "Official Li, if the people of the Shin nation use this as an excuse to stop paying tribute to the Great Zhou, what should we do?" Li Mu said calmly, "They can choose to pay tribute or not. If they don't pay tribute, would our Great Zhou not be the largest country in the Zhou continent? Great Zhou has vast lands and abundant resources. Do we lack their tributes?" The commoners were stunned for a moment. After thinking about it, they quickly came to their senses. Official Li is right. Our Great Zhou has vast lands and abundant resources. Do we need their tributes? They can ride on our heads and ride roughshod over us. We don't need such tributes. If we take their tributes, we have to be bullied by them. We don't need their tributes. They can pay whoever they want. In order to record him well in the history books, and to prevent the other countries from breaking away from the Great Zhou, the former emperor tolerated the other countries. God knows how much the people of Shindu suffered and how much suffering they suffered. When the merchants of other countries bullied the people of Shindu, the commoners dared not speak up. When the people of Shin raped women, the former emperor, who was muddle-headed, actually executed the righteous people who saw injustice. Great Zhou was a great country. As the people of Great Zhou, they could have been proud and arrogant. However, under the former emperor's muddle-headed policies, the commoners of Shindu were inferior to the people of other countries. The commoners had long had enough of this. Li Mu originally wanted to keep the tributes from the other countries. After all, it was the symbol of Great Zhou as the most powerful country in the Celestial Empire. After this incident, he had changed his mind. It was better not to ask for tributes. The former emperor wanted to use this method to gain a good reputation in the history books. However, he was scolded even more harshly by the historians. He was completely nailed to the pillar of shame in history. During his reign, the great Zhou's national strength declined the fastest. The faith of the people declined the most. He even lost the throne of the Shao family. If nothing went wrong, he would be the most humiliated emperor of the Shao family. If he kept the tributes, the commoners would not praise him. If the empress did not want the tributes, she would have won back the dignity of the commoners. The commoners would not scold her. The tributes from the other countries should be paid willingly. They used the tributes in exchange for the protection of the Great Zhou. This was a kind of transaction. It was also their recognition of the strength of the Great Zhou. Li Mu had to let the commoners understand this principle. In the future, even if they did not pay the tributes, the commoners would not think it was the empress' fault. He looked at the commoners in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, remember that the former emperor has passed away for 5 years. Great Zhou is no longer the Great Zhou of the past. From now on, no matter where you are in the Great Zhou, you can straighten your backs. You are the people of the Great Zhou. Behind you is the most powerful country in the Zhou continent." When he said this, he used a trace of his dermic powers. His voice echoed in the ears of the surrounding people. Yes, the former emperor has passed away for 5 years. Now our emperor is Her Majesty the Empress. What right does a barbarian country have to ride on our heads? It should have been like this long ago. As the commoners thought about this, many of them breathed rapidly. Their eyes started to turn red. You are the people of the Great Zhou. No matter where you are, you can straighten your backs. They had been waiting for this sentence for a very, very long time. Lord Li was right. The former emperor had passed away for 5 years. The people of the Great Zhou could stand up. At this moment, all the commoners present subconsciously straightened their backs. Seeing the two people walking out of the palace gates, Li Mu said, "Lord Yang." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice immediately walked forward and asked, "Lord Li, what are your orders?" Li Mu said, "The Great Zhou laws are used to protect the people of the Great Zhou. From now on, no matter which country you are from, as long as you dare to violate the laws of the Great Zhou in the Great Zhou, you will be severely punished." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice immediately bowed. "I understand." Li Mu patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "You have a high rank. You don't have to call me I in the future." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice only gave a simple and honest smile. Rank did not explain everything. Everyone in the court knew that Lord Li and the Empress wore the same pants. It was not excessive to respect him as much as the Empress. Moreover, in his lifetime, he still wanted to rely on Li Mu to get promoted and move to a bigger residence. At the palace gates, the commoners had already dispersed. Li Mu's words were still echoing in their minds. The news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. It wouldn't be long before everyone in the fairy's capital knew what he had said. Not long after, in a restaurant. It was lunchtime. The restaurant's business was good, and there were no empty seats. At some point, a few dark-skinned men wearing strange clothes walked into the restaurant. They glanced at the customers who were eating in the restaurant. One of them walked up to the counter and said to the manager in bad Great Zhou language, "We are from the Shun dynasty. Ask the rest of the people here to go out and arrange a good private room. We will serve all the dishes you have here." The manager of the restaurant had just heard Lord Li's words at the palace gates. He was overwhelmed with excitement. He glanced at the men and said coldly, "I've only heard of the Great Zhou. I've never heard of the Shin dynasty. Which barbarian country are you from? There is a seat in the corner over there. If you can sit, then sit. If you can't, then leave. Don't disturb our business here." The Shin dynasty merchant was used to running amok in the Great Zhou. This time he brought his friends with him. He did not expect the lowly commoners of the Great Zhou to be so impudent to him. His face instantly darkened. He said sternly, "How dare you? Do you know who you are talking to?" Bang! "You want to stir up trouble?" The manager slammed the abacus on the table and sneered, "Fellows, report this to the authorities. Inside the Chamberlain of Dependencies, in the courtyard where the young envoy resided, a middle-aged man stood on the roof, overlooking the entire divine capital. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The divine capital of the Great Zhou, which was surging with psychokinesis, shone with a golden light in his eyes. Chapter 431. The ambassadors of the various countries had come with a premeditated plan. They wanted to sever their relationship with the Great Zhou to further attack the people of the Great Zhou. It had been a tradition for the countries of the Zhou continent to pay tribute to the Great Zhou for more than a century. If the various countries declared independence, the Great Zhou would only exist in name as the strongest country on the Zhou continent. This would cause the people of the Great Zhou to continue to lose their support. If the people's support was lost, it would be difficult to gather the emperor's qi, and the royal family would be unable to produce new experts. It wouldn't be long before the Great Zhou went from decline to decline. This was something that the various countries were happy to see. However, when they walked out of the Honglu Temple, they found that there were only a few figures on the streets that had been abnormally crowded yesterday. After some investigation, they found that the people of the divine capital had spontaneously gone to the ancestral temple to pay tribute. Because the people were paying tribute, the streets were empty. How united was the people of the divine capital? Under these circumstances, even if they stopped paying tribute, the impact on the people's support would be minimal. Even if they stopped paying tribute, it would instead cause the people of the Great Zhou to be more united. In the following half a day, the Ministry of Justice arrested dozens of foreign merchants who had violated the laws of the Great Zhou. They were flogged at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice, attracting countless people to watch. Their cheers could be heard from several streets away. There were also a few who had seriously violated the law and were likely to face several years of imprisonment. The ambassadors of the various countries protested this matter to the Great Zhou court, requesting that the Ministry of Justice release the relevant people, but they were rejected. One of the ambassadors of the Shin nation asked around and returned to the Honglu Temple. He said to his companion, "I've asked around. When the memorial was delivered to the Great Zhou Secretariat, it was shot down. It was done by that Li Mu. This person is unmoved by force or persuasion. He's not afraid of anything." Another ambassador of the Shin nation thought for a moment, then said, "There's no other way. Let's just directly protest to the Empress of the Great Zhou. I don't believe that she's not afraid of us cutting off our tribute to the Great Zhou. If that happens, she'll become a sinner for all eternity." In the Changle Palace, Li Mu handed a memorial to the Empress, who was reading a book, and asked, "Your Majesty, the Shin nation's envoy threatened the imperial court. If we don't release them, they will cut off their tribute to the Great Zhou. How should I respond to them?" Zhou flipped to a page and said indifferently, "Write a decree. From today onwards, the Great Zhou and the Shin nation will sever their tributes. Didn't they refuse to pay tribute? In the future, they won't have to pay tribute anymore." Li Mu nodded and said, "As you wish." Not long after, Mr. Mei walked into the Honglu Temple. His voice resounded in all directions. "Envoy of Shin country, receive the imperial edict." Two figures walked out of a courtyard and stood quietly in front of Mr. Mei. They sneered in their hearts. As expected, it was better to hand the memorial directly to the Empress of the Great Zhou. There was a result so quickly that Li Mu didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but how could the Empress of the Great Zhou not know the importance of the big picture? Mr. Mei looked at them indifferently and said, "Her Majesty has decreed that the Shin nation's merchants are of inferior character and have violated many laws within the Great Zhou. The Shin nation's envoy did not restrain his people and instead made unreasonable demands of the Great Zhou court. From today onwards, the Great Zhou and the Shin nation will sever their tributes." Mr. Mei had already finished speaking, but the Shin nation's envoy was still frozen in place. Their most important mission this time was to sever their tributes to the Great Zhou. Now that they had achieved their goal, they didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. 5 years ago, the Great Zhou Emperor gave them too many benefits and begged them to continue their tributes. 5 years later, the Empress of the Great Zhou took the initiative to sever the relationship between the two nations. After Mr. Mei finished reading the imperial edict, he floated away, leaving the envoys in the Honglu Temple looking at each other. Although the imperial edict only mentioned the Shin nation, it also sent a message to all of them. The Empress of the Great Zhou didn't care about the tributes of the other nations. If they used this as a threat, they would probably end up like the Shin nation. From now on, everyone here would have to reconsider their relationship with the Great Zhou. Changle Palace. After learning that the Shin nation envoy had left the Honglu Temple in anger, Li Mu's mouth twitched in disdain. The Empress wasn't so easily threatened. She had always been amenable to coaxing and not coercion. The Shin nation people had clearly miscalculated if they wanted to use the method of threatening the previous emperor to threaten her. She didn't even want to be the Empress of the Great Zhou, much less the overlord of Zhou province. If the other nations wanted to pay tributes, they could play by themselves. To the Empress, growing grass and flowers, playing airplane chess with Xiao Bai and Wan Wan, and painting with Li Mu were perhaps more attractive than these things. She didn't care about whether or not the other nations paid tributes. She even gave Li Mu full authority to receive the envoys. Regardless of the other nations' ulterior motives, the Great Zhou had to have the bearing of a great nation. Although there was no need to give them special privileges over the people of the Great Zhou, she still had to do her part as a host. According to the rules of previous years, after the imperial court banquet, the envoys would be taken on a tour of Shin, due to show off the glory of the great nation. During the month of tributes, the people of Shindu would wash the streets and paint the houses. This had already become a tradition. They strove to show the best of the Great Zhou in front of these small nations. In previous years, officials from the Ministry of Rites were in charge of this. Li Mu had never presided over this before. He specially came to the Ministry of Rites to consult the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites. How was this arranged in previous years? The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites said, Lord Li, in the past, one of the 6 ministries and 9 temples would be chosen as the place for the envoys to visit. After the selection, they would be notified at least a day in advance so that the officials could make preparations. After he finished speaking, he asked again, Lord Li, which government office will we choose this time? Li Mu waved his hand and said, Whatever. The next day, at the entrance of the Department of Offerings, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites looked at the envoys and said, This is the Department of Offerings of the Great Zhou. Everyone, please. The envoys all had expressions of interest on their faces. In the past, the Great Zhou court would only allow them to visit the 6 ministries and 9 temples. This was the first time they were allowed to visit the Department of Offerings. The Department of Offerings was the place where the experts of a nation gathered. From the Department of Offerings, one could see the foundation and strength of a nation. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites led the crowd in slowly. They passed through the front yard of the Department of Offerings and came to an extremely wide open space. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites took the initiative to introduce. This is the place where the offerings practice their martial arts? On the open space, ripples of mana could be felt. At the very front, on a small slope, stood a human-shaped target. One of the worshippers who exuded the aura of the 5th tier waved his hand, and a dozen or so talismans flew out from his sleeves, creating a violent wave of spiritual energy that knocked down the human-shaped target and also raised the slope to the ground. This scene made the envoys' throats dry up. Every single one of those Fulu was above the earth rank. These Fulu talismans were hard to come by in their countries. Anyone who owned one would have to keep it as a life-saving trump card. The Great Zhou's offering was actually so extravagant as to use more than 10 earth rank Fulu talismans for target practice. This was too wasteful. Just from that attack just now, even a 6th level cultivator would have to deal with it. Those below the 6th level would probably not even be able to escape with their primordial spirits. Another consecrator flicked his finger lightly, and a black pill-shaped object flew towards another human-shaped target. The 2 objects collided. After a strong spatial ripple, that human-shaped target was swallowed by a black hole in the void. Many people swallowed their saliva secretly. If this object landed on them, they probably would not be able to avoid the fate of being swallowed. This strange method of attack was simply unheard of. With his hands behind his back, Li Mu turned around and saw the shocked expressions of the crowd. He smiled and said, Everyone, don't be nervous. The offering is just practicing against the enemy. It's all routine. In the next 2 hours, Li Mu brought the envoys to witness the routine of countless great Zhou's offering. This included various powerful Fulu talismans, pills, and formations made by many offering that could trap a 6th-level cultivator to death. In the past, it would take 10 talisman liquids to draw 1 Fulu. Now that they could draw 10, the offering naturally did not have to be thrifty. They just needed to blow it up. If they did not have enough, they could ask for more. The imperial court was not lacking in Fulu now. In addition to spending thousands of Fulu talismans for the Empress, Li Mu and the Empress also refined some of the ancient pills that they had comprehended from the pages of Tao. They gave them to the offering so that they could familiarize themselves with using them in advance so that they could be more proficient against the enemy in the future. 2 hours later, the envoys walked out of the offering department. Their faces were somewhat pale. The scene that they saw in the offering department had left a deep impression on them. Was this the strength of the Zhou continent's overlord? Li Mu looked at them and said, "By the way, His Majesty has decreed that all countries no longer need to pay tribute to Great Zhou in the future. Great Zhou is still facing internal and external troubles. We really have no time to take care of the other countries. You may all return." The envoys from the small countries looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, and immediately spoke. "We have to pay tribute, we have to pay tribute. We can't break the century-old rule. The state of Wei is loyal and devoted to Great Zhou. We will never be disloyal. We pledge our lives to follow Great Zhou." Chapter 432. It wasn't that the envoys from the small countries were spineless, but that they were truly frightened. It was one thing for Earth-rank Fulu to bombard indiscriminately, and it wasn't a big deal for unheard-of Pill Dao attacks. It was possible to find flaws in a joint attack formation, but who had ever seen a wall covered with heaven-rank Fulu just for people to admire? That was a precious heaven-rank Fulu, not some cabbage. Before coming to the Great Zhou, they had come to the conclusion that the Great Zhou was going to fall. After visiting the Great Zhou's Department of Offerings, they deeply realized that the Great Zhou was the absolute king of the Zhou continent. They began to panic. Not long after Li Mu returned to the palace, the Ministry of Rights sent over a report. Just now, after the envoys from the small countries finished visiting the Department of Offerings, they immediately sent the list of tributes to the Ministry of Rights. These small countries were different from the other 6 countries. No matter how much the Great Zhou declined, it wasn't something they could contend against. The reason they didn't immediately offer tributes was because they were observing the other countries. After witnessing the power of the Great Zhou with their own eyes, they all put away their hesitation. In the Chamberlain of Dependencies, the envoys from the other countries gathered together, their hearts particularly complicated. The envoy from Liang sighed deeply and said, "I originally thought that the invasion of the Great Zhou was the beginning of its decline. I didn't expect that this would be their chance to rise again." The envoy from Yu said helplessly, "The Great Zhou is indeed the Great Zhou. Fortunately, we made sufficient preparations. Otherwise, it's very likely that we would have fallen to the same fate as the Shin Kingdom." After some hesitation, the envoys from Jiang and Jing also spoke up. "The tributes cannot be cut off. Not only must they not be cut off, but they must be restored to their former state. We must satisfy the Great Zhou." Only an hour later, Li Mu received another message. Liang, Yu, Jing, Jiang, and Yong had also sent a list of tributes to the Ministry of Rights. They indicated that this was only the first batch of tributes, and that the second batch would arrive within half a year. In the Chang'e Palace, the Empress, who was reading a book while reclining on her dragon throne, snorted coldly and said, "Have the Ministry of Rights send the items back. The Great Zhou does not lack this bit of tribute, nor do we need them to pay tribute." Li Mu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Please reconsider. Do you still want to grow flowers and plants as soon as possible?" Although Zhou disdained to pay attention to the capricious people of the other countries, what Li Mu said was what she cared about the most. Accepting tributes from the other countries was good for rallying the people's hearts. She picked up the book again and waved her hand. "Forget it, I don't care anymore. You decide." Li Mu said, "Then I will accept their tributes on behalf of your Majesty." Although the tributes from the other countries didn't make much of a difference to the national treasury, it made a big difference to the people of the Great Zhou, who didn't want their motherland to be strong. Accepting tributes from the other countries could strengthen the cohesion of the people, increase the happiness of the people, and increase their psychokinesis and speed up the condensation of imperial qi. If the empress wanted to retire from her position as empress soon and spend her old age with Li Mu, it was best not to be willful. Li Mu had just finished drafting the edict when Mr. Mei walked in and said, "Your Majesty, an envoy from the Yong Kingdom is outside the palace, requesting an audience." Zhou Yi put down her book and sat up from her dragon throne. "What is the Yong Kingdom doing here?" she asked. Mr. Mei shook his head. "I don't know. Does your Majesty wish to see them?" Zhou Yi thought for a moment, then said, "Have them wait outside the imperial study." The Changle Palace was her sleeping quarters. She generally didn't receive foreign officials here. Zhou Yi stood up, glanced at Li Mu and said, "Come with us." Among the 6 countries, the Yong Kingdom wasn't the strongest, but it had the most prospects. The 4 countries of Liang, Yu, Jiang, and Jing relied on the support of the 4 Taoist sections. Without the 4 Taoist sects, the Yong Kingdom would immediately be reduced to a low-tier country. The Shin Kingdom was the birthplace of Buddhism. It wasn't small and had a large population. However, there were too many internal problems, and the quality of the people was generally low. The Great Zhou had once thought the Shin Kingdom to be very powerful, but after fighting it once, they discovered that the Shin Kingdom was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Only the Yong Kingdom's strength was truly powerful. Disregarding everything else, a country with less than a tenth of the Great Zhou's population had condensed 3 strands of Emperor's Qi within 50 years, creating 3 transcending mortality experts for the Yong Kingdom. The Great Zhou had 10 times the population of the Yong Kingdom and was known as the strongest country on the Zhou continent. Yet, in the same amount of time, it had barely managed to condense 1 strand of Emperor's Qi. Just based on this, the Great Zhou's previous emperor and the previous emperor would be ashamed even if they were lying in their coffins. It wasn't hard to guess how condensed the Yong Kingdom's people's Qi was. A single country had produced 5 generations of wise emperors. If he hadn't transmigrated, it wasn't impossible for the Yong Kingdom to defeat the Great Zhou and unify the Zhou continent several decades later. The Imperial Study. This was the place where the Empress received foreign officials outside of the morning court session. The layout was very similar to the Ziwei Palace. The Empress stood behind a curtain, while Li Mu stood in the middle of the hall. Before long, Mr. Mei led 2 people into the study. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man. They were the envoys sent by the Yong Kingdom. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and bowed to the Empress, saying, "Greetings, Your Imperial Majesty, the Empress of the Great Zhou." The Empress asked from behind the curtain, "Envoys from the Yong Kingdom, what business do you have with us?" The middle-aged man replied, "Before this subject came to the Great Zhou, I was ordered by the Emperor to request a mutual waiver of tariffs between the Great Zhou and the Yong Kingdom in order to promote friendly trade between the 2 countries." The Empress's voice quickly reached Li Mu's ears. "What do you think?" Mutual waiver of tariffs between the 2 countries had both advantages and disadvantages. If they retained their advantages and curbed their disadvantages, it would be a good thing for the people of both countries. The Yong Kingdom's monarch clearly had foresight that others didn't possess. Li Mu stepped forward and said, "This matter still needs to be discussed in detail. I will give you an answer in a few days." The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "This is a matter that will benefit the people of both countries. I hope Your Imperial Majesty will be able to judge this matter clearly. We will quietly await the good news." Not long after, the 2 men withdrew from the imperial study. The Empress walked out from behind the curtain and said, "This matter?" Li Mu replied, "Leave this matter to this subject." The Empress looked at Li Mu with satisfaction before finding Xiao Bai, Wan Wan, and the others to play mahjong. Li Mu remained in the imperial study, pondering over the matter that the Yong Kingdom's envoy had just spoken of. At the very least, the removal of trade barriers between the 2 countries was beneficial to the common people. They could use cheaper prices to purchase goods from the other country. However, if they didn't control it well, It would be a devastating blow to the merchants of their own country. Which goods should have their tariffs reduced? Which goods should have their tariffs reduced? How to reduce them? How to reduce them? How to reduce them? Li Mu first went to the Ministry of Revenue. After spending a few days doing his homework, he already had some ideas. He arrived at the Chamberlain of Dependencies and knocked on a courtyard door. The one who opened the door was the young man from the Yong Kingdom's envoy. When he saw Li Mu, his expression froze, appearing somewhat flustered. Li Mu strolled into the courtyard. Glancing around, he saw an easel propped up in the courtyard. On the canvas, a painting was nearly completed. It depicted an extremely handsome man, about as handsome as Li Mu. When he looked again, wasn't the man in the painting himself. After staring blankly for a moment, Li Mu seemed to have thought of something. Turning around, he stared at the young man and asked in an unfriendly tone, "Why did you draw this official's portrait? Are you planning to find an assassin to assassinate this official after returning to your country?" If not for Li Mu, the other countries would have been able to laugh at the ridiculousness of the Great Zhou, especially Great Yong. In the future, Great Yong would have the possibility of unifying the Zhou continent. If one had to say who they hated the most, it would naturally be him. The Yong Kingdom's envoy had drawn his portrait for no apparent reason. Li Mu had enough reason to suspect that this person harbored evil intentions. Hearing his words, the young man became even more flustered. Promptly shaking his head, he said, No, I drew it casually." "Casually drew it?" Li Mu glanced at the painting again. The painting had both form and spirit, and it was extremely lifelike. In particular, the expression in the eyes was no different from that of a real person. It gave one the impression that the person in the painting would walk out of the painting at any moment. If this was called a casual drawing, then what were Li Mu's recent paintings called? At this moment, Li Mu felt that he had been insulted. Chapter 433. Casually drawn? Li Mu shot him a disdainful glance and said, "Why don't you casually draw another one for me to see?" To draw such a likeness of him and use such a careless reason, it was hard for Li Mu not to suspect that he had some other motive. Could it be that he really wanted to assassinate him? The young man walked to the drawing board, took off the canvas, and covered it with a new piece. He held a brush in his hand, and after he landed it on the canvas, he quickly drew something. It was so fast that Li Mu could only see the afterimage. After a moment, the youth put down the brush in his hand, and another Li Mu appeared on the canvas. Compared to the previous Li Mu, the likeness was even more vivid and lifelike. Li Mu was dumbstruck, as if he was looking at another him. He even had the misconception that the person in the painting had taken a step forward. Li Mu quickly discovered that this was not a misconception. One of the legs of the man in the painting really stepped out, and a man who looked exactly like Li Mu appeared in front of him. Although this was only a paper person that quickly faded away, Li Mu sensed a trace of the painting Dao from it. The painting had become real. This was the ultimate technique of the painting Dao, creating something from nothing. As his emotions churned, the youth took out a dozen or so paintings from his room and spread them out in front of Li Mu. He said, "I casually drew these. I had no intention of harming you. I was only practicing." These dozen or so paintings included scenery and people. The scenery was of the divine capital, and the people depicted the various states of the divine capital. However, this was no longer important. This young envoy's cultivation was not high, but he actually knew the painting Dao. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. He definitely knew the basics of the painting Dao. Li Mu had been longing for this for a long time. Li Mu's mind raced, but his expression regained its calm. He said, "Enough. This official believes you." Hearing this, the youth from Yong breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mu did not mention this matter again. He asked, "As for the matter of the mutual reduction of tariffs and friendly trade between the two countries, it still needs to be discussed. Where is the person in charge of the Yong diplomatic mission?" The youth replied, "The ambassador is not present. This humble one can make the decision on this matter." Li Mu sized him up with an odd look. This young envoy was young, but the authority he wielded was not small. After the two were seated, Li Mu got straight to the point and said, "After the discussions of my court's ministers, everyone unanimously believes that the mutual reduction of tariffs between the two countries will not benefit our great Zhou. On the contrary, it will intensify competition and attack our merchants. It will also reduce local taxes. Out of the protection of our great Zhou's merchants and local taxes, the officials of the Ministry of Revenue do not agree to the mutual reduction of tariffs between the two countries." The young envoy argued. "This humble one believes otherwise. The mutual reduction of tariffs will make goods cheaper. This will be beneficial to the common people, as it will allow them to buy what they need at a lower price. Although this will intensify the competition between merchants to a certain extent, an appropriate amount of competition is beneficial to the development of commerce. This will benefit the people of both countries. If tariffs are reduced, it will inevitably attract even more merchants, and local taxes will only increase, not decrease." Li Mu regretfully said, "This official has no choice but to admit that your noble country's proposal is very good. This official also fully approves of it. However, this official's words carry little weight. I cannot oppose the entire Ministry of Revenue, unless—" The youth's eyes brightened. He asked, "Unless what?" Li Mu replied, "Unless someone can convince His Imperial Majesty. If His Imperial Majesty agrees, then the Ministry of Revenue's opinion will not be important." The youth stood up and bowed to Li Mu. He earnestly said, "This is a matter beneficial to the people of Great Zhou. Darren Li is deeply loved and respected by the common people. I ask that Darren Li consider the common people of both countries and facilitate cooperation between the two countries." Li Mu sighed. "Although this official shares your thoughts, I cannot disregard the opinions of the entire Ministry of Revenue and speak before His Imperial Majesty. Otherwise, won't this official become a treacherous official who bewitches His Imperial Majesty into making arbitrary decisions?" The youth replied, "The eyes of the common people are as clear as snow. If Darren Li is a treacherous official, then there will be no loyal officials in the Great Zhou." When he said this, his tone was somewhat complicated. They had actually made two preparations for their trip to the Great Zhou. If the Great Zhou was an arrow at the end of its flight, they would break off the tributes and wait for the day when the Great Zhou collapsed. Then, Great Yong would find an opportunity to dominate the Zhou continent. If the Great Zhou was still powerful, they would abandon the first plan and strengthen trade and cooperation with the Great Zhou, vigorously develop the domestic economy, and raise the standard of living of the common people. Li Mu sighed. This official truly wishes to help, but is powerless to do so. The courtiers already have complaints about His Imperial Majesty's favor and trust in this official. If this official opposes the Ministry of Revenue again, who knows what they will say about this official behind my back? Perhaps they will say that this official was bribed by the state of Yong and received benefits from you, harming the interests of the Great Zhou. Speaking on your behalf, isn't this the same as framing this official as being heartless and unjust?" He looked at the young envoy and said, "For this matter, you will have to personally seek out Her Imperial Majesty." Disappointed, the young man replied, "Darren Li is Her Imperial Majesty's most favored subject. If your words are useless, then even if we seek an audience with Her Imperial Majesty, it will be futile." Li Mu did not speak. His face revealed a contemplative expression, as if he was hesitating. A moment later, he looked back at the young envoy and said, "This official is fully aware that friendly trade between the two countries is greatly beneficial to both the people of the two countries and the court. Although this official is unable to directly help you due to my status, I can point you in the right direction." The young man's eyes lit up again. Cupping his fist, he said, "Please advise me, Darren Li." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "You should know that Her Imperial Majesty is very interested in painting, right?" The young man nodded. "I saw it a few days ago. The paintings hanging on the walls of Her Imperial Majesty's study are authentic works by Wu Daoxian." Even when the Empress mentioned the art sage, her tone was respectful. However, this young man from the Yong Kingdom directly called him by his name, not even adding the word sage. Perhaps there really was something to him. Li Mu casually asked, If my guess is correct, you should be cultivating and painting, right? The young man did not deny it. Nodding, he replied, Yes, Li Mu unhurriedly said. From what I know, Her Imperial Majesty is very fond of painting. Moreover, she is deeply in love with the art sage's authentic works. For many years, she has been searching for the lost inheritance of painting. If you can fulfill Her Imperial Majesty's wish, then the matter of trade will not be a problem. After saying this, he slowly stood up and said, This official's words end here. I can't say anything more. Think about it yourselves. Finished speaking, he turned and left. The middle-aged man walked out of the room. The young man raised his head to look at him and asked, Royal uncle, what should we do? The middle-aged man did not answer. Instead, he asked, What do you think? After thinking it over, the young man said, Reducing tariffs and opening up trade with Great Zhou is a blessing for the common people of Great Yong. Although painting is an important part of the heavenly tomes, it is not that it cannot be taught to outsiders. Taoist cultivators are all aware of this. In the past thousands of years, they have become even more powerful. It is precisely because the other sects do not teach it to outsiders that they have declined. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Since you have already made your decision, there is no need to ask me. Recalling Li Mu's reminder, the young man sighed with emotion and said, No wonder Great Zhou has risen again so quickly. The Empress of Great Zhou looks down on the other countries, possessing the spirit of a celestial empire. The officials she has placed in important positions also have such insight. They are intelligent and not lacking in ingenuity. Most importantly, they have the hearts of the common people, establishing their hearts for the heavens and earth, and establishing their lives for the common people. A real man born between the heavens and earth should be like this. It is a pity that he was not born in my Great Yong. The middle-aged man also sighed and said, The Empress of Great Zhou has exceptional insight. If the previous Emperor of Great Zhou had been at death's door for another 10 years, or if the Great Zhou family had not seized the imperial aura and seized power, then today's Great Zhou would not be like this. Everything is predestined. Li Mu walked out of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and leisurely strolled through the streets. The streets were bustling with activity. Li Mu patiently responded to the greetings of the common people along the way. Along the way, he bought 3 sticks of Tonghulu. Thinking of Wanwan, he hesitated for a moment before buying 3 more sticks. Afterwards, he continued to walk forward. This time, after walking for a short while, he heard a voice behind him. Official Li, please wait. Li Mu turned his head to look at the young man and asked, Is there anything else? The young man handed a letter to Li Mu and said, I request Official Li to deliver this to Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress. Li Mu accepted the letter and nodded his head. It just so happens that this official needs to make a trip to the palace. The young Yong envoy cupped his hands in gratitude and said, Thank you for your advice, Official Li. Li Mu waved his hand and said, It is all for the common people. Chapter 434. Changle Palace. Li Mu handed the letter from the Yong envoy to the Empress. Your Imperial Majesty, the Yong envoy asked this subject to deliver this letter to Your Imperial Majesty. Please take a look, Your Imperial Majesty. Zhou was eating Tonghulu and didn't accept the letter. We don't have time right now. Open it yourself and see what's written on it. Li Mu opened the letter and took out a piece of paper. Sweeping his eyes over it, he whispered, as expected. At the top of the paper were the words, Painting Sutra, written in large letters, followed by a line of small letters that read, Divine Brush Ling Ling, opening to Shangqing, Liujia Fu Wei, Song Lu Ding Ding. I am now a calligraphy seal, concealing my body, meeting gold, meeting fire, hiding in the earth the heavenly emperor, the sage. This letter contained the formula for the Tao of painting. Only by using this formula could one display the Tao of painting. As expected, the Tao of painting was also a type of Taoist technique. It didn't create objects out of thin air. It was between illusion and reality, yet it was more brilliant than both. It possessed more of a bewitching nature than Taoist techniques, and at the same time, it possessed a power that illusion didn't possess. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu took out his brush and drew a simple rune in the air. This time, a golden rune finally lit up in the air in front of him. In the next moment, the rune transformed into a golden thread that bound Shangguan Li's body. Shangguan Li coldly snorted and puffed out her chest. The golden thread collapsed, but at least it proved that Li Mu's conjecture was correct. By using the Tao of painting in the Fulu, ancient talisman techniques could be reproduced. Although the two were fundamentally different, the Tao of painting borrowed the power of heaven and earth. It didn't consume much of one's transcendence energy, and it could last longer in battle. The premise was that one had to simultaneously cultivate both Taoist techniques. Li Mu and the Empress studied for a few years and would certainly be able to better utilize the Tao of painting in the Fulu. With the Yong Kingdom's sincerity, Li Mu ordered the Chamberlain of Dependencies to hold a banquet and invite the Yong Kingdom's envoys to discuss the details of the friendly relations between the two countries. The countries in Zhou province needed to pay tribute to Great Zhou, but the tariffs between Great Zhou and the other countries were not light. In order to win over the other countries, the former emperor exempted them from the tariffs. It was only after the empress ascended the throne that the tariffs returned to normal. This was the first time in history that the Great Zhou and the state of Yong had established trade cooperation at the national level. After the banquet ended, the Assistant Minister of Revenue walked out of the Chamberlain of Dependencies with a face full of doubt. He muttered, "Could it be that this official has offended the Yong envoys? Why do I feel that they have a problem with this official?" Li Mu chuckled and said, "Assistant Minister, you're thinking too much. I didn't feel anything at all. Perhaps it's just your imagination." The Assistant Minister of Revenue nodded and said, "This official must have thought too much." Finished speaking, he left with his doubts. The young Yong envoy walked out of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and cupped his hands in greeting to Li Mu. "This humble one, on behalf of the king and the people of the state of Yong, thanks Li Daren for your kindness in guiding us. In the future, if Li Daren has the opportunity to come to my state of Yong, this humble one will do his best as a host." Li Mu nodded and said, "Let's talk about it again in the future?" After watching Li Mu leave, he sighed softly and said, "If only he had been born in my state of Yong." The middle-aged man indifferently replied, "This is the fate of the nation. It cannot be forced." The month of tribute ended, and the envoys of the various countries returned to their countries. This time's tribute was different from the past. As the sovereign state, Great Zhou had once again established its prestige and status on the Zhou continent. Although it had severed its tributary relationship with the Shin Kingdom, one of the 6 neighboring countries, the public opinion had risen to a new height. In the past few tributes, the people of the Shin Kingdom had committed numerous crimes in the divine capital under the deliberate cover of the previous emperor, creating a psychological shadow in the hearts of the common people. Great Zhou had taken the initiative to sever its tributary relationship with the Shin Kingdom, but it had also reconnected with the common people. Li Mu had already asked the empress to announce this matter to the world and change the laws. From now on, within the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty, no matter which country they were from, they would be treated equally and punished according to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty. The purpose of this move was to tell the people of the Great Zhou that the era of the previous emperor was gone forever. The people of the Great Zhou could now stand up again. The Zhu Wei's spies in the Shin Kingdom also passed on some information. A citizen of the Shin Kingdom had died in Great Zhou. The Great Zhou court had sheltered and connived at the criminal, severed its tributary relationship with the Shin Kingdom, and even arrested a few merchants from the Shin Kingdom. After the Shin Kingdom's envoys returned, they spread the news throughout the Shin Kingdom. Very quickly, it caused a huge uproar. All over the Shin Kingdom, citizens began to gather and march, demanding that the Great Zhou hand over the murderer. A portion of the people of the Shin Kingdom destroyed the goods they had bought from the merchants of the Great Zhou. They also initiated a nationwide boycott of the merchants of the Great Zhou and the goods of the Great Zhou. There were also some people of the Shin Kingdom who declared that the power of the Shin Kingdom had long surpassed that of the Great Zhou. They said that they would soon go to war with the Great Zhou, and that the declining Great Zhou would be unable to resist the brave soldiers of the Shin Kingdom. In less than a month, they would be able to fight their way to the Great Zhou's divine capital. The Shin Kingdom's imperial court didn't respond to this. The Shin Kingdom was already in chaos, but in the Great Zhou, there wasn't the slightest ripple. When the news reached the Great Zhou, all the court officials didn't even have the mood to discuss it. Li residence. With the formation closed, Li Mu held a brush in his hand and drew a door on the wall. He easily pushed the door open and walked out. Soon after, he closed the door, and the wall returned to its original state. Li Mu then activated the formation and stood outside the formation. Using the brush, a gap quickly appeared in the protective formation of the Li residence. It was as if Li Mu had opened a hole, allowing him to easily walk into the formation. After several days of trial and error, Li Mu had figured out other uses of the Tao of painting. Aside from being used to draw talismans, the Tao of painting could also be used to break through formations and pass through walls. It was practically unstoppable. No matter how sturdy a wall was, a door could be opened. Opening a hole in an ordinary formation was even easier. The Tao of painting wasn't the strongest defensive ability, but it was superior in its strangeness. Opening a hole in a formation was something that no other Tao could accomplish. Once Li Mu's attainments in the Tao of painting caught up to that youth from the Yong Kingdom or the Empress, he would be able to use this Tao to do even more things. In the past few days, Li Mu's life had been fulfilling and meaningful. At the same time, he cultivated 4 Taos: Tao, Buddhism, Yao, and painting. Every day, aside from dealing with memorials and daily cultivation, he also had to temper his body with Shangguan Li in the astral winds of the 9 heavens. He also had to learn painting from the Empress. He didn't even have much time to accompany Wanwan and Xiaobai. During dinner today, Li Mu noticed that Wanwan ate 1 bowl less than usual. It wasn't just dinner. It seemed that her appetite hadn't been very good these past few days. Yesterday, she even ate less candied haws. He had been busy cultivating these past few days and had neglected her. Before going to bed at night, Li Mu looked at Wanwan, who seemed to have something on her mind, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Did someone make you angry?" Wanwan shook her head and whispered, "No, it's just that I miss." Chapter 435. The Empress could temporarily keep Wanwan's mouth, but she could not keep her heart forever. For as long as she could remember, she had been by Lu Hanyan's side. After being separated from her for so long, she was naturally not used to it. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were now at Mount Baiyun. They were being nurtured as the next head. They needed to cultivate diligently every day and could not return to the divine capital. However, this could not go on. In order to reinvigorate Wanwan, Li Mu planned to send her back to Lu Hanyan's side. After the envoys left, there was nothing much to do in the imperial court. Li Mu could also make a trip back to Mount Baiyun. In Changle Palace, Li Mu finished dealing with the last memorial. He turned around and said to the Empress, "Your Majesty, I need to send Wanwan back to Mount Baiyun. I will be back in a month at the latest." Zhou Yi put down her book and asked, "It's just a trip to the North County. Will it take a month?" Li Mu said, "A few days ago, the Office of Consecration received news that a fox demon was causing trouble in Zhejiang County. The local government was unable to suppress it. I can go investigate on the way. It might take a few days." Zhou Yi was a little dispirited. She said, "Then you can go." Li Mu stood up and bowed. "I will take my leave first." Walking out of Changle Palace, Li Mu held Wanwan's hand in one hand and Xiaobai's hand in the other. He prepared to return to the Li residence to pack up and leave early the next morning. Wanwan was not as happy as Li Mu imagined. More specifically, she was happy one moment and sad the next. Li Mu could not help but pinch her face. He asked, "I'm going to take you to see your young miss. Are you still not happy?" Wanwan sighed. "I'm happy." Li Mu asked, "Happy? Why are you sighing?" Wanwan said worriedly, "There are only vegetables and tofu in the mountains. I haven't finished tasting the dishes in Sister Zhou's imperial kitchen." There were 36 counties in the Great Zhou, and each county had hundreds to thousands of local dishes. The imperial kitchen had gathered all the famous chefs in the 36 counties, and new dishes were constantly being introduced. It was impossible to try all the dishes. Li Mu was suddenly curious and asked Wanwan, "If you can only stay in one place in the future, would you be willing to stay by your young miss side in Mount Baiyun? Or would you be willing to stay by big sister Zhou's side in the Imperial Palace?" Wanwan froze for a moment, then began to pinch her fingers. At this moment, it often meant that she was in a dilemma. After thinking for a long time, she raised her head and asked, "Can't Miss come to live with us in the palace?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "How can there be such a good thing? Between your miss and sister Zhou, you can only choose one." Wanwan hesitated for a long time, but she still could not make a decision. She said, I still want both." Li Mu knocked her on the head and said unhappily, "So greedy at such a young age. Where did you learn this from?" "In Changle Palace." Zhou sighed softly and said, "This little girl, why can't she be fed properly?" Mount Baiyun. Fulu School had very strict requirements for its core disciples. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were being nurtured as heads of department, so they also cultivated very diligently. When Li Mu brought Wanwan and Xiaobai to Mount Baiyun, Li Qing was still in seclusion. Lu Hanyan just happened to come out of seclusion, but 3 days later, she had to enter seclusion again. Wanwan tightly hugged Lu Hanyan's arm and said, "Miss, I missed you so much." Lu Hanyan pinched her face and said, "Not bad. It hasn't been long since we last met, but your cultivation has improved so much." Wanwan hugged her arm and asked, Miss, when will you return to the divine capital?" Lu Hanyan sensed that she still had something to say, so she asked, "It'll be a long time. What's wrong?" Wanwan said, "When Miss returns to Fairy's capital, I'll bring you to the Imperial kitchen to eat. There's countless delicious food there, and it's different every day. When the time comes, Miss can also stay in the palace." Sister Zhou will definitely agree. Lu Hanyan first glanced at Li Mu, then smiled at Wanwan and asked, "Who taught you to say these words?" Li Mu spent the entire night to successfully prove to Lu Hanyan that he didn't teach Wanwan those words. Lu Hanyan had already occupied the Empress's place once. It would be unreasonable to do it again. Lu Hanyan was only a little annoyed that Wanwan kept calling her Sister Zhou. It was as if someone else was wearing her cotton jacket. 3 days later, Lu Hanyan went into seclusion again. Wanwan and Xiaobai stayed at Baiyun Peak. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing often went into seclusion these days, but they didn't stay for long. The shortest was 3 to 5 days, and the longest was 10 days to half a month. Normally, it wouldn't exceed a month. Taking advantage of Lu Hanyan's seclusion, Li Mu left Baiyun Peak and came to Zhejiang County alone. Zhejiang County was one of the counties in the north of the Great Zhou. It was adjacent to the Yao Kingdom, and most of its land was covered by forests. Compared to the other counties in the Great Zhou, Zhejiang County was more chaotic. There were often demons causing trouble, and it was also a county that the Consecrations Department paid more attention to. Because it was close to the Yao Kingdom, the demons causing trouble in Zhejiang County were usually stronger. The local government of Zhejiang County couldn't handle them, so they would seek help from the Consecrations Department. Before Li Mu left the divine capital, the Consecrations Department received a request for help from Zhejiang County. It said that there was a fox demon causing trouble in the county. The fox demon was at least 5-tailed, and the county government couldn't suppress it. To be safe, the Consecrations Department would send at least 3 Creation Realm experts to deal with a 5-tailed fox demon. Li Mu happened to be sending Wanwan back to Baiyun Peak, so he came to take a look. Firstly, it was to quell the chaos in Zhejiang County. Secondly, it was a 5-tailed fox demon. Perhaps it knew the cultivation method for a fox demon after reaching the 5-tailed stage. The earlier Li Mu obtained it, the earlier Xiaobai could cultivate it. Ever since she became a 5-tailed fox demon, her cultivation hadn't increased for a long time. Zhejiang County had many mountains, and even the county city was a city in the mountains. At the most conspicuous spot at the city gate of Zhejiang County City, there was a notice posted. The notice said that a fox demon had been causing trouble in Zhejiang County recently and had injured many cultivators. The government announced that if a cultivator could capture or kill the fox demon alive, they would be rewarded handsomely by the imperial court. The fox demon had caused quite a commotion in Zhejiang County recently. Even the commoners knew about it. Within the county city, there were discussions about the demon everywhere. I heard that the fox demon has already cultivated 5 tails. It's very powerful. Many cultivators have had their dermic powers sucked away by it. It's not just sucked away their dermic powers. I heard that even their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys have been dug out and eaten. I'd better not go out for now. When will the government eliminate this fox demon and restore peace to Zhejiang County? As Li Mu walked on the streets, he heard many rumors about the fox demon. It was possible that the fox demon had sucked away the dermic powers of cultivators. However, the rumors of it eating people's hearts and livers were purely based on reading too many supernatural novels. For a demon to be able to cultivate into a human form, its habits were similar to that of a human's. A normal person would not do such a thing. Similarly, a normal demon would not do such a thing. However, sucking away the dermic powers of others to cultivate was forbidden by the imperial court. Regardless of whether one was a human or a demon, they all had the freedom to cultivate in the Great Show. However, the precondition was that they did not harm or harm others. The imperial court had always been strict about taking shortcuts by harming others. Li Mu found a restaurant and ordered a pot of tea and a few dishes. He planned to go to the Zhejiang County Yamen to inquire about the fox demon's whereabouts after he finished eating. He would capture it and help Xiao Bai find out about the cultivation method. It was lunchtime and there were many customers in the restaurant. Li Mu's gaze casually swept across the crowd. His gaze lingered on a table in the corner for a few seconds. There were 5 people at that table. They were all cultivators. 2 of them were in the creation realm while the other 3 were in the transcendent realm. This kind of strength was naturally not worth mentioning in the 6th sex or the Department of Offerings. However, in a small county city they could be considered a powerful force. It should be known that in the Zhejiang County Yamen, there were only 2 in the creation realm and 1 in the transcendent realm. Their lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. It was as if they were communicating through dermic powers. Li Mu had no interest in eavesdropping, but these people had a strong murderous aura. When they communicated through dermic powers, the smiles on their faces were too vulgar. It was obvious that they were not plotting anything good. It was very easy to attract Li Mu's attention. In order to make sure that they were not planning something that would harm the people, Li Mu closed his eyes and moved his ears slightly. It was a type of demonic technique that originated from the Bat clan's innate divine power. It could easily eavesdrop on their dermic powers. Hee, those people from the Yamen are really stupid. They believed us so easily. It's a pity that they are too useless. They can't even deal with a 5-tailed fox demon. In the end, they had to ask others for help and almost ruined our plans. It would be such a pity if the target that we've been eyeing for so long was obtained by others. That fox demon is not easy to deal with. If those people hadn't injured her, we wouldn't have had a chance until now. Hurry up and eat. Once we're done, we'll act immediately. That fox demon should still be recuperating. We can't delay any longer. If the Great Zhou Court sends a true expert, our efforts over the past few months will have been in vain. A 5-tailed fox demon will definitely sell for a high price. Big brother, after we capture her, can you let me have some fun first? I haven't had a taste of a 5-tailed fox demon yet. Bullsh *T. A fox demon that hasn't been touched by anyone is only valuable. Take care of that damn thing of yours. Li Mu opened his eyes, picked up his teacup and took a light sip. It was such a coincidence that he would meet the instigators of the fox demon incident at a random restaurant. The cause of the incident was that these 5 people had their eyes on the fox demon. However, they were no match for the fox demon, so they came up with this plan of borrowing the power of the local government to weaken the fox demon first. Then, they would be able to take advantage of the situation behind the scenes. It was a wishful thinking. The Great Zhou was a human government. Generally speaking, the people of the Great Zhou referred to the humans who lived in the Great Zhou. For the imperial court, if demons harmed people, the government had to kill them. However, killing demons by humans was not something the government should be concerned with. These 5 heretical cultivation practitioners had used this reason to make use of the Zhejiang County government. Their goal had been that fox demon from the very beginning. There were evil demons who ate the essence, blood, and souls of humans. There were also evil humans who killed demons for their cores. There was also a group of cultivators who did not walk the righteous path. Because they were afraid of the imperial court, they did not dare to attack the common people. Therefore, they targeted demons. Killing people was against the law, but killing demons did not count. Even if the Great Zhou court found out, they would not do anything to them. In Li Mu's eyes, these people were no different from those evil demons. When he was halfway through his meal, the 5 people had already left their table and strode out of the restaurant. Li Mu left a silver ingot and walked out slowly. Not long after, outside the Zhejiang County, a thin man closed his eyes and sensed. He pointed in a direction and said, "The blood curse's reaction is over there. Let's go." As he finished speaking, several figures shot up into the sky and flew forward. At a certain moment, the thin man suddenly stopped and looked back. The other 4 people also stopped and asked, "Big brother, what's wrong?" The middle-aged man looked back and said, "I keep feeling that someone is following us." The other 4 people immediately became alert. They looked around but found nothing. One of them was puzzled and said, "There's nothing. Big brother, are you mistaken?" Another person said, "Even if someone is following us, it's impossible for there not to be any fluctuations of mana. Big brother, are you being too sensitive?" The thin man looked around and said, "Maybe I'm thinking too much. Let's go." The 5 people continued forward and quickly disappeared. But after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they appeared out of thin air. The man who disappeared looked around again and sighed in relief. He said, "Looks like there really isn't anything." One of them smiled and said, "I already said, Big brother is being too sensitive. Let's go quickly. If that fox demon escapes, it will be difficult to find." The 5 people flew away again. On the ground, an invisible figure followed behind them at a leisurely pace. The invisibility spells of Taoism were of little value and could only be used on mortals. In front of cultivators of the same level, they would definitely be exposed. Although invisibility spells could prevent any fluctuations of mana, he could only rely on the strength of his legs. If he used spells to fly or ride on clouds, he would be easily discovered. Fortunately, Li Mu cultivated Tu Taoism. His body was far stronger than normal cultivators. Even if he only relied on the strength of his legs, he would not lose sight of him for a while. After only 15 minutes, he sensed a strong fluctuation of mana in front of him. The few heretical cultivation cultivators should have been fighting with the fox demon and could not take care of this place. Li Mu put on his clothes and hid behind a tree to observe the situation in front of him. 5 heretical cultivation cultivators were besieging a woman. The woman's cultivation seemed to be at the 5th level, but she seemed to be injured. Her breath was extremely unstable. Under the siege of the 5 heretical cultivation cultivators, she could not fight back at all. After taking a few blows, her breath became even more chaotic. Li Mu thought to himself, if he saved the fox demon at this time, she would be indebted to him for saving her life. Even if she was not of the Heavenly Fox clan, as her savior, he did not need her to repay him with her body. As long as she told him the cultivation method of the Heavenly Fox clan, it should not be too much, right? Thinking of this, Li Mu wanted to take action. Half of his body was already out of the tree, but he suddenly shrank back. In the distant sky, more than 10 figures were rushing over. These figures all exuded a strong aura. Li Mu hid behind the tree and took a peek. He could not help but be shocked. Among the 10 people, the woman in the lead was Phantom Princess. Chapter 436. Huan Ji led the group over. Seeing the fox demon covered in wounds and weak aura, she immediately realized something. She glanced at the 5 heretical cultivation cultivators and gritted her teeth. "You deserve to die." The Fox clan elites beside her were also enraged. They took out their Dharma treasures and weapons and attacked the 5 evil cultivators. Huan Ji flew to the fox demon and asked, "Are you okay?" Although the fox demon didn't know the woman in front of her, she felt a very familiar aura from her. She knew that the woman was a fox like her. Not only the woman, but the others also had a demonic aura. She relaxed and said, "I'm fine. Thank you, sister." Huan Ji held her hand and transferred her spiritual energy into her body. She asked, "Why were you chased by these people?" Speaking of this, the fox demon's face was filled with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "These villains captured many of my people and sold them to those despicable humans. They also targeted me. They framed me for harming people and asked the government to gather human cultivators to kill me so that they could reap the benefits. If you didn't save me, I would have been in their hands." Huan Ji's face was filled with hatred. She said angrily, "These despicable humans." On the other side, the 5 heretical cultivation cultivators were complaining in their hearts. They thought that victory was in their hands, and they would soon capture the fox demon that they had been eyeing for months. Fox girls were rare in the black market, not to mention a 5-tailed one. If they were lucky enough to meet a rich buyer, they could exchange it for a lot of spiritual jades. But who would have thought that just as they were about to succeed, so many people would suddenly appear out of nowhere? These dozen or so people were all at least at the 4th realm. At least 4 of them were at the 5th realm. The 3 divinity realm evil cultivators were quickly captured. The other 2 5th realm cultivators could only put up a resistance for a short while before their dermic powers were sealed and they were tied up tightly. Huan Ji looked coldly at them and said, "Take them back and deal with them." Li Mu hid behind a tree and hid his aura. He didn't choose to help these people. This was their own sin, so they had to bear the consequences. At this moment, he was thinking about something else. If he went out now, what were his chances of taking down Huan Ji? Huan Ji's subordinates were negligible, but she herself was not easy to deal with. As the 2nd generation of the demon race, she had countless magic treasures. Li Mu had already experienced it once. Although Li Mu was not afraid of her, this was Zhejiang County, which was adjacent to the demon nation. If Huan Ji were to summon the Lord of Illusions, he would be in big trouble. After thinking about it for a long time, Li Mu still did not take the risk. Not far away, Huan Ji said to the fox demon, "Sister, your injuries are not light. Why don't you come to my place to recover? After you recover, you can choose whether to stay or leave." The fox demon didn't think for long before she nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, sister." Her injuries were indeed not light. Although they were not fatal, she could not use much of her strength. At this moment, a transcendent realm cultivator could capture her. The woman in front of her, whom she had never met before, was of the same clan as her. The Fox clan would not harm their own. Huan Ji supported her and said, "Let's go." Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly frowned. She reached out and a palm-sized compass appeared. The needle on the compass spun quickly and finally pointed in a certain direction. Huan Ji looked in that direction and her face sank. She said sternly, "Who is there? Come out." As soon as she finished speaking, several of her subordinates behind her flew towards a huge tree. Behind the tree, a figure squatted down and said in fear, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm just passing by." A man looked at the figure and asked, "Who are you?" The figure looked up and revealed a handsome face. His expression was one of fear as he said with a trembling voice, "I'm not a human, I'm a demon." At this moment, they realized that his body was emitting a faint demon aura. It was not strong and seemed like he had just transformed. The man frowned and asked, "Why are you sneaking around here?" The young man pointed at the 5 heretical cultivation cultivators and said, I was passing by and saw them fighting. I was afraid that they would kill me, so I hid here." The man sized up Li Mu and walked to Huan Ji. He said, "Lord Huan Ji, it's a small demon." Huan Ji nodded and said, "Let's go." Just as the man was about to leave, he turned around and looked at the little demon. He thought for a moment and said, "Sir, this little demon is very handsome. Although he is a bit timid, he might be of great use in the future if we train him." The others sized up the small demon again. They realized that although this demon was not strong, he was very handsome. Soft skin and tender flesh. Not bad. This is rare even in Maison. Not only is he rare, Even the young Cui Ming would have to avoid him. The man looked at Huan Ji and said, Lord Huan Ji, Meizong is lacking in manpower. With this small demon's appearance, he might be able to carry Meizong in the future. Huan Ji looked at the small demon and thought for a moment before saying, Go ask him if he's willing to join Meizong. The man walked to the small demon and asked, Small demon, what's your name? The small demon lowered his head and shivered. He said, My surname is Wu, you can call me Yen Zhu. As he spoke, his human eyes gradually turned into a pair of green vertical pupils. The change in the small demon's eyes proved his identity. The man pointed at Huan Ji and said to the small demon, Little snake, that's Lord Huan Ji of Meizong. Are you willing to join Meizong and follow Lord Huan Ji? The small demon hesitated for a moment and asked softly, Is there any benefit in joining Meizong? The man smiled and said, There are many benefits. In the Meizong sect, you can obtain spiritual jades for cultivation and also receive guidance from experts. Lord Illusion Princess's father, Lord Illusion Heaven Lord, is a 7th level Xian demon. If you can receive his guidance, maybe you will have the chance to become a great demon in the future. When the small demon heard this, his eyes lit up. He immediately nodded and said, Then I'm willing. The man patted him on the shoulder and said, Then let's go. After keeping the small demon, the group flew into the air again. The handsome demon did not have enough spiritual power and was carried by the others. They flew all the way to the demon country in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. The man beside the small demon looked at him and asked, Little snake, what other relatives do you have in your family? Aren't you going to tell them? After a while, the small demon was already familiar with them. He said, My parents were killed by human cultivators long ago. I've always been alone. I don't have any relatives. In the group, another person gritted his teeth and said, Damn humans. How many demons have died in their hands? They write about demons eating humans all day long. Why don't they write about humans killing demons? Demons killing humans is intolerable. Humans killing demons is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. The small demon said, Not all books are written like that. There's a book called Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. It's written quite well. There are evil people in it, but there are also demons who are affectionate and righteous. The man said, I know about this book. Lord Huan Ji likes to read it. She even asked us to find Pu Songling and pay him a visit. Unfortunately, we haven't found him. He shook his head and said, There aren't many people like Mr. Pu who are sensible. Most of the humans keep saying that the monsters are evil, but what have they done? Killing the monsters, taking their souls, stealing our monster cores, capturing the female monsters of the fox race and the snake race, sealing their cultivation base and providing them with entertainment. It's not just female demons. Many handsome male demons were also captured by them to satisfy the different desires of humans. Little snake, you're just lucky. With your looks, if those humans saw you, they would definitely capture you and make you do that kind of thing with them. The small demon was stunned. Then, he said embarrassedly, There's such a good thing? The man patted his shoulder and said, You're thinking too much. If you're lucky, they'll make you accompany those old women. If you sleep with them for one night, you'll have nightmares for 10 days. If you're unlucky, they'll make you accompany men. Haha, do you still think that's a good thing? The small demon was so scared that his face turned pale. He said, Too scary, too scary. The man beside him smiled and said, Don't worry. Now that you're with Lord Huan Ji, no one can bully you. Cultivate well in the future. Only when you're strong can you control your fate as a demon. The small demon's face became serious. He said, I know. Thank you, Big Brother. Chapter 437. The group flew across the 100,000 mountains. Half a day later, they landed in a city in the mountains. The handsome little demon asked the handsome man next to him, Brother Hu Jiu, where are we? The handsome man smiled and said, This is the Thousand Fox Country. It's also where the Meizong sect is located. After entering the city, everyone dispersed. Hu Jiu said to Li Mu, Come with me. Although the Thousand Fox Country was a demon country, the demon capital was no different from a human city. There were streets, shops, all kinds of buildings, tea houses, taverns, and even brothels in the city. If it weren't for the demon chi emitting from the people passing by, it would be impossible to tell that this was a demon country. Although the demon race and the human race were often at odds with each other, they also yearned for the human race's appearance and the splendid culture they created. The royal family of the Thousand Fox Country were fox demons, but there weren't many fox demons on the streets. Most of them were demons of other races that were attached to the fox race. The other demon countries were probably in a similar situation. In addition to demons, there were also humans on the streets, but there were very few of them. They should all be from the Maison sect. Hujo led the little demon through several streets and walked into a very large mansion. The two of them came to a side courtyard near the front of the mansion. Hujo brought him to a room and said, "This is Lord Huanji's mansion. You can stay here for now. When you have enough contributions, you can use your contributions to move out and live in a separate mansion. Okay, you rest first. I'll come and see you tomorrow morning." Hujo walked out of the room and the door closed automatically. The handsome little demon sat on the bed and let out a long sigh of relief. When he was discovered by Phantom Princess during the day, Li Mu wanted to escape directly into the sky teapot space. But on second thought, this was a rare opportunity. If he missed it, Xiao Bai's cultivation would be delayed for a long time. As the saying goes, you can't catch a fox without entering the fox's den. For Xiao Bai's cultivation and to find out the details of the Maison sect, Li Mu finally chose to take the risk. Only by getting close to Huanji would he have the chance to obtain the subsequent cultivation methods of the Fox clan. Furthermore, he wanted to find out how many spies Maison had planted in the imperial court. The Maison sect liked handsome and beautiful men and women. As an enemy, the Phantom Princess had extended an olive branch to Li Mu from the start. Could be seen that the Maison sect was lacking in people. Of course, Li Mu could not use his original appearance. For safety's sake, he pretended to be an extremely handsome snake demon. For Li Mu, who possessed the demon clan's heavenly book, pretending to be a demon was a simple matter. He could even use the demon race's divine ability to change his form and transform into a snake. What happened after that went according to his expectations. As long as they didn't get too close to Lord of Heaven Illusion, they wouldn't be discovered. On the way there, Li Mu had already learned from Hu Jiu that Lord of Heaven Illusion had just gone into seclusion. Moreover, the seclusion this time was extremely long. Before the seclusion, he had completely handed over Maison to Huanji. In other words, Thousand Fox Nation and Maison sect would not have a seventh realm powerhouse guarding them for a very long time. In other words, Li Mu could do it boldly. Right now, he was just a newcomer and couldn't gain Huanji's trust. He could only take one step at a time and wait for the right time. He first secretly sent a message to Lu Hanyan and the Empress, informing them of his plan and telling them not to worry. Then he turned off the lights and went to sleep. From now on, he was an ordinary little demon in Huanji's residence. The next day, Li Mu had just woken up when a familiar voice came from outside the door. "Little snake, are you awake?" It wasn't Li Mu's first time seeing Hujo. When Huanji brought people into the White Emperor Cave abode last time, Hujo was by her side. Perhaps Hujo felt that this name was familiar, so she didn't call him by the fake name he gave himself. Li Mu got out of bed, opened the door, and asked with a smile, "Big brother Hujo, what's the matter so early in the morning?" Hujo walked into the room and put a pile of things on the table. She introduced them one by one. "This is your waist token, which can prove your identity as Maison sect. These spiritual jades are the cultivation resources you can receive every month. Originally, with your level, you only received 10 pieces, but Lord Huanji said that you just joined Maison sect, so she gave you an extra 10 pieces this month. I see that you don't have any weapons, so I'll give you this sword. Although it's not a powerful Dharma treasure, it should be enough." Other things aside, Maison sect treated newcomers very well. Not only did they provide him with food and accommodation, but he also got paid before he made any contributions to Maison sect. Not to mention other things, just the sword in Li Mu's hand at this moment was of a higher grade than Bai Yi. Hujo continued, "Your strength is too low, so I don't have any important tasks for you for the time being. You should cultivate slowly and advance to the upper realm as soon as possible. Now, you have to come with me to see Lord Huanji." Walking out of the courtyard, Li Mu asked, "Big brother Hu Jiu, why is Lord Huanji looking for me?" Hu Jiu smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although Lord Huanji has a noble status, she usually treats her subordinates very well. Following Lord Huanji, there are countless benefits. She should be looking for you today because of the sect entrance ceremony." "What sect entrance ceremony?" "You'll know in a while." Hu Jiu led Li Mu all the way and soon entered a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was very large. There were artificial mountains, ponds, grass gardens, and everything else. Huanji stood with her back to the door. Hu Jiu led Li Mu in and bowed. "Lord Huanji, I've brought him here." Li Mu also bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Huanji." Huanji turned around, looked at Li Mu and said lightly, "Those who enter my Meizong sect must abide by the rules of Meizong sect and keep the secret of Meizong sect. Those who betray Meizong sect, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will personally kill you. You still have the chance to go back on your words." Li Mu pointed to the sky and said, "I, Daniel Wu, swear to the heavens that if I betray Meizong sect, let me become a dog." For the Snake Clan, there was nothing more ruthless than this oath. Li Mu learned this from the two sisters Yin Xian and Ting Xian. Hu Jiu smiled and said, "Your Snake Clan still doesn't like the Dog Clan." Li Mu coldly snorted and said, "From the moment they pledged allegiance to humans, they were no longer Monster Clan, but our enemies." Huanji crossed her arms and said, "Well, as long as you do one more thing, you can become an official disciple of Meizong sect." Li Mu cupped his fists and said, "Please instruct me, Lord Huanji." Huanji pointed to a stone statue next to the rockery and said, "Slash it with your sword." Although he didn't know what strange rule this was, Li Mu still walked to the stone statue next to the rockery. When he raised his sword, he was stunned for a moment, but it was only for a moment. Then, the sword in his hand fiercely slashed down. Clang! Li Mu's sword slashed the stone statue, leaving a shallow sword mark. He walked back and asked curiously, "Why do you want to slash this stone statue?" Huanji looked at him indifferently and said, "This is not something you should ask." On the way back, Hu Jiu explained to Li Mu, "That person is Lord Huanji's enemy. If you meet him in the future, you have to avoid him." Li Mu was confused and asked, "Why? If I meet him, shouldn't I kill him to avenge Lord Huanji?" Hu Jiu glanced at him and said, "Then you have to have the ability to do so. This person's dharma power is very strong. Countless cultivators of the devil's doctrine have died at his hands, including the first elder of the Origin Soul sect, Nether Saint. If you could kill him, you wouldn't be here." Li Mu smiled embarrassedly and asked, "What enmity does this person have with Lord Huanji? Why does Lord Huanji hate him so much?" Hu Jiu glanced at him and said, "Don't ask about Lord Huanji." Li Mu immediately became serious and said, "I know." Hu Jiu added, "However, if this person happens to fall into your hands in the future, don't kill him. Bring him back and hand him over to Lord Huanji. You will receive countless benefits and even have the chance to comprehend the Heavenly Book. Although that Heavenly Book belongs to the Fox Clan, other clans can also benefit from it." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Forget it. Even such a strong person is not his match. Wouldn't I be courting death if I go?" Hu Jiu slapped his head and said angrily, "You are a snake demon. How can you be more cowardly than a rat demon? You are a disgrace to the Snake Clan." Li Mu laughed and said, "There is nothing wrong with being careful. Only by being careful can we live longer." Hu Jiu nodded and said, "That's right. That Li Mu is not only strong, but also very handsome. Even a strong person like the Empress of the Great Zhou is infatuated with him. It is said that he often goes in and out of the palace and sleeps in the Empress' bedroom." Li Mu said in surprise, "You know this too?" Hu Jiu smiled and said, "The spies of the Meizong sect are all over the world. You will know in the future." Li Mu's eyes shone with admiration and said, "The Meizong sect is too powerful." Hu Jiu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That Li Mu is the powerful one. He did what Cui Ming couldn't do in 20 years in 2 years. It is said that in the imperial court, he is in charge of the imperial court alone. If we pull Li Mu into the Meizong sect, every move of the Zhou kingdom will be under our control. We can even control the great Zhou through this person. Li Mu laughed dryly and said, "Good plan." Hu Zhou continued, "However, that Li Mu is a very upright person. I'm afraid it won't be easy to win him over. However, we can take advantage of his lecherous characteristics and think of a way to let the women of the Meizong sect seduce him." Li Mu was stunned for a moment and said, "Lecherous?" Hu Zhou nodded and said, "According to our spies in Luoyang, every time Li Mu goes out, there must be beauties by his side. His wife is an outstanding beauty, and the 2 concubines by his side are also first-class beauties. One of them is the most beautiful woman in our fox tribe. Not to mention, there is also the Empress of the Great Zhou. Rumor has it that this person will have 10 women every night and won't get up until late in the morning." Li Mu said angrily, "Slander, this is pure slander." Hu Zhou looked at him strangely and asked, "Why are you so agitated?" Li Mu said angrily, "Which spy provided this false information? If Li Mu really followed the Empress of the Great Zhou, how could the Empress allow him to have an affair with other women? This information is obviously false. That spy is too irresponsible. If he acted rashly based on this false information, wouldn't he be letting our sisters of the Meizong sect walk into a trap?" After thinking deeply, Hu Zhou said, "What you said makes sense. That Li Mu seducing the Empress of the Great Zhou may be false, but it must be true that he is easily fascinated by women. Is it possible to win him over through the woman beside him?" Chapter 438. Li Mu returned to his room unhappily. He didn't expect his reputation to be ruined by the spies of the Meizong sect. What surprised him even more was that the spies of the Meizong sect could find out so many secrets. Xiao Bai didn't have any demonic aura on her body. How did they know that she was a fox? The palace gates were closed at night. Li Mu, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai lived in the palace. Only a few palace maids near Changle Palace knew that there were people from the Meizong sect among them. Li Mu didn't rush to inform the Empress. He just came to Thousand Fox City last night. Perhaps the powerhouses of the Meizong sect didn't have time to notice him, but it might not be the case today. Although he joined the Meizong sect because they invited him, the Meizong sect was too trusting of him. They seemed to trust him, but they might have secretly begun to monitor his every move. The jade talisman that the Empress gave him and the fulu that Li Mu drew to shield himself from the mysteries of heaven had been put away by him long ago. These things could be used to shield the mysteries of heaven to prevent others from prying. Using them here meant that he didn't want to expose himself fast enough. Even powerhouses above the 6th realm couldn't spy on a small snake demon in human form. Wasn't that just giving away 300 taels of silver? After returning to his room, Li Mu did not do anything superfluous. He sat cross-legged on his bed, took out a piece of spirit jade, held it in his hand, and began to draw qi to cultivate. He sat there until night fell. Just after midnight, the spiritual jade in Li Mu's hand turned into powder. With the strength of a transformed demon, it would take about this long to absorb a spiritual jade. After that, he got out of bed and stretched for a while. He drank a glass of water and then went to bed again. On the highest mountain in Thousand Fox City, in a cave on the mountain, a man who looked similar to Huan Ji waved his hand and dispersed the dark light technique. He said, "This demon should be fine." Huan Ji nodded and said, "Then I'll use it without worry." The man said, "His appearance can be considered outstanding, but it's a pity that he's a demon. It would be great if he was a human. If we need him in the future, we'll have to wash his demon body. How troublesome. They're my people. Don't tell them what to do." Phantom Princess frowned and said, "What about those heretical cultivation cultivators?" A trace of killing intent appeared in the man's eyes as he said, "Kill them. How many of our compatriots have died at their hands because they have been humiliated? One day, I will kill all of these damned humans." The next morning, Li Mu learned from Hu Zhu that the 5 human heretical cultivation practitioners had been publicly executed in the Thousand Fox Nation. Human beings hated heretical cultivation, and demons hated heretical cultivation even more than human beings did. Due to the prestige of the Great Zhou court, heretical cultivation was still somewhat afraid of taking the lives of the people of Great Zhou. They were afraid of alarming the Department of Worship, so they didn't dare to wantonly cause harm. But they didn't have to worry about demons. The Great Zhou court wouldn't protect the demons, and the demon nation was a mass of scattered sand. There was nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, a large number of heretical cultivation practitioners hunted and killed demons everywhere. They extracted the souls of low-level demons, seized the inner cores of mid-level demons, and transformed into good-looking demons. Regardless of gender, they were sold to the black market to provide for certain customers with special requirements to visit prostitutes. This had even formed a huge black industry chain. Countless demons suffered from it and hated this kind of heretical cultivation, especially the Fox clan, because after transforming, the males were handsome and the females were beautiful. They were the focus of heretical cultivation. Although the major righteous sects restrained their disciples from doing such inhumane things, they were the same as the court and wouldn't stand up for the demons. When they returned home, Hujiu looked seriously at Li Mu and said, "Little snake, you have to remember to stay away from humans. Don't be deceived by their flowery words. Some people like a tender and handsome little demon like you the most." Li Mu shivered and said, "I will be careful. Thank you, brother Hujiu." Hujiu patted his shoulder and said, "We're all on the same side. Don't be so polite. By the way, you just entered the Meizong sect and are still too weak to go out with us to carry out missions. Tonight, you will be on guard duty in front of Miss Illusion Princess's courtyard. When dawn comes, someone will come to replace you." Li Mu nodded and said, "I know." It was late at night and the moonlight was bright. Li Mu stood at the door of Illusion Princess's courtyard with his sword in his hands. He was the second-generation disciple of the Fulu school, the future headmaster, the controller of the Department of Consecration in the Great Zhou, the deputy commander of the internal guards, and the close minister of the Empress. Yet he was guarding the door of a fox demon. Li Mu didn't plan to be like the spies of the Meizong sect and completely forget their identities. He had hidden for 20 years and climbed up step by step without leaving any traces. He felt that 2 months was too long. But now he could only guard the door here. If this went on, when could he reach the top of the Meizong sect, comprehend the heavenly book of the Fox clan, and steal the secrets of the Meizong sect? Now, he was still a little demon at the bottom of the Meizong sect. Illusion Princess wouldn't even look at him. He had to do something to show his value and attract Illusion Princess's attention. Then he could take the opportunity to climb up. In the courtyard, Illusion Princess slashed the stone statue beside the rockery a few times and then walked back to her room. She sat cross-legged on the bed and stretched out her hand. An ancient book page floated above her palm. She calmed her mind and focused. Soon, her consciousness was immersed in it. Outside the courtyard, Li Mu, who was racking his brains to think of a way to climb up, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He sensed an extremely familiar aura from the courtyard behind him. This was the aura of the heavenly book. The heavenly book of the Lord of Illusions was in the hands of Illusion Princess. At this moment, Li Mu suddenly had a strong impulse to rush in and subdue Illusion Princess, snatch the heavenly book and run. But soon he dispelled this idea. Illusion Princess wasn't easy to deal with. He couldn't subdue Illusion Princess in a short time. If thousands of Fox clan experts arrived, it would be difficult for him to leave. Even if he had the Demon Emperor's cave, if the space was sealed, he would be trapped here and die. After thinking for a long time, Li Mu took a breath and resisted the temptation. In the room, Illusion Princess comprehended the heavenly book for the whole night. Outside the courtyard, Li Mu also endured for the whole night. In the past few hours, he had countless thoughts of seizing the heavenly book, but he suppressed it countless times. When the sky was bright, Hujiu came over with another little demon and said, "Little snake, you can go back and rest now." Li Mu was about to go back to his room, but when he saw Hujiu and the other two preparing to go out, he asked, "Brother Hujiu, what are you going to do?" Hujiu said, "Before those heretical cultivation cultivators died, the The great elder searched their souls and learned of their nest. Several of our clansmen were captured there. We are going to save them. There was no future in guarding the door. Li Mu was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to show off, so he immediately said, "Brother Hu Jiu, I'll go too." A person behind Hu Jiu glanced at Li Mu and said, "Your strength is so low. What can you do? Not only can you not help, but you will also cause trouble." Li Mu said, "My parents died in the hands of these heretical cultivation cultivators. I hate heretical cultivation the most. If I follow you, maybe I can meet the murderer who killed my parents. My biggest dream is to avenge my parents with my own hands one day." After hearing Li Mu's justifiable reason, they didn't say anything else. Hu Jiu thought for a moment and nodded. "The task this time is not dangerous. You can come if you want. It won't do you any harm to go through more hardships. Walking on the edge of life and death is good for improving your cultivation." Li Mu made a fist salute and said, "Thank you, Brother Hu Jiu. I will try my best." Half a month's time quietly passed. It only took half a month for the little snake demon who had joined Meizong's sect not long ago to become familiar with him and then to trust him. Although he didn't make much contribution to Meizong's sect, compared with those guys who wanted to escape first when they encountered a task, this timid snake demon took the initiative to follow them every time. He completed many tasks with them and saved many of his compatriots of the demon clan who had fallen into the hands of heretical cultivation. Although he wasn't strong, his spiritual sense was naturally sharp. He reminded them many times in advance and saved them a lot of trouble. He also won the trust of the demons because of this. In the process of carrying out tasks, they would take the initiative to take care of him. They had already regarded him as one of their own. In Phantom Princess Mansion, Li Mu opened the door and saw Hu Jiu standing outside. He asked, "Brother Hu Jiu, is there another task?" Hu Jiu shook her head and said, "You told me not long ago to be careful. During this period of time, you took risks and carried out tasks more diligently than anyone else." Li Mu's face was solemn as he said, "I'm just a little demon. I don't know when I'll be captured by humans and forced to sleep with old women. It's Lord Huanji who gave me everything I have now. I want to repay Lord Huanji." Hu Jiu looked satisfied and said, "Very good. Lord Phantom Princess didn't misjudge you." He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Li Mu. He said, "Lord Phantom Princess gave this to you." Li Mu took the jade bottle and asked, "What is this?" Hu Jiu said, "This is the demon core of a snake demon who just stepped into the 5th realm. We took it back from a human heretical cultivation. Lord Phantom Princess has seen your recent performance. This is her reward for you. After refining this demon core, you should be able to advance to the 4th realm." Li Mu's face revealed an excited expression as he hurriedly said, "Many thanks, Lord Huanji." Hu Jiu patted his shoulder and said, "Work hard. If you can successfully advance, I will propose to Lord Phantom Princess to let you become her personal guard." Li Mu held the jade bottle and said firmly, "Don't worry, Brother Hu Jiu. I will work hard." Looking at Hu Jiu's back, Li Mu closed the door and let out a sigh of relief. During this period of time, with his positive performance, he finally attracted some of Phantom Princess's attention. But it was far from enough to get close to the heavenly book. His next goal was to become her personal guard and gain her complete trust. 3 days later, beside the fake mountain, Phantom Princess was practicing with the stone statue. She suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction. A 4th realm demon energy rushed into the sky. Behind her, Hu Jiu smiled and said, "Lord Phantom Princess, he broke through. Do you want to promote him to your personal guard?" Phantom Princess looked away and said, "Let's wait and see." Chapter 439. In the room, Li Mu retracted the demonic aura that he deliberately emitted. He kept the snake demon pill that Phantom Princess gave him. He planned to give it to his 2 nieces in the future. As long as he converted more of his own Dharma power, he could create the illusion that he had broken through. Not long after, Hu Jiu walked into the courtyard and said regretfully, "Although you can't become Lord Illusion Princess' personal guard right now, I believe that Lord Illusion Princess will agree soon." Li Mu was slightly disappointed. What Hu Zhou meant was that he was not qualified to become Phantom Princess's guard now. Phantom Princess had 20 guards who were her true confidants. If he wanted to get close to her and get the chance to comprehend the heavenly book, he had to become her confidant first. There was no faster way to get close to her than to become her guard. He was already qualified to become her guard as he was at the 4th realm. However, Phantom Princess obviously did not agree. If he wanted to get close to her, Li Mu had to work harder. Hu Zhou seemed to see Li Mu's disappointment. She reached out and gave him a bear hug. She said, "Don't be discouraged. You've only been in Meizong for half a month. Work hard. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Li Mu said, "Thank you, Brother Hu Zhou. I will." Although they were on different sides, after half a month of interaction, Li Mu, as a snake demon, had already built a deep friendship with the people around Phantom Princess. One had to admit that the atmosphere in Meizong was very good. It was even better than the imperial court. When Li Mu was in Fairy's capital, the people around him greeted him with smiles on the surface. However, they were scheming and backstabbing behind his back. They wanted to kill him. However, in Meizong, perhaps because everyone was good-looking, the atmosphere was very harmonious. They supported and helped each other. When facing enemies, they cooperated sincerely. They could even leave their backs to each other. Especially Hu Zhou. From the beginning, she took good care of Li Mu. She brought him quickly to familiarize himself with everything here. She was his guide in Meizong. They met by chance. Li Mu was surprised that Hu Zhou was so nice to him. After they hugged each other deeply, Hu Zhou comforted Li Mu with a few more words before she turned around and left. Li Mu was about to return to his room when he saw a small demon looking at him strangely from the door of another room. This demon was also a fox demon, but she was not from Meizong. Instead, she was a servant of Phantom Princess Manor. There were a total of 4 rooms in this small courtyard. Other than Li Mu, the other 3 demons were all servants of the manor. Li Mu glanced at the little demon and asked, "What are you looking at?" The little demon immediately shook his head and said, "No, nothing." The little demon wanted to return to his room immediately, but Li Mu said in a deep voice, "Come back." Little demon immediately stopped in his tracks. He was just a little demon in human form. His identity could not be compared to the experts of Meizong. Li Mu looked at him and asked, "What did you want to say?" The little demon no longer dared to feign ignorance. He lowered his head and whispered, "Everyone knows that Lord Nine doesn't like women." Li Mu was dumbfounded. What? At this moment, the mystery that had been in his heart for many days was solved. No wonder Hu Zhou repeatedly praised him for his good looks. No wonder Hu Zhou took care of him so much. He thought that Hu Zhou was just warm-hearted and helpful. Everyone knew that Hu Zhou didn't like women, but he didn't. After learning this news, he thought carefully. It seemed that Hu Zhou's words to him these days were full of hints. Li Mu stood there in a daze. He had never been so speechless in his life. After coming to his senses, he didn't dare to stay in the manor anymore. When he walked out of Phantom Princess Manor, he didn't expect to run into Hu Zhou. Hu Zhou asked, "Little snake, where are you going?" Li Mu had nowhere to hide. He said awkwardly, "I'm going to take a bath." Hu Zhou said regretfully, "It's a pity that we have to go out. Otherwise, I would go with you." Li Mu asked, "Is there another mission?" Hu Zhou said, "This mission is very dangerous. You don't have to go. When I come back, I'll take you to take a bath together." Li Mu originally wanted to participate in more missions and make more contributions so that he could become Phantom Princess's guard as soon as possible. But when he thought of Hu Zhou and that he had more important things to do, he gave up the idea and said, "We'll talk about it when we have the chance." He waved to Hu Zhou and strode away. The Fox clan was probably the demon clan that knew how to enjoy life the most. Their IQ was not inferior to that of humans, and they liked to live in human society. The construction of Thousand Fox City was not worse than that of any county in the Great Show, and the entertainment venues in the city were even better. At least, Li Mu had never seen such a magnificent bathhouse in Luoyang. Li Mu walked into the bathhouse. In the bathhouse, a beautiful fox demon saw Li Mu's clothes and the badge on his waist. She immediately put on a smile and said, "My lord, welcome to my shop." Li Mu put down a Fox Nation coin made of spiritual jade and said, "Prepare a single room for me." The beautiful fox demon said with a smile, "Do you want 2 girls to massage your shoulders and back?" Li Mu said indifferently, "There's no need for that. Just prepare a private bath." The service in the bathhouse was very good. Seeing that Li Mu didn't want to talk, the beautiful fox demon didn't say anything more. Soon, she asked someone to prepare a single room with a bath for him. The room was steaming hot. The hot water was poured on the hot stones, creating a thick mist that soon spread throughout the room. Although it had been half a month since he came here, Li Mu still didn't let down his guard. He didn't know if the masters of Maison sect were still spying on him. Even if they were, they wouldn't peek at him taking a bath. Besides, it was steaming here. The mystic light technique could spy on him, but it couldn't remove the fog. Even if someone was spying on him, they wouldn't see anything. Li Mu took off his clothes and walked into the bath. On the highest peak of Thousand Fox City, the handsome man looked at a blurry figure on the screen with admiration. He said, "I didn't expect this demon to have other strong points other than being handsome. Nurture him well. He'll be useful in the future." Huan Ji hurriedly turned around and used her mana to disrupt the mystic light technique. She said with disdain, "When did you become like Hu Jiao?" The handsome man looked at her and said, "You're not young anymore. It's time to think about marriage." "I think Bai Xian is good." Huan Ji waved her hand and said impatiently, "Don't mention him to me. It's so annoying. He's not even as good as me. How can he be my husband?" The handsome man said helplessly, "You're a rare genius of our fox tribe. Isn't it difficult for people of the same age to reach your level?" Huan Ji snorted and said, "This isn't an excuse for them to be weak." At this moment, a figure appeared in her mind. Before meeting Li Mu, Huan Ji thought she was the strongest among people of the same age except for the one in the Great Zhou Divine Capital. After meeting Li Mu, her self-confidence suffered a huge blow. These days, she worked even harder to cultivate so that one day, she could avenge the humiliation she had suffered. Thinking of Li Mu, Huan Ji's heart was filled with anger. She said, "I'll go back first. All right, that statue. Get someone to carve another one for me and send it to my residence." Li Mu was lying comfortably in the bath alone, but he wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. The undercover life of the Maison sect was much harder than he thought. It had been half a month and he still hadn't gained Huan Ji's trust. The only change was that Huan Ji didn't look at him directly. She would occasionally look at him directly. If this continued, he would have to stay here for 3 to 5 years to achieve his goal. This was something Li Mu couldn't accept. He had to think of another way. Li Mu didn't have much experience in winning a woman's trust. Usually, the simplest way was, of course, seduction. However, there was no lack of handsome men and beautiful women in Thousand Fox Country. Even Hu Jiao was handsome. Someone like Old Zhang would be discovered as soon as he sneaked into Thousand Fox Country. There was no chance for him to be an undercover in the Maison sect. With such people around him, Huan Ji couldn't be seduced. Li Mu wouldn't sacrifice his body for the mission. If he wanted to quickly climb up the ranks, he had to rely on other methods. When the fog in the room rose to a limit, Li Mu quietly set up a soundproof array. He took out the spirit snail and whispered, "Your Majesty." Soon, the Empress's voice came from the spirit snail. "Are you coming back?" Li Mu could hear the anticipation in her voice, but he could only say helplessly, "It might take a long time. I don't have much time, so I can only make it short. There are spies from the Maison sect in the palace. It's very likely that they're palace maids near Changle Palace. Your Majesty can pay more attention, but it's best not to alert them." "I understand. Be careful when you're there alone." "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. It's not convenient to talk here. I'll hang up first." In Changle Palace, there had been no sound from the spirit snail for a long time. Joey was still holding it and didn't put it down for a long time. Lady Ju, dressed in black, stood in the hall with a face full of shame. If only one of her spies was half as capable as Li Mu. Such an extremely dangerous task wouldn't be done by Her Majesty's favorite subject. Yao Country, Thousand Fox City. When Li Mu left the bathhouse and returned to his courtyard in Huanji Manor, he saw a figure standing in the courtyard. It seemed that she had been waiting for a long time. Li Mu quickly walked over and bowed. "Greetings, Lady Huanji." Huanji looked at him and thought of the scene in the mystic light technique. Her expression was slightly unnatural, but she quickly calmed down and asked, "Where did you go?" Li Mu said honestly, "I went to the bathhouse to take a bath." "Lady Huanji, do you have any orders?" Huanji said indifferently, "It's not a big deal. I'm still lacking a poison for refining pills. Squeeze some of your poison for me." Chapter 440. Seeing that Li Mu didn't respond for a long time, Phantom Princess asked, "What's wrong? You don't want to?" Li Mu hurriedly said, "Master Phantom Princess, you misunderstood me. I owe you a great favor. I can give you everything, but..." Phantom Princess asked, "But what?" Li Mu explained, "But not all snakes are poisonous. I happen to be the kind that is not poisonous. I can't squeeze out any venom." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Phantom Princess glanced at him and left in disappointment. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. He was pretending. Even if Phantom Princess squeezed him dry, she couldn't squeeze out a drop of venom. The life of a spy was indeed full of danger. If he was careless, he would be exposed. In the past night, Li Mu didn't sleep well. He wasn't worried about being exposed, but he was thinking about how to tell Hu Jiu tactfully that he always liked women with big breasts and big butts. No matter how beautiful a man was, he wouldn't change his preference. It would be offensive and strange if he said it directly, but he was afraid that Hu Jiu wouldn't understand if he said it tactfully. Should he invite her to the brothel in the city? Some female monsters in the city didn't mind selling their bodies in order to get cultivation resources because they didn't have high cultivation talent. They were willing to do it, and it was legal in the Thousand Fox country. If he invited Hu Jiu to such a place, she should understand what he meant. No, he was still pretending to be an innocent Shao by snake. His purpose was to get close to Phantom Princess. Doing this kind of thing might reduce his impression in Phantom Princess's mind. It was completely ignoring the essentials. After thinking for a whole night, Li Mu decided to remind her secretly. After Li Mu got out of bed, he had just finished washing up when the dull sound of a bell suddenly came from outside. It was the signal for the Meizong sect to gather everyone. Li Mu quickly walked out of the yard and came to the front yard. More than 10 figures had gathered in the yard. All of them looked gloomy. Li Mu didn't know what had happened. When he was about to ask Hu Jiu, he glanced around the crowd and didn't see Hu Jiu. The demons that followed Hu Jiu on the mission yesterday had already returned, but Hu Jiu was nowhere to be seen. Li Mu looked at a demon who went on a mission with Hu Jiu yesterday and asked, "Where's brother Hu Jiu?" The fox monster lowered her head and said sadly, "We fell into the heretical cultivations trap. Brother Hu Jiu stayed behind to cover our escape." Then, the fox demon did not continue, but someone else had already recounted the entire sequence of events. Meizong had obtained a lot of information about heretical cultivation by searching their souls after capturing the 5 heretical cultivation practitioners. With the intelligence, they had destroyed several nests of heretical cultivation and rescued dozens of their compatriots of the demon race in half a month. However, they were noticed by the heretical cultivation organizations, too. This time, the heretical cultivation organization had deliberately released false information to lure them into the trap and then set up an ambush early on. If the demons had not smelled the danger in advance, perhaps none of them would have made it back this time. Even so, Hu Jiu had sacrificed her life to create a chance for them to escape. Phantom Princess walked out from the backyard and said in a low voice, "Follow me." A fox monster stood out and said to Phantom Princess, "Lord Phantom Princess, this matter needs to be considered at length. The 5 heretical cultivation practitioners are all in the 5th realm. They are siblings from the same mother. When they work together, they can fight against 6th realm cultivators. If we go, we will only be courting death. Lord Phantom Princess, please reconsider. We can't let Master Hu Jiu's sacrifice be in vain. We will take revenge sooner or later, but not now." Hearing everyone's advice, Phantom Princess took a deep breath and turned into a stream of light, flying to the highest mountain in Thousand Fox Country. Not long after, at the peak, the handsome man shook his head at Phantom Princess and said, "Father is in seclusion. I have to guard this place and can't leave. Moreover, you know the rules of the demon country. No matter what grudges the people below have, no matter how big the trouble is, cultivators in the sixth realm and above can't interfere. Once we break this rule, others can break it too. When that happens, this place will become chaotic again. More fifth realm and even sixth realm cultivators will die." Phantom Princess did not force it. She gritted her teeth and said, "Then I will go myself." The handsome man shook his head and said, "You can't go. You are not their match." Phantom Princess said, "I want to take revenge for Wuxia." With that, she flew into the air and left. However, just as she flew into the air, her body stopped in the air and she could not take another step forward. Phantom Princess said angrily, "Let me go." The handsome man shook his head and said, "I can't let you go. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to Father." He waved his hand and Phantom Princess flew into the cave. The handsome man casually set up a formation and said, "Calm down inside first. When the time is right, I will let you take revenge for Wuxia. Let me out. Huan Yun, you bastard. Let me out. Let me out. I curse you that you will never be able to marry a wife." Phantom Princess cursed loudly in the cave. The handsome man just shook his head helplessly and flew away. The news of Lady Wuxia's death at the hands of the heretical cultivation quickly spread throughout Thousand Fox City. The demon citizens in the city were all filled with righteous indignation. Some of them were rescued by Wuxia from the heretical cultivation. However, the news that came later made them even angrier. The heretical cultivation actually hung Lady Wuxia's corpse on the mountain gate and let it be exposed to the sun by the feng shui. This was a naked insult. For a moment, the citizens of Thousand Fox Country were furious. They wanted nothing more than to flatten the heretical cultivation, but Meizong did not do anything. Those evil cultivators were too powerful. If the first elder didn't show up, even if they went, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. In the cave on the highest peak of Thousand Fox Country, Phantom Princess gritted her teeth. "I must kill them." At the entrance of the cave, a fox demon was telling her about the situation in Thousand Fox Country in the past 2 days. Then he remembered something and said, "There is one more thing that I don't dare to guess. I don't know if I should tell Lady Phantom Princess." Phantom Princess took a deep breath and said, "Speak." The fox demon said, "The snake demon we brought back last time has disappeared for 2 days. He should have left Thousand Fox City. He didn't tell anyone about this. Maybe he was afraid of death and ran away." Phantom Princess said coldly, "If he wants to leave, then leave. Meizong doesn't matter with him. The next time we meet, we will be enemies." The fox demon said indignantly, "This demon doesn't know how to repay kindness at all. If it wasn't for Lady Phantom Princess, he would still be a demon in human form. He might not be able to condense a demon core in this lifetime." Phantom Princess shook her head and said, "Don't mention him again. Think of a way to bring Wuxia's corpse back." There was a look of humiliation in the fox demon's eyes, but he still sighed and said, "This is obviously bait. They insulted Wuxia's body to lure us there. There must be a trap set up there and they are waiting for us to come to them." The experts of the clan were killed and their corpses were exposed. These days, Thousand Fox Country was extremely depressed. It had been a long time since the people from Meizong sect showed a smile. Wuxia was killed, and there was a traitor in the sect. The snake demon had joined Meizong for less than a month and escaped from Thousand Fox Country. This was the shame of Meizong in recent years. I knew it. That snake demon is extremely cowardly. Who forced him to join the sect? It's Wuxia. Wuxia is silly. I know he took a fancy to the snake demon's beauty, but Meizong recruits not only based on beauty, but also character and temperament. A while ago, he was still pretending to be fearless. Now he has shown his true colors, right? At the city gate of Thousand Fox City, the 2 experts of Meizong who guarded the city gate were still angry when they talked about the snake demon. At this moment, a figure slowly walked in from outside the city gate. It was a figure that was not tall. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. He limped from afar. "Who is it?" "This is Thousand Fox Country." "Stop." The two experts of Maison flew forward, but in the next moment, their expressions changed. At the city gate, the person was carrying something on his back. He wrapped a vine around his waist and connected it tightly to the thing on his back. The two quickly saw the thing on his back. It was a corpse. When they saw the face of the corpse, the two exclaimed again. "It's Wuxia." Wuxia's corpse. The figure walked over step by step. When he reached the city gate, he slowly raised his head. Under the blood, a handsome and delicate face was revealed. He smiled at the two and said in a hoarse voice, "I brought back Brother Wuxia's corpse." After saying that, he fell down. The two hurried forward to support him, their faces full of shock. "It's him. He didn't escape. He actually brought back Wuxia's corpse. How did he do it?" The two hurried back to the city with a man and a corpse. Not long after, a piece of news from Maison made the entire Thousand Fox Country boil. Master Wuxia's corpse was brought back, and the person who brought it back was the little demon of Maison who had defected for half a month. Soon, everyone understood that he did not defect. Everyone in Thousand Fox Country wanted to bring back Wuxia's corpse, but no one took action because they knew that it was a trap that would kill whoever went. During these days, they could only condemn and condemn. However, there was a demon who left Thousand Fox Country alone without saying anything. Half a month later, when he returned again, he had already brought back Wuxia's corpse and the dignity of Maison and Thousand Fox Country. Although they did not know what happened in the past half a month, it was said that when the little demon carried Wuxia's corpse back to Thousand Fox City, there were nearly 100 wounds of various sizes on his body. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil, and his life was hanging by a thread. If Lady Phantom Princess had not saved him with precious spirit pills, he would probably be dead now. That little snake demon caused a lot of discussion in the city. I want to apologize to him. A few days ago, I scolded him for defecting. What a good man! He's a true hero. A hero worthy of everyone's admiration. That lord even took a bath in our bathhouse. He looks handsome and charming, but I didn't expect him to be so courageous. In Phantom Princess Manor, countless figures stood in the courtyard. Many of their faces were still filled with disbelief. Unbelievable. Even the Grand Elder might not be able to escape unscathed from that place. How did a fourth realm little demon do it? I've never seen such serious injuries. What did he go through? He's still alive. What's supporting him? Everyone could not understand how a weak little demon could do such a big thing that even a sixth realm powerhouse would not be able to do easily. What happened in between? In the room, Li Mu opened his eyes and looked at the figure standing in front of the bed. He struggled to get up and said, Greetings, Lady Phantom Princess." Phantom Princess pressed his shoulder and pressed him back on the bed. She said, "You're seriously injured and need to rest. There's no need to salute." Then, she looked at Li Mu's face and asked, "How did you do it?" Li Mu's eyes were filled with sadness. He said, "Here, Brother Wuxia was the person who treated me the best. I couldn't watch his body be humiliated after he died. So, I used the snake race's concealment technique and hid in front of the heretical cultivation for half a month before the 5 heretical cultivation powerhouses left." Phantom Princess shook her head and said, "Even so, you couldn't have gotten Wuxia's body?" Li Mu said, "I knew that there must be an ambush around Big Brother Wuxia's body. If I fought head-on, I would be courting death, so I could only use my wits. Therefore, an hour after the 5 evil cultivators left, I changed into one of their appearances and tricked their subordinates into putting down Big Brother Wuxia's body. Unfortunately, I was still discovered in the end. It wasn't easy for me to kill my way out. Fortunately, after the 5 evil cultivators left, there were no more 5th realm cultivators. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see Lord Phantom Princess." Phantom Princess blurted out, "That's impossible. The transformation technique requires at least a 6th realm cultivation. Even I don't know it. You can't have the Fulu and pills to disguise yourself?" Li Mu looked at her and said gratefully, I have to thank Lady Phantom Princess. It was you who helped me reach the fourth realm. At the same time, I awakened a talent. Snakes don't have the ability to transform, unless... Phantom Princess looked at Li Mu with confusion. She quickly thought of something and said, You have the bloodline of the lizard race? Li Mu nodded and said, My grandmother is from the lizard race. The lizard race was known as the four-legged snake. The snake race and the lizard race often intermarried. Phantom Princess was no longer confused and said, You shouldn't have acted on your own? Li Mu shook his head and said, Even you were imprisoned. If I said that I was going to bring back Brother Hujo's body, I definitely wouldn't have been allowed. Phantom Princess asked, Are you willing to give up your life for Brother Hujo's body? Li Mu smiled and said, My father told me that there are things that I shouldn't do in my life. I can't let Brother Hujo be humiliated because I'm afraid of death. Otherwise, even if I'm alive, I'll feel guilty. I didn't expect Little Snake to be so loyal. A shadow floated in from the outside and looked at Li Mu emotionally. She said, I didn't love you for nothing. You're willing to die for my body. Are you also tempted by me? Li Mu looked at the spirit that looked exactly like Hujo and his expression became sluggish. Phantom Princess explained, Even though Hujo lost her body, her demon soul still managed to escape in the end. Hujo sighed and said with pity, It's a pity that I didn't listen to Lord Phantom Princess's words. If I also cultivated a Tao technique and formed a primordial spirit, I could find a new body and be reborn. I wouldn't have turned into a ghost like this. She looked at Li Mu and asked, Little Snake, you won't stop loving me because I've become a ghost, right? Li Mu laid on the bed and struggled to raise his hand. He gave Hujo the middle finger and said, Love your mother. After that, he fainted again. Hujo was about to go forward when Phantom Princess waved her hand and said, He almost died. Let him rest. He'll be of great use to me in the future. You can't have any ideas about him. Hujo's face was filled with resentment. She sighed and said, I understand. After the human and ghost left, the door closed automatically. On the bed, Li Mu opened his eyes again. He exhaled softly and a smile appeared on his face. After spending a lot of time together, even if it was a dog, he would have some feelings for it. Putting aside the standpoint of race, these demons were actually more worthy of deep friendship than humans. He was very happy that Hujo's demon soul was still there. This time, he took back Hujo's body. Although it was also to gain Phantom Princess's trust, it was more because of their friendship. This kind of ending could be said to be a happy ending. What he said to Phantom Princess was all true. Although Li Mu had the strength to break into the heretical cultivation sect and take Hujo's body, after that, he couldn't explain the process to Phantom Princess and the people of Maison sect. Therefore, he could only use a trick. He really hid near the heretical cultivation organization's nest for half a month, patiently waiting for the leader of the heretical cultivation to leave. He also really changed into the appearance of one of them to deceive their subordinates. But the flaw was deliberately exposed by Li Mu. If he easily carried Hujo's body back, it would be too fake. It would be strange if Phantom Princess didn't suspect him. On the other hand, if he managed to snatch back the corpses of his compatriots, those who doubted him would feel ashamed. Li Mu didn't believe that Phantom Princess wouldn't let him be her personal guard after he risked his life so much. If he couldn't be promoted this time, Li Mu really couldn't do this job. The elixir that Phantom Princess gave him must be of heaven grade. He quietly rested in the room for 3 days. His injuries were almost healed. Not even a scar could be seen on his body. During these 3 days, he had cute little fox demons serving him. These little fox demons that had just transformed looked at him with stars in their eyes. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a little fox demon walked in and looked at Li Mu with admiration. She said softly, Sir, Lord Phantom Princess invites you over. Li Mu got out of bed for the first time in 3 days and came to Phantom Princess's courtyard. In the courtyard, Phantom Princess sized up Li Mu and asked, How's your recovery? Li Mu cupped his fists and said, It's almost done. Thank you for the elixir. Phantom Princess nodded and said, Although you carried Hu Jiu's body back and made a great contribution, there are still many people in the sect who don't believe you can do it. So, I need you to show me your abilities. As long as you can prove that what you said is true, I won't let anyone who dares to criticize you go easily. Li Mu had already expected this and was not afraid. He used his sleeve to cover his face. After a moment, when he moved his sleeve away, he had already turned into Hu Jiu. Phantom Princess revealed a strange expression and said, "In a certain demon race, there is only 1 in 10,000 people who can awaken this level of innate ability. You are the first one I have seen." Actually, the innate abilities of the various demon races were not that hard to awaken. It was just that they did not know the method. If they knew the method, humans could also use demon techniques, but it was not as easy as the demon race. Li Mu changed back and looked at Phantom Princess and asked, "Lord Phantom Princess, is it done?" Phantom Princess nodded and said, "You can go back." Li Mu let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, Phantom Princess suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait." Li Mu turned his head and asked, "Lord Phantom Princess, is there anything else?" Phantom Princess thought for a moment and pointed at the statue that was filled with sword marks beside the fake mountain and said, "Change into him for me to see." Li Mu looked at the statue and swallowed his saliva. He said softly, "Lord Phantom Princess, I have never seen him before. I'm afraid I can't change." Phantom Princess crossed her arms and said, "No problem, you can change." Li Mu probed, "Then I will try?" Phantom Princess nodded and said, "Let's begin." Li Mu covered his face with his sleeve again. After a moment, he slowly moved his sleeve away. Phantom Princess walked over step by step and examined him for a long time. Finally, she stretched out her hand and patted his face. She pulled it and revealed a meaningful smile and said, "Good, very good." Li Mu's face was pale and filled with fear. He said with a trembling voice, Lord Phantom Princess, don't be like this." Phantom Princess looked at this familiar face and a certain image appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but curl up her lips and reveal a smile that could charm all living things. She said, "From now on, you can follow me." This means that Li Mu is already her personal guard and also her personal guard. Li Mu has taken a big step towards his final goal. He revealed a happy expression and said, "Thank you, Lord Phantom Princess." Phantom Princess thought for a moment and said, "I'll change your name. I'll call you that from now on." Li Mu bowed and said, "This subordinate will follow Lord Phantom Princess's arrangement." Phantom Princess pinched his face again and said, "Remember, from now on, you will be called Li Mu." Chapter 441. Li Mu would have thought that he had been discovered if Phantom Princess did not summon the elites of Meizong sect. Li Mu asked anxiously, "Lord Phantom Princess, can I leave now?" Phantom Princess looked at him and said, "You don't have to go back. From now on, you will stay in the courtyard next to mine. I will summon you if I need anything." Li Mu was delighted. He did not know if he was closer to her psychologically, but at least he was closer physically. He was one big step closer to his final goal. He left Phantom Princess's place and went back to his room to pack his things. He met a few people from Meizong sect along the way. They all stopped and clenched their right fist and hit their left shoulder. This was a gesture of respect from Meizong sect. Li Mu had won their respect after hiding near the heretical cultivation organization for half a month and taking back the body of his fellow sect member. At this moment, there was a storm in a heretical cultivation organization. Trash. You can't even protect a body with dozens of people? Someone swaggered in, took away the demonic corpse, and killed more than 10 people. What were you doing at that time? You trash, how dare you face me? An elder looked down furiously. Dozens of people knelt on the ground and did not dare to raise their heads. "Master, it's not that we're incompetent, it's just that the thief is too cunning. As soon as you left, he pretended to be you and tricked the corpse away. Although we realized that something was wrong later, that thief is extremely good at hiding. We couldn't find him at all when he snuck into the forest. We split up to search, but he defeated us one by one and killed a few of us. Moreover, this person is not afraid of death, as if he doesn't care about his own life. exchanging injury for injury, exchanging life for life. He's very difficult to deal with. Cut the crap! An old man waved his hand and said, "This is a great humiliation, truly a great humiliation. Pass down my order. Anyone who can take that bastard's life will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit jades. Anyone who can capture him alive and bring him to me will be rewarded with 2,000 spirit jades." In Thousand Fox City, the spies of Maisong sect quickly found out about the heretical cultivation organization's kill order. 1,000 spiritual jades was a great temptation for cultivators below Realm 6, regardless of whether they were humans or demons. But at the same time, for the first time, they learned the details of this matter from the heretical cultivation. He had hidden for half a month just to wait for an opportunity. First, he cheated the trust of the heretical cultivation. After being discovered, he was besieged by the heretical cultivation. In the process of escaping, he even killed more than 10 heretical cultivation practitioners of the same level. What kind of fierce man was he? Just thinking about the process would send chills down the spines of those who were timid. In Li Mu's new residence, Wuxia floated in the air. She looked at Li Mu emotionally and said, "Little snake, I used to think you were timid and afraid of death. I want to apologize to you. You're a real tough guy, different from those pretty Xiaobai guys." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I'm back now. In fact, I'm also afraid of death. So when I do things, I plan carefully. We snakes are cold-blooded and are born to be stealthy. The forest is my territory. If they dare to come in, they'll die." Wuxia sighed and asked, "So it's really not because of love?" Li Mu also said seriously, "I still like beautiful women. It won't change in my life." Wuxia said, "Who do you like? Tell me and I'll give up completely." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I can't tell you." Wuxia thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Is it Miss Phantom Princess?" Li Mu didn't deny it and said, "Big brother Wuxia, please help me keep it a secret." Wuxia sighed and said, "I knew it. Maisong sect, Thousand Fox City, no, the entire demon nation, as long as they're capable, they don't like Miss Phantom Princess. But your love is destined to be fruitless. Unless you can capture Li Mu alive and bring him to Miss Phantom Princess and become the personal disciple of the Heavenly Monarch, then you'll have a chance." Li Mu clenched his fist and said, "I'll work hard." Wuxia left in disappointment. Li Mu closed the door and lay on the bed. Any female, no matter if she was a woman or a female demon, would find it hard to hate someone who liked her, even if she didn't like them. Not to mention someone like him who was handsome and loyal. In order to complete the mission earlier, Li Mu had to use all means to win Miss Phantom's favor. After lying down for a while, Miss Phantom's voice came from outside. "Li Mu, come here." Li Mu didn't move immediately. Instead, he waited for Miss Phantom to call him 3 times before he walked out of the room. He flew over the wall and landed in another courtyard. Miss Phantom frowned and asked, "What are you doing in the room? I called you 3 times. Li Mu said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Miss Phantom. I haven't gotten used to this new name and didn't react immediately." Miss Phantom said, "Get used to it slowly." She threw a token to Li Mu and said, "From now on, you're my personal guard. Wherever I go, you follow." Li Mu stood with his chest out and said, "Yes." Miss Phantom said again, "Also, before you see me, you have to turn into that statue." Li Mu touched his head and asked in confusion, "Why?" Miss Phantom said indifferently, "There's no why. You just have to listen." Li Mu didn't say anything else. He used his sleeves to wipe his face and quickly turned into another face. Miss Phantom sized him up and waved her hand in the air. Li Mu's projection appeared in front of him. Miss Phantom said, "There's still a bit of difference. Take a closer look. It's best if you can make me look exactly the same." Li Mu revealed a troubled expression and said, I will try my best." 2 hours later, after numerous tests, Li Mu finally turned into something that Miss Phantom was satisfied with. Miss Phantom asked someone to bring him a set of clothes and said, "Change." Li Mu went back to change into a new set of clothes. His original sword was broken in the battle with the heretical cultivation. Miss Phantom also gave him a new one. The quality was better than the original. It was at least Earth grade. When he stood in front of Miss Phantom again, she was stunned for a moment before she raised her hand and slashed at him. Li Mu covered his head with his hands and said in panic, "Miss Phantom, don't." The short sword in Miss Phantom's hand stopped when it was just a hair's breadth away from his neck. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She smiled and said, "Although your cultivation has increased, it's because of external items. Your strength and cultivation aren't compatible. From today onwards, I will guide your cultivation every day. Now you can use the sword in your hand to attack me." At this moment, the way Miss Phantom looked at him made Li Mu think of the Empress. Before she sparred with Li Mu, that was how she looked at him. Li Mu finally knew why Miss Phantom made him like this. She was using the excuse of guiding his cultivation to vent her anger. Although in her heart, Li Mu wasn't the Li Mu she hated. They looked the same, so she felt good beating him up. This meant that he became her scapegoat. At this moment, Li Mu wanted to retaliate angrily, but in the next moment he thought of Han Xian, Go Jian, and Ultraman. A great man knows when to yield and when not to. If you can't bear small things, you can't get a fox without entering the fox's lair. For the heavenly book, for the secrets of Maison, he endured. Li Mu took a deep breath and looked at Miss Phantom seriously. He said, "Miss Phantom, I'm sorry." He stabbed with his sword and shouted, "Take this." The two swords in Miss Phantom's hands were replaced with two whips. She whipped Li Mu and said, "Too slow. Still too slow. There are too many flaws. That's it? How did you kill your way out of those people?" Li Mu gritted his teeth and persevered. The Phantom Princess did not suppress her dermic powers at all. It was obvious that she was bullying him. However, Li Mu could only bear with it. He would remember this in his heart. Once he obtained the heavenly book and found out about the Maison Sect's spy in the fairy's capital, he would return the whip he received today many times over. Outside the door, Hu Jiu looked at the scene in the courtyard from afar. She shook her head and said, "Is this love?" The fox demon beside her whispered, "How can you bully a demon like this? Miss Phantom is too much." 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, Li Mu accepted Miss Phantom's actions and didn't complain at all. Although his body was humiliated, Miss Phantom would reward him with some recovery pills and various magic treasures after each session. The people of Maison pitied him at the beginning, but later on, they were only envious. A few days later, Miss Phantom seemed to be embarrassed. Looking at the silent Li Mu, she waved her hand and said, "Forget it, I won't practice today." She sat on the stone bench and said, "Come and massage my shoulders." In a bathhouse in Thousand Fox City, mist lingered. In the soundproof array, Li Mu was reporting to the Empress. In the distant Chang'e Palace in Fairy's capital, Zhou Yi, who was leaning on the dragon throne, sat up straight and said angrily, "What? She bullied you and even asked you to massage her shoulders. I didn't even let you massage me." Pa! She suddenly stood up and slammed the table in front of her. The heavy wooden table was shattered into pieces. Zhou Yi's chest heaved up and down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn that fox! I'm so angry." Chapter 442. Thousand Fox City. Hu Jiu, who had lost her physical body and switched to the path of ghost, was chatting with several companions. "Have you guys noticed that Lady Illusion Princess seems to be a little different recently? You noticed it too? I thought it was just my imagination." "It's not your imagination. Lord Phantom Princess likes to smile more recently, and her complexion is much better than before. She looks like those young ladies who have been nourished." "Shut up. Is Lord Phantom Princess someone you can talk about?" Hearing Hu Jiu's angry rebuke, everyone obediently shut their mouths. They looked at a certain limping figure walking out of Lord Phantom Princess's residence with envy on their faces. Lord Phantom Princess has never treated anyone like this before. She would give Little Snake a lot of rewards every time. His wealth is now richer than ours. Yesterday, she even gave Little Snake a heavenly flask treasure. Even we don't have this kind of treasure. If we really fight, we might not be his match. Little Snake exchanged his body for this. Look at how badly he is trampled by Lord Phantom Princess every time. This is nothing. If he is willing, I can exchange it with him. That depends on Lord Phantom Princess. Li Mu had already become Phantom Princess's personal guard. She would reward him with some good things every day, but he still could not come into contact with the heavenly book. Over the past few days, he had never missed a single mission. All the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Phantom Princess had been avenged by the evil cultivators. With the treasures that Phantom Princess gave him, Li Mu could unleash even more power. When they encountered danger, he would always rush to the front. When everyone retreated, he would also take the initiative to stay behind and cut off their escape route. When he fought, he would lose 800 of his own men and 1,000 of his enemies. His actions of exchanging injuries for lives gradually won him the respect of everyone. Recently, everyone had changed the way they addressed him from Little Snake to Lordly. Not only did Phantom Princess change his name, but she also let everyone in Maison Sect call him that. From the beginning to the end, Li Mu did not wait for these people to call him Daniel Wu. Li Mu was extremely disdainful of Phantom Princess's self-comforting behavior. Instead of going to Fairy's capital to seek revenge, she chose to lie to herself and others. What kind of hero was she? If she had the ability, she would have a fair fight in the future. Li Mu would let her have a good taste of what he was feeling now. Outside, the bell rang again. When Li Mu arrived at the front courtyard, he discovered that many experts had gathered here. Taking a closer look, weren't they the experts from Maison Sect and Mirage Sect that Huan Ji had brought to White Emperor's cave mansion the last time? Among the 10 demonic Dao sects, the Mirage Sect and the Maison Sect were both controlled by the 10,000 Illusion Lord. This lineup already included half of the experts of the two sections. After seeing these people, Li Mu understood Phantom Princess's goal. The Heavenly Fox clan was a clan that repaid kindness and revenge. It was not the Heavenly Fox's style to not take revenge after suffering such a huge loss last time. She would always remember this matter in her heart, and even her cultivation would be affected. She had gathered these experts for the sake of revenge. Among the 12 people other than Li Mu, the others were all Fifth Realm. However, these Fifth Realm experts did not look down on Li Mu at all. In the past few days, Li Mu had used practical actions to prove that he could do what Fifth Realm experts could do. He could even do better. He could also do things that Fifth Realm experts could not do. Although his cultivation was not very high, his fearless spirit was impressive. Suspended in the void, Phantom Princess said coldly, "Let's go." Dozens of figures broke through the void and flew out of the Thousand Fox country. Several hours later, whoosh! Li Mu cut down a heretical cultivation expert with a sword. He looked at the distant sky. There were waves of intense dermic power fluctuations. Their opponents this time were very strong. They were the 5 leaders of a heretical cultivation organization. The 5 of them were twins. After cultivating, their minds were connected and they cooperated very well. When the 5 of them worked together, they could fight against 6th Realm experts with 5th Realm cultivation. Their strength was also at the top of the heretical cultivation organization. This was also the reason why Phantom Princess did not take revenge last time. Within the Yao Nation, 6th Realm experts could not easily attack. Even someone as strong as Maison Sect could not do anything to this heretical cultivation organization. Phantom Princess took a long time to gather these experts again. She wanted to avenge her past humiliation and take revenge. It was not without reason that the 5 brothers could occupy a place in the Yao Nation. When the 5 brothers worked together, they cooperated very well. Phantom Princess had gathered 10 Maison Sect experts, but they were only evenly matched. With Li Mu's current cultivation, he naturally could not participate in a battle of this level. Otherwise, Phantom Princess and the others would definitely be suspicious. In this heretical cultivation base, other than the 5 leaders, the underlings could not participate in a battle of this level. They all surrounded Li Mu. Now, even if Li Mu was at the 4th realm and had the Dharma treasure given to him by Phantom Princess, he was not afraid of 5th realm cultivators. Killing these evil cultivators was like chopping vegetables. It's him. He's the one who snatched the corpse last time. Retreat. Although the appearance was different, the feeling that the person gave them was definitely not wrong. The heretical cultivation group quickly recognized that the person in front of them was the terrifying existence who barged into their base alone not long ago, snatched the fox demon's corpse, and killed more than 10 of their brothers along the way. After realizing this, the heretical cultivation group that was abnormally fierce immediately retreated in fear. Li Mu was about to give chase when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his eyebrows and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Then, a powerful aura exploded from the ground. Judging from this aura, it was actually another 5th realm expert, and his strength should be at the peak of 5th realm. His cultivation was much higher than Phantom Princess's. Then, the ground cracked open somewhere, and a figure broke through the air. When he saw that figure, Li Mu was stunned. This person's appearance was exactly the same as the 5 leaders of this heretical cultivation organization. In the sky, the experts of the 2 sects were stunned and immediately revealed shocked expressions. Why is there another one? Oh no, there's 6 brothers. Damn it, it's a trap. That elder did not help the other 5. Instead, he looked at Li Mu with a sinister gaze and gritted his teeth. So it's you? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. Li Mu did not hesitate to slap a Fulu note on himself and escape into the distance. Where he originally stood, the elder's skinny hand reached out. If Li Mu was still there, his hand would have pierced through his heart. You can't escape. The elder's attack did not succeed. He coldly snorted and chased after Li Mu. In the sky, Phantom Princess's expression changed. Just as she was about to chase after him, an elder blocked her and sneered. Little beauty, it's already like this, and you're still thinking about others. Take care of yourself first? Phantom Princess coldly said, Scram! The elder did not reply, but his attacks became even fiercer. Phantom Princess coldly looked at him and crushed a jade talisman in her hand. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind her. It was a huge scarlet fox. The scarlet fox shadow was 1,000 feet long and had 7 tails behind it. After the scarlet fox shadow appeared, it entered Phantom Princess's body. The 5 elders looked at Phantom Princess, who was emitting a terrifying aura, with fear in their eyes. They suddenly had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. At the same time, in the forest, a figure was quickly escaping. Behind him, a stream of light was chasing closely. The distance between the two was constantly closing. Let me see how long your Fulu can last. You dare to kill my disciple. In a moment, I will extract your soul and refine your body into a corpse. I won't kill your soul. I will let you suffer the pain of your soul being burned by the nether fire every day. The power of the Fulu was limited. The Fulu on Li Mu's body was constantly fading. His speed also gradually slowed down. The elder used his Fa Li and suddenly sped up. His skinny hand viciously grabbed at Li Mu's neck. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt extreme fear from the bottom of his heart. His body instantly retreated as he looked at Li Mu with uncertainty. Li Mu's body had already stopped. He floated in the air. He turned his head and looked at the elder. His expression was strange as he said, "There's something?" The elder looked at Li Mu with fear. Just a moment ago, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. This was related to the cultivation technique he cultivated. His cultivation technique allowed him to sense danger the moment before it arrived. He felt this feeling from many experts. A moment ago, he had actually sensed the same danger from this low-level demon. However, no matter how he looked at it, this person was just a 4th-level demon. He was shocked and asked in a low voice, "What exactly are you?" Li Mu looked left and right. After confirming that they had flown far away and that there was no one around, he said calmly, "That's enough." In the air, a huge bell suddenly appeared. Under the elder's terrified gaze, it covered his head. Chapter 443. Li Mu, where are you? A figure broke through the air. Phantom Princess's voice resounded through the forest with the help of her magic power. After using the top-level magic of the Fox clan to take care of the 5 heretical cultivation, she immediately chased after Li Mu and the old man. She knew clearly that although Li Mu had many magic treasures, he was definitely not the old man's match. Along the way, there were no traces of the two, nor were there any signs of fighting. Hu Jiu flew behind her and asked worriedly, "Will Little Snake be okay?" Phantom Princess's expression was ugly. They didn't know beforehand that the 5 leaders of the heretical cultivation organization were all wild boar demons. And they were not 5 brothers, but 6. She took a deep breath and ordered everyone, "Split up and search." Everyone split up and searched in the same direction. When Phantom Princess flew above a forest, a weak voice came from below. "Lord Phantom Princess, I'm here." In the forest, under the thick layer of leaves, a small hill suddenly appeared. Li Mu carefully climbed out of it. Phantom Princess saw that he was fine and let out a sigh of relief. She asked, "Where's the person chasing you?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I know I'm not his match, so I hid. He flew over my head, but I don't know where he is now." Phantom Princess said, "It's good that you're fine." Li Mu smiled and said, "Our snake clan is good at hiding. With the aura concealing talisman that Lord Phantom Princess gave me, that old man couldn't find me at all." After finding Li Mu, Phantom Princess gathered everyone again and went to the headquarters of the Heretical Cultivation Organization. Of the 6 leaders of the Heretical Cultivation Organization, 5 died in Phantom Princess's hands. The last one chased after Li Mu but failed and disappeared. His 5 brothers were already dead, and he was the only one left. He probably didn't have the guts to come back. As for their subordinates, they were also dealt with by the experts of the 2 sections. These people from the heretical cultivation had done all kinds of evil deeds and had a blood feud with the demon clan. Basically, they would not rest until one of them was dead. In Maison, there were many members who had been captured by heretical cultivation. After being rescued, they naturally joined Maison. From the base of the heretical cultivation, they found dozens of imprisoned demons. There were both males and females, and without exception, the males were handsome and the females were beautiful. In addition, there were more than 10 human women here. In the dungeon, the human women were huddled together, trembling as they looked at the demons outside. Hu Jiu looked at Huan Ji and asked, "Lord Huan Ji, should we follow the old rules and bring them to Zhejiang County? Inform their officials and let them deal with it themselves?" Phantom Princess nodded and said, "You and Li Mu can go." A fox demon who was rescued said indignantly, "Why should we care about these humans? Let them stay here and perish on their own." Huan Ji glanced at him and said, "You should hate those people from the heretical cultivation. They are the same as you." The fox demon's throat moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. Huan Ji lent Hu Jiu a flask magic treasure. After putting the human women into the magic treasure, Hu Jiu and Li Mu flew to Zhejiang County. Li Mu was silent along the way. Hu Jiu asked, "Do you think Lord Huan Ji is too kind to the humans?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes." Hu Jiu looked at him and said, "These humans didn't do anything wrong. They are also victims. Those humans said that the demon clan is cruel and bloodthirsty. If we do that, wouldn't it be the same as what they said?" Li Mu thought about it and asked, "Since we don't hate humans, why do we have so many spies in the Great Zhou and go against the Imperial Court?" Hu Jiu snorted and said, "What bullsh** T Imperial Court? What did we demon clan do wrong to be treated like this by humans? The Imperial Court allowed humans to kill us wantonly and take our souls. When we wanted revenge, the Imperial Court sent out masters to kill us. If we want fairness, we have to overthrow them and establish our own Imperial Court." Li Mu was speechless after hearing Hu Jiu's words. If he was really a snake demon and suffered such unfair treatment, he would also want to overthrow the Great Zhou Court. But he wasn't. Li Mu sighed deeply. After a long time, he said, "I don't know how many spies the Maison sect has in the Imperial Court. When can we overthrow them and establish our own Imperial Court?" Hu Jiu sighed and said, "When Cui Ming was alive, we could even directly influence some of the decisions of the Great Zhou Court. We also took the opportunity to plant many spies in the internal guards of the Great Zhou Empress. Unfortunately, after Cui Ming's death, the internal guards were also purged. Our influence on the Great Zhou Court is much smaller. Speaking of this, she looked at Li Mu again and said, "This is all because of Li Mu, the empress of the great Zhou Empress. He destroyed at least 10 years of the Maison Sect's plan, so the Lord of Heaven gave him such a generous reward. Lord Huanji also suffered a few losses in his hands, so she changed your name and let you become him. She usually beats you to vent her anger. You have to behave well and make her happy." Li Mu said helplessly, "I know." He snorted and said, "It's all that damn Li Mu's fault. If it weren't for him, we could still directly influence the Great Zhou court. Now, in their imperial court, we shouldn't have such a high-ranking spy, right?" Hu Zhou smiled proudly and said, "Who said we don't?" Li Mu asked curiously, "Who is it?" Hu Zhou shook her head and said, "I can't say this. This is the rule of the Maison sect." Li Mu said unhappily, "Brother Hu Zhou, don't you trust me?" Hu Zhou said, "Of course I trust you, but this is a secret of our sect. Even the people of the Maison sect can't reveal it to each other." Li Mu said disappointedly, "Then I won't ask. I know that I'm too inexperienced and you don't trust me. These secrets are not something I can inquire about." Hu Zhou hurriedly said, "Don't think like that. Everyone, including Master Huanji, trusts you very much. Otherwise, why would Master Huanji let you be her personal guard and take you with her every mission?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Brother Hu Zhou, you don't have to say anymore. I will adjust my position in the future. I won't say anything that I shouldn't say, and I won't ask anything that I shouldn't ask." Hu Zhou was a little anxious and said, Okay, I'll tell you one. Princess Yunyang of the Shao royal family, Cui Ming's former wife, is one of us now. I really can't say anything else." The two entered Zhejiang County City and left the human women in an alley. Then Hu Zhou sent a message to the Zhejiang County government. The two hid in the dark and saw a group of constables rushing out of the county government. When they found the place where the women were, they left Zhejiang County City. On the way back to Chenhu City, Li Mu still didn't say a word. At this moment, he was conflicted. Hu Zhou and the people of the Maison sect really treated him as one of their own, especially Hu Zhou. She took care of Li Mu as much as Li Qing did at that time. But Li Mu was using their trust to secretly plot against them and get information from them. This made Li Mu feel complicated and he couldn't calm down for a long time. If he was already like this, how would those who had been undercover for so many years, even getting married and having children in other places in order to gain trust feel? What kind of feelings would they have? Hu Zhou noticed Li Mu's silence and asked, "Are you still angry with me?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No, I just feel that I'm not a human." Hu Zhou smiled and said, "What are you talking about? You're not a human." After completing the mission perfectly and returning to Chenhu City, Li Mu soon heard Huanji's summons. He came to Huanji's courtyard and asked, "Lord Huanji, what can I do for you?" Two long whips appeared in Huanji's hands and she said, "Let me see if you've made any progress these days." Li Mu didn't say a word and drew his sword at Huanji as usual. Since there were some things that couldn't be resisted, she should learn to enjoy it. At least when Li Mu betrayed her in the future, he would feel less guilty in his heart. Huanji waved the whips in her hands and gradually slowed down. When she had ravaged him in the past, there had been humiliation and unwillingness on his face. Seeing this hateful face revealing humiliation and unwillingness in front of her, her heart was incomparably carefree. Even the knot in her heart had been untied recently. But when the humiliation and unwillingness disappeared, she felt that it was boring to ravage him again. Not long after, she put away the whips and said, "I don't want to play anymore. It's boring." She sat on the stone bench and ordered Li Mu, "Come and massage my shoulders." Li Mu silently walked behind her and placed his hands on her shoulders, gently squeezing them. Speaking honestly, other than the fact that Huanji liked to order him around and trample on him, she treated him very well. She treated him better than everyone else combined. If she ordered him around, then so be it. The more she ordered him around, the less guilty Li Mu would feel. When he betrayed her in the future, it would be easier for him to get over it. He just thought of it as admiring the scenery. Standing in this position, as long as he lowered his head, the scenery was infinitely beautiful. Li Mu comforted himself as he enjoyed the scenery. At a certain moment, Hu Jiu floated in from outside and said, "Lord Huanji, we caught a spy from the great Zhou court in Shenhu country." Huanji frowned and looked back at Li Mu. She said unhappily, "Why are you using so much strength? You're hurting me." Chapter 444. Illusion Princess Manor. A woman was chained up and her magic power was sealed. Hu Jiu flew around her and said coldly, "I knew that the great Zhou court wouldn't be honest. You really have spies. Tell me, who else are your accomplices? Where are they?" The people from Meizong were glaring at her from the side. The woman looked straight ahead and said lightly, "I have no accomplices. You can kill me or torture me as you wish." Li Mu was also standing in the crowd. He looked angry, but he felt helpless. He knew that the imperial court had spies in the demon country and the demon sect. The Zhu Wei was the Empress's intelligence organization. They were the ones who spread the news about the White Emperor's cave abode. This woman should be from the Zhu Wei. The reason why she was caught was because the people of Meizong sect found her suspicious. Later, when she left, they entered the room to search. Sure enough, they found the communication magic treasure that she used to contact her superiors. Thus, she was captured by the people of Meizong sect. An expert from Meizong sect threatened, "It's not that easy to die. If you want to have a complete corpse, you'd better confess your accomplices. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to beg for death but not be able to." The woman sneered and said, "I really want to know." The strong cultivator looked at Illusion Princess and said, "Master, this woman is too stubborn. She won't confess without torture." Illusion Princess raised her hand and said, "Lock her up first." The spy was taken away. Illusion Princess ordered the others, "You guys keep an eye on her. She must have accomplices in Thousand Fox City. They will most likely come to save her. If they don't, it won't be too late to torture her." Everyone praised in unison, "Master Illusion Princess is brilliant." Illusion Princess added, "Send another order to Meizong sect. Tell everyone to pay close attention to the strange people in the city. If they find anything, report it immediately." After a while, Li Mu walked out of Illusion Princess Manor slowly. The people from the Zhu Wei were the Empress's people. How could Li Mu not save the Empress's people? However, he could not break into the prison directly. He had more important things to do here. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he could not expose himself. If he wanted to save someone, he would do it in a roundabout way. Hu Jiu floated behind him and asked, "Little snake, where are you going?" Li Mu, "Go take a bath." A Meizong expert said, "This kid knows how to enjoy life more and more." Hu Jiu sighed, "It's a pity that I lost my body. Otherwise, we could soak together." Changle Palace. Mr. Mei, Shangguan Li, and Zhu Wei, who was already dressed in black, stood in the hall. The atmosphere was somber. The spies of the Zhu Wei in the Thousand Fox country had just sent news that a spy had fallen into the hands of the Meizong sect. Although there were still a few spies in the Thousand Fox country, it was impossible for them to rescue her from the countless experts of the Meizong sect and the Thousand Fox country with their strength. If they forcefully took action, they would only cause more casualties. Mr. Mei thought for a moment and asked, "Li Mu is there too. Can he?" Before the Empress could respond, the Zhu Wei said decisively, "Absolutely not." Her expression was solemn as she said, "Everyone in the Chrysanthemum Guard, from the day they joined the Chrysanthemum Guard, they have this awareness. They cannot sacrifice others just to save one person. Official Li has more important things to do. He cannot take the risk." Mr. Mei sighed and didn't say anything more. For the sake of the overall situation, he had to give up something. Whether it was for the imperial court or the Empress, Li Mu was much more important than that spy. Zhou rubbed her forehead. She had taken out the spiritual snail, but she still hadn't contacted Li Mu. This was a choice she couldn't make easily. She didn't want Li Mu to take the risk, but she also didn't want to give up a loyal subject. Just as she was in a dilemma, the spiritual snail in her hand began to vibrate slightly. Zhou didn't hesitate to input spiritual power. Li Mu's voice immediately came from the spiritual snail. Your Majesty, in Thousand Fox City, a spy of the Ju Wei has fallen into the hands of the Meizong sect. Zhou said, I know. You? Before she finished speaking, Li Mu's voice came again. In my current situation, I can save her, but it will inevitably be suspected. It's best for the imperial court to negotiate. I received a message from the Meizong sect. Princess Yunyang has been infiltrated by the Meizong sect. There should be an important person from the Meizong sect in her residence. Your Majesty can send someone to capture that person and exchange him in Thousand Fox Country. Zhou Yi's lips moved, but before she could speak, there was no sound from the other side. In order not to arouse suspicion, Li Mu's messages were always very brief. Zhou Yi put away the spiritual snail, looked at the three people in the hall and said, Let the office of worship seal the residence of Princess Yunyang and search it thoroughly. The three people looked excited and bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. After they walked out of Changle Palace, Zhou Yi took out the spiritual snail again and said bitterly, You didn't even let me say one more word. Compared to the joy of solving the predicament, she was more regretful. She regretted letting Li Mu leave. If she hadn't let Li Mu leave, her favored subject wouldn't have been bullied by that vixen, and he wouldn't have had to massage the vixen's back. That vixen let her know that not all foxes were as cute as Xiaobai. In Shindu, Princess Yunyang's residence was suddenly sealed by the office of worship with a large formation, shocking countless dignitaries in southern court. Then, they found a demon sect spy in Princess Yunyang's residence and found evidence of Princess Yunyang's collusion with the demon sect, which set off a huge wave. After Cui Ming, Princess Yunyang also colluded with the demon sect. The Shao royal family was terrified and hurriedly distanced themselves from Princess Yunyang. The Zhou faction also didn't let go of this opportunity and used these two matters to fiercely impeach the Shao royal family. After a long time, the new faction and the old faction once again erupted into fierce conflict. Li Mu, who was in Thousand Fox Nation, didn't know about this matter, and he felt a little melancholy, because he liked to soak in baths. Huan Ji specially had someone build a bathhouse for him in his courtyard, and also prepared 2 little vixens for him to order around. This way, Li Mu had no reason to go out again. In Huan Ji's residence, Li Mu couldn't use the spiritual snail. There were too many strong people here, and it was very likely that he would be exposed. In other words, from now on, his only way of contacting the Empress was also cut off. After many days, Li Mu also figured out Huan Ji's methods. He didn't know if it was because she felt guilty, but the more she did things to Li Mu and ordered him around, the better she would treat Li Mu afterwards, as if it was a kind of compensation. On this day, Li Mu was massaging Huan Ji's shoulders while listening to Hu Jiu's report. My lord, in these few days, there hasn't been anyone behaving strangely in the city, especially near the prison. There hasn't been any special situation, so they probably won't save anyone. Just as he finished speaking, someone hurried in and said with an ugly expression, My lord Huan Ji, someone from the Great Zhou court came, saying that they caught one of our spies in Shindu and want to use her to exchange for that woman. Huan Ji frowned and asked, Which spy? That person gritted his teeth and said, It's Hu Lu. What? Huan Ji's expression finally changed. Hu Lu was a very important spy that they had planted in the Great Zhou imperial court. Ever since Cui Ming's death, she had taken the opportunity to bewitch and rope in Princess Yunyang. Apart from gathering information, she was also planning something big. Hu Lu was the best spy cultivated by the Meizong sect. Her mission in these few years was to hide and didn't do anything, so it was impossible for her to be exposed. The only possibility was that someone had leaked the information. Huan Ji's expression darkened and said, Only a few people know about this. Who leaked the information? Hu Jiu's expression also became serious and said, Could there be a spy among them? Huan Ji said in a low voice, Gather everyone who knows about this. Li Mu followed Hu Jiu out and said, Brother Hu Jiu, I know about this too. Hu Jiu waved her hand and said, I know it can't be you. How can you be a spy? How could a person who hid for half a month and narrowly escaped death and infiltrated the heretical cultivation organization alone be a spy? How could a person who rushed to the front of every mission and risked his life to save his compatriots be a spy? Besides, he joined the demon sect because the Maisong sect invited him. The possibility of Maisong sect inviting a spy in the Great Zhou court was so small that it was negligible. Anyone could be a spy, but he definitely wasn't. Hu Zhou thought carefully for a moment and gritted her teeth and said, "Wolf 13. It must be Wolf 13. I thought there was something wrong with this guy. He might be a spy that the wolf cubs sent into our Thousand Fox country. Hu Lu has a good relationship with him. She must have told the wolf cubs." Chapter 445. It was a secret in Maisong that Hu Lu was a spy in Princess Yunyang's mansion. Only a few people knew about it. In order to find the spy who leaked the information, Phantom Princess ordered Hu Zhou to gather everyone who knew about it. In the courtyard, everyone, including Hu Zhou, had to be questioned by Phantom Princess. This wasn't an ordinary question. Phantom Princess used the Fox clan's charm to find the deepest secret in their hearts. It was called heart questioning. Phantom Princess wouldn't use the heart questioning technique on them unless it was absolutely necessary. However, Hu Lu's exposure was a huge blow to Maisong. In order to avoid greater losses in the future, she had to catch the spy. There were 5 demons who knew about this secret. Hu Zhou was the first to float over. She opened her mind completely and looked into Phantom Princess's eyes. She said, "Lord Phantom Princess, please ask." Phantom Princess nodded. Her pupils suddenly turned into a bottomless whirlpool. Her voice was ethereal as if she was in the clouds. She asked slowly, "Did you leak Hu Lu's information to the Great Zhou court?" Hu Zhou's expression was dull. She said blankly, "No." Phantom Princess continued to ask, "Have you done anything to betray Maisong?" Hu Zhou shook her head. "No." Li Mu secretly glanced at Phantom Princess's eyes. His mind was almost sucked in. This made him vigilant. He had already experienced the charm of the Fox clan from Xiao Bai. However, Xiao Bai's charm was innate. Phantom Princess used the Fox clan's special ability to cast it. It was even harder to resist. The power of the heart-questioning technique was even stronger than Wan Wan's spiritual eyes. Phantom Princess used this method to ask 3 people in a row. However, she didn't get anything out of them. When she asked the 4th person and was about to ask the 5th, the last person suddenly rushed into the sky and flew away quickly. Hu Zhou was stunned. She said coldly, "Damn it, Wolf Shersan. I knew it was you." Several figures followed her into the sky and chased after Wolf Shersan. Li Mu stood in the same place and looked at this scene in shock. He didn't know what was going on. After all, this was Thousand Fox City, the territory of Maisong sect. Soon, Wolf Shersan was captured by Hu Zhou and the others. His mana was sealed. Under Phantom Princess's questioning, Wolf Shersan's secret was quickly dug out. He was not a spy for the Great Zhou court, but he was a spy for the Yao race. Within the borders of the demon nation, the demons were divided. The various great demons were also eyeing each other covetously, constantly thinking of devouring each other to strengthen themselves. The Wolf Demon clan was one of the top clans in the Yao nation. The ones who fought for the Demon Emperor's abode last time were merely a branch of the Wolf Demon clan. The true Wolf Demon clan was far more powerful than the average demon clan. Their leader, the Blue Wolf Demon King, was a 7th realm mystic demon that was no weaker than the Lord of Myriad Illusions. He had 4 6th realm demon kings under his command. His strength was far beyond that of the Thousand Fox Nation. Because of his handsome appearance, Wolf Shersan was chosen by the Maisong sect many years ago. He successfully went undercover in the Thousand Fox country and delivered a lot of information to the Wolf Demon clan. Although he was not the one who leaked the information about Hu Lu, he still could not pass Phantom Princess's second question. Wolf Shersan had never imagined that after hiding in the Thousand Fox Nation for so long, successfully infiltrating the Maisong sect, and even becoming Phantom Princess's personal guard, he would fall for something that had nothing to do with him in the end. Hu Zhou materialized and kicked Wolf Shersan non-stop. She scolded him as she kicked him. "We treated you like a brother. How dare you betray us? Damn it, I told you to go undercover. I told you to go undercover. You ungrateful wolf cub. I shouldn't have saved you in the first place." Phantom Princess waved her hand, and Wolf Shersan was taken away by 2 people. Her expression was still dark. Wuxia was not the one who leaked the information to the Great Zhou court. It was someone else. Who else knows about Hu Lu? Behind her, Li Mu raised his hand weakly and said softly, "Lord Phantom Princess, there's still me." Phantom Princess was surprised. "How did you know?" Li Mu explained, "Last time, Brother Hu Zhou accidentally mentioned it in front of me." "Lord Phantom Princess, why don't you use the soul-searching technique on me?" Phantom Princess thought for a moment and said to Li Mu, "Look into my eyes." Li Mu looked into Phantom Princess's eyes and silently recited the mind-clearing technique. Phantom Princess's eyes became extremely deep. She asked 2 questions and got negative answers. No one was surprised. They didn't suspect him at all. Not to mention his contributions to the Maison sect. A spy would be too guilty to escape. How could Lord Phantom Princess take the initiative to question him? This was enough to explain everything. Hu Zhou was puzzled. Who could it be? Someone said, "Could it be that Hu Lu accidentally exposed himself? That's the Great Zhou's divine capital. There are many strong people there. If he's not careful, he will be exposed." At this moment, the question of who leaked the news was no longer the most important question. The people sent by the Great Zhou court were already outside the Thousand Fox City. Phantom Princess needed to decide immediately whether to exchange the spy. Phantom Princess took a deep breath and said, "Let him in." 15 minutes later, in the courtyard of Phantom Princess Mansion, Phantom Princess sat on a chair in the courtyard. Li Mu stood beside her. A thin old man with a short beard walked in from outside. When the old man saw Li Mu standing in the courtyard, his originally calm expression changed drastically. He blurted out, "Lord Li." Thousand Fox Country was in the Yao Nation. The messenger sent by the imperial court was naturally not weak. The person who came was one of the 2 high priests of the worship department. Phantom Princess was stunned when she saw his reaction. Then she realized something. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She said lightly, "Li Mu, come and massage my shoulders." Li Mu walked behind her and put his hands on her shoulders, gently massaging them. The high priest looked at Lord Li behind Phantom Princess. His eyes flashed and he quickly realized. With a gloomy expression, he said, "He has a demonic aura. This is not Lord Li. Fox Demon, how dare you humiliate an important official of the Great Zhou and the Great Zhou court?" Phantom Princess smiled and said, "I didn't say that this is your Lord Li. He's my personal guard. It's just a coincidence that his name is Li Mu. You've mistaken him for someone else." With that, she stretched her body and said, "Li Mu, help me massage my legs." Li Mu squatted beside her and gently hammered her legs through her long dress. The high priest said angrily, "Fox Demon, don't go too far." Phantom Princess snorted coldly. "I'm ordering my personal guard. How is that bullying?" Li Mu, a little higher. "Use more strength." The high priest took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The Fox Demon's intention was obvious. She was humiliating the court. She deliberately found a demon that looked exactly like Lord Li and gave him the same name as Lord Li. She wanted to humiliate Lord Li and the court. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The high priest stopped looking at the demon and said, "Thousand Fox Country captured our people. We also captured your people. I'm here on the orders of the court to discuss the exchange." Phantom Princess glanced at him indifferently. "Do you think we'll exchange just because you say so?" The high priest's eyes were indifferent. He said indifferently, "I'm just asking for your opinion. If you want to exchange, then exchange. If you don't want to, then save me the trouble. I'll tell the court that the Fox Demon will be publicly executed tomorrow." Phantom Princess stood up abruptly. "How dare you?" The chief high priest snorted coldly and said, "Whether the spies of the imperial court die or not, it will not affect my salary. Do you want to trade or not? Give me a straightforward answer now. I am still waiting to go back and report." Phantom Princess's expression was ugly. She was no longer as arrogant as before. Hu Lu was one of them. This damned old man didn't care about the lives of the Great Zhou's spies. But she couldn't watch her fellow clansmen die. After taking a deep breath, She glared fiercely at the high priest and said, "Exchange! Hu Zhou, bring the great Zhou spy here." Yes. Hu Zhou flew out after receiving the order. The high priest stayed in the courtyard. He glanced at the fox demon opposite him. This little fox would have to cultivate for a few more decades if she wanted to fight with him. Soon, his gaze moved to the little demon. It was unknown where this fox demon had found such a demon that looked so similar to Lord Li. She was shouting at him and ordering him around. Wasn't this purely disgusting? It was unknown how Lord Li would feel if he saw this. Phantom Princess didn't anger the old man in front of her. Instead, he forced her to be angry. She saw that the old man's gaze was on Li Mu. She rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. Since the old man couldn't stand the little snake that looked exactly like Li Mu serving her, she would make him do it. He thought it was humiliating, so she would humiliate him. She sat back on the chair and said, "Li Mu, come over and massage my shoulders. Massage your legs. Massage your shoulders. Peel these grapes and feed them to me. Get a basin of water and help me wash my feet." Li Mu could tolerate massaging her shoulders and legs. He could also bear peeling grapes and feeding them to her. Li Mu could also grit his teeth and do it. But washing her feet was a bit too much. If he really washed her feet today, she might let him rub her feet tomorrow. Li Mu took a deep breath. He looked at Phantom Princess and said, "Lord Phantom Princess, I feel that you are trampling on my dignity." Phantom Princess also felt that she had gone too far. But she didn't want to lose face in front of outsiders. After thinking about it, she gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice to Li Mu. "Be obedient. In a few days, I will let you comprehend the heavenly book." A smile appeared on Li Mu's face as he asked, "Do you like the foot bath hot or cold?" Chapter 446. Looking at the ridiculous scene in front of him, Great Reverend Chen's breathing quickened, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. He couldn't watch anymore, so he closed his eyes and blocked his hearing. This little fox demon was really shameless to the extreme. If she had the ability, she should have fought with Lord Li. Why did she find a little demon that looked similar to him and shout at him? Who was she trying to disgust? Out of sight, out of mind. He patiently waited for the hostage exchange. Soon, Hu Zhou brought a woman over. Great Reverend Chun opened his eyes again after sensing it with his spiritual perception. Hu Zhou held the woman and asked, "Where's Hu Lu?" Great Reverend Chun waved his hand, and a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a seductive and beautiful woman, but her entire body was tied up, and her mouth was gagged with a piece of white cloth. After both sides exchanged hostages, Great Reverend Chun grabbed the woman's shoulder and left without looking at Phantom Princess again. On the highest peak of Thousand Fox City, a Mirage faction powerhouse asked a handsome man, "Great Elder, why didn't you capture this person? If everyone attacked together, he wouldn't be able to leave Thousand Fox City today." The handsome man shook his head and said, "When two countries are at war, they don't kill envoys. It's not difficult to capture him. But if the brothers and sisters of Maison faction fall into the hands of others in the future, only death awaits." In the courtyard, Hu Zhou untied Hu Lu, removed the white cloth from her mouth, and unlocked her magic power shackles. She quickly asked, "Sister Lu, are you all right?" Hu Lu spat a few times and said through gritted teeth, "I'm fine." Hu Zhou sighed and asked, "How did you suddenly get exposed?" Hu Lu said angrily, "How should I know? I hid well and was still waiting for an opportunity." Princess Yunyang's residence was suddenly surrounded by Great Zhou's Great Reverend's department. 2 sixth realms and more than a dozen fifth realms appeared in front of me. What happened? Who leaked the news? Hu Zhou shook her head and said, "We haven't found him yet, but you don't know that Wolf 13 is actually a spy from the Wolf tribe. You've misjudged him. Hu Lu might have returned safely, but this wasn't a good thing for Maison faction. She was originally a spy with an important mission, but she was caught by the Great Zhou court and exchanged with a Great Zhou spy, causing Maison sect to lose an important chess piece. In addition, they had yet to find out how Fox 6 information was leaked. In other words, Maison sect had a spy with an unknown identity. They didn't know when he would give them another heavy blow. For a long period of time, Many people in Meizong sect became nervous and wary of each other because of this incident. In the imperial study of Fairy's capital, Great Deacon Chun was reporting on his work. Facing the youngest and most powerful person on the continent, his attitude was extremely humble. The mission this time was very simple. He just had to bring the fox demon to the Yao nation in exchange for the spy of the Ju Wei. Just as he was about to leave, the Empress suddenly asked, "Did you see someone who looks like Li Mu in the Thousand Fox Nation?" Head Reverend Chun was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "I saw it." He didn't know how the Empress knew about this. Did the imperial court have other spies in Qianhu Nation? The Empress asked again, "What is he doing?" Great Deacon Chun said, "I almost forgot about this. That fox demon is really shameless. I don't know where she found a little demon who looks exactly like Lord Li. In front of me, not only did she ask that little demon to massage her legs and shoulders, but she also asked that little demon to wash her feet. She's deliberately humiliating the imperial court." The curtain was silent for a long time before the Empress's voice was heard again. "Wash her feet?" Great Deacon Chun nodded and said, "Yes, she deliberately asked that little demon to do these things for the imperial court. She's using this shameless method to humiliate the imperial court." After a long silence, the Empress said, "You may leave." Great Deacon Chun cupped his hands and left the imperial study. After leaving the imperial study, he suddenly felt a powerful aura soaring into the sky from the palace behind him before he took a few steps. Great Deacon Chun sighed. It seemed that the fox demon's goal had been achieved. She was one of her favored officials, and perhaps not only that. Being ordered around by another demoness like this, not to mention the Empress, even he would not be able to tolerate it. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Mr. Mei was trying his best to console the Empress. "Your Majesty, don't be rash. You can't leave the divine capital anymore. He's enduring for the sake of the imperial court and your Majesty. If he hadn't endured these grievances, we wouldn't have caught that fox demon spy. It won't be too late to make that fox demon pay the price when the opportunity arises." Qianhu Nation. Li Mu waited for Phantom Princess to ask him to study the heavenly tomes. However, Great Deacon Chun had already left for several days, and Phantom Princess hadn't mentioned it again. Li Mu now suspected that he'd been tricked by Phantom Princess. What she meant by "a few days later" was probably the same as "the next time." However, Li Mu really believed her at that time. For this, he even gave up his dignity. Before this, he'd only touched Lu Hanyan's jade feet. Now he was reduced to washing a fox's feet. He couldn't accept this. One day, he would also order Phantom Princess around like a servant for a few days to relieve the humiliation in his heart. Li Mu was thinking about the heavenly tomes. When he was drinking with Hu Jiao and the others, he asked indirectly, "Brother Hu Jiao, have any of you seen the heavenly tomes?" Hu Jiao shook her head and said, "The heavenly tomes are the heavenly Lord's treasures. How could we have seen them? In the past, only those who made great contributions had the chance to study them." Li Mu asked, "What's considered a great contribution?" Hu Jiao said, "If you can take in those wolf cubs and make them subordinates of the Thousand Fox Country, you'll definitely have the chance to study the heavenly tomes. Or, if you can save Phantom Princess once, the Heavenly Lord will probably let you study the heavenly tomes." Sixth Sister risked her life to save Phantom Princess when she was in danger. That's how she got the chance to study the heavenly tomes. Taking in the Wolf Demon Clan was expanding the territory. The Wolf Demon Clan was even stronger than the Thousand Fox Country. Li Mu didn't have the ability to take them in. As for the hero saving the beauty, Phantom Princess herself was very powerful. It wasn't anyone's turn to save her. This was something that could only be chanced upon. Hu Jiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged. There are other ways. If you have the chance in the future, if you can catch Li Mu, you can also study the heavenly tomes. As long as you can catch him, in addition to studying the heavenly tomes, you can also become the Heavenly Lord's disciple. The Heavenly Lord only has one disciple now." Li Mu drank a mouthful of wine. He also couldn't do this. Not to mention that he couldn't catch himself in front of the Heaven Lord of Illusions, he might not be able to continue pretending as a snake demon. Before the Heaven Lord of Illusions came out of seclusion, comprehending the heavenly tomes and leaving this place was the safest way. Li Mu had already experienced the strength of a seventh realm expert. If the Empress hadn't arrived in time last time, he would have become Phantom Princess prisoner. Hu Jiu asked, "Why? Do you want to study the heavenly tomes?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Didn't you say that studying the heavenly tomes is good for cultivation? My cultivation is too low. I want to improve." Hu Jiu smiled and said, "Then you should serve Lord Phantom Princess well. Maybe one day, Lord Phantom Princess will be happy and give you the chance to study the heavenly tomes. Or, if you have the ability to make Lord Phantom Princess fall in love with you, you can have anything you want, let alone the heavenly tomes." At this moment, Li Mu missed Li Si very much. If he had Li Si by his side to advise him, it might not be impossible to take down Phantom Princess in a short time. Whether it was a pure young girl or a passionate young woman, Li Si had ways to deal with them. Phantom Princess, who had never experienced love, was the easiest to deceive. But thinking about it, he felt that he was paying too much. It was not worth it to lose his innocence for a page of the heavenly tomes. For Xiao Bai, he could temporarily put down his dignity. But there were still some bottom lines that couldn't be touched. Hu Jiu gulped down a mouthful of wine. She put her arm around Li Mu's shoulder and said sadly, "Little snake, who do you think that damn spy is?" Chapter 447. Li Mu sighed with Hu Jiu. "Yes, who leaked the secret?" Hu Jiu looked at Li Mu and seemed to realize something. She murmured, "Damn it, did I accidentally leak it when I was drunk?" "Shoo!" Li Mu put his index finger on his lips and said, "Brother Hu Jiu, be careful. Don't drink anymore." In the end, Meizong sect did not find out the spy. The matter of Hu Lu being exposed was left unsettled. In Illusion Princess Mansion, Li Mu put his hand on Illusion Princess's shoulder, but his mind was not on her. He could not go on like this. He did not have the patience to spy beside Illusion Princess for 8 to 10 years. When Lord of Illusions came out, the risk of him being exposed would increase greatly. He had to get the tomes of Arcane as soon as possible. But how? Li Mu massaged Illusion Princess's shoulder with no interest. A figure in white slowly walked in from outside. It was an extremely handsome young man. He walked in with a smile on his face, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes when he saw Li Mu behind Huan Ji. After that, he said, "Junior sister, he's the snake demon that joined the charm sect not long ago, right? Junior sister, have you investigated him?" Illusion Princess looked at him indifferently and said, "Are you suspecting my people?" The young man smiled and said, "Junior sister, don't misunderstand. I am just reminding you. Hu Lu's incident happened not long ago. We have to be vigilant. If someone with ulterior motives sneaks into Meizong sect and something like Hu Lu happens again, Meizong sect will lose." After saying this, he said, "Father is holding a banquet in the palace tonight. Mother asked me to invite junior sister." Illusion Princess said without hesitation, "I have something important to do tonight. You can go back first. I am going to cultivate." The young man nodded and said, "Then I will go back first." After turning around, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy look. Seeing the young man turn around and leave, Li Mu looked away from his back. He had been in the Thousand Fox Nation for some time and had some understanding of this person's identity. This person was also a fox demon, but compared to other fox demons, his status was much more noble. He was the only disciple of the Lord of Illusions and the Crown Prince of the Thousand Fox Nation. Although the Myriad Illusion Heavenly Lord had a high status in Thousand Fox and was respected by the demons, the Huan clan was not a royal clan. The royal family of Thousand Fox was surnamed Bai, and the royal family was the Bai clan. However, the 10,000 Illusions Lord was very powerful. Even the imperial family respected him very much. The Phantom Princess also had a high status in the Thousand Fox country. Li Mu had heard from Hu Jiu more than once that Bai Xian, the crown prince of the Thousand Fox country, had been chasing after Huan Ji. Everyone knew that even though the Lord of Heaven had a son and a daughter, Lord Huan Ji was the one who received the true teachings of the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven had even passed down the heavenly book to her. Whoever could marry Huanji or be married by her would have a limitless future. Entering the Meizong sect, capturing Li Mu, and marrying Huanji were the three highest ideals of the demons of Thousand Fox Country. Li Mu stood behind Huanji and said, "The crown prince likes Lord Huanji." Huanji said indifferently, "The line of people who like me can stretch from here to the divine capital. Bai Xian is not one of them. I heard from Hu Jiu that you also like me?" Hu Jiu did not disappoint Li Mu. As long as he told Hu Jiu a secret, it was the same as telling everyone. Li Mu said honestly, "The first time I saw Lord Huanji, I fell in love with you. I have liked you for a long time. If other girls heard this, they might panic." However, Huanji had experienced this countless times. Even her tone did not change at all. She said, "You are too weak. I will not like a man who is weaker than me." Li Mu did not know what was wrong with her. If the Empress also thought this way, she would probably be lonely for the rest of her life. Although he was complaining in his heart, his expression became firm. He said, "I will work hard to cultivate." Huanji shook her head. She could not bear to hurt him anymore. After all, she had bullied him enough. She had to give him some hope. At this moment, Li Mu asked again, "Lord Huanji, what kind of contribution do I need to make to be able to comprehend the heavenly book?" Huanji asked casually, "Why do you need to comprehend the heavenly book?" Li Mu said, "I heard that the heavenly book contains the laws of heaven and earth. Those who comprehend the heavenly book can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and become stronger." Huanji did not expect him to be so determined to become stronger. She smiled and said, "You don't need to make any contributions. Follow me for 5 years. After 5 years, I will ask my father to make an exception and let you comprehend the heavenly book once." Li Mu shook his head. 5 years is too long. I have no chance." Huanji leaned comfortably on the chair and said, "Then there is no other way, unless you can subdue the wolf clan or capture Li Mu alive in front of me. Or you can bring the heads of the top 10 heretical cultivation here." After a while, Li Mu found Hu Jiu and asked, "What are the top 10 heretical cultivation?" Hu Jiu asked in confusion, "Why do you ask this?" Li Mu said, "Tell me first." Hu Jiu explained, "The top 10 heretical cultivation are the 10 hangers-on of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince. They are all evil people. Their hands are stained with the blood of the demon clan. The Meizong sect has tried to assassinate them many times, but they are not weak and very cunning. They are also protected by the Great Zhou Court. We have been helpless against them." The top 10 heretical cultivation did not refer to the 10 most powerful heretical cultivation cultivators, but specifically to the 10 hangers-on of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince. Their cultivation was the strongest in the creation realm and the weakest in the heretical cultivation. Their strength was not the strongest, but their background was the most profound. They firmly controlled the black industry that sold and hunted the demon clan. Countless demons were killed by them. Some were killed for their elixirs and souls, and some were sold to cultivators as cultivation furnaces or entertainment tools. Because they had the support of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince and the Imperial Court, no one dared to provoke them. Hu Jiu looked at Li Mu and asked, "Why do you ask this?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Just asking." In the morning, after Huanji got up and washed up, she habitually shouted, "Li Mu!" No one in the courtyard next to her responded. "Li Mu?" Huanji shouted a few more times, but there was still no response. She flew to the courtyard next door, but there was no sign of Li Mu. She opened the door, and the quilt on the bed was neatly folded. She thought that Li Mu had gone out, but he did not appear for the entire day. It was not until night time that Huanji found Hu Jiu and asked, "Did you see Li Mu today?" Hu Jiu was surprised and said, "Little Snake, isn't Little Snake following you from morning to night?" Huanji said, "I didn't see him today." Hu Jiu said, "I'll send someone to look for him." Not long after, Hu Jiu flew back with a puzzled expression and said, "I've looked everywhere in the city, bathhouses, brothels, and taverns, but there was no sign of him." Li Mu had never disappeared for no reason, except for the time when he broke into the heretical cultivation organization alone and took back Hu Jiu's body. Huan Ji seemed to have realized something and blurted out, "Did he really go to kill the top 10 heretical cultivation?" The top 10 heretical cultivation organization. Hu Zhou also remembered something and said in shock, "He just asked me about the top 10 heretical cultivation organization yesterday. Why would he go to kill them?" Huan Ji was annoyed and said, "I told him that as long as he killed the top 10 heretical cultivation organization, he would be able to comprehend the heavenly book. I didn't expect him to really go." Hu Zhou was worried and said, "Lord Huan Ji, you shouldn't have said that. You know that little snake looks smart, but he is stubborn. Even if you were just joking, he would definitely take it seriously." Huan Ji was also regretful and murmured, How would I know that he would really go?" Hu Zhou flew around anxiously and said, It's over. If he wants to kill the top 10 heretical cultivation organization, he will definitely go to Zhejiang County and the Zhejiang County King's Mansion. There are countless experts there. He will die there. No, little snake is so beautiful, he might die there. Why does he have to comprehend the heavenly book? Huan Ji didn't know how to describe her current feelings. She knew why Li Mu had to comprehend the heavenly book. He wanted to become stronger because of what she said. Just because she said that she didn't like men who were weaker than her, he risked his life for the chance to become stronger. Huan Ji's heart was very complicated. She gritted her teeth and said, "This idiot!" Chapter 448. Zhejiang County. Zhejiang County bordered the Yao Kingdom, but it was not like the northern county, where the ancestral court of Fu Lu School, one of the 6 Taoist sects, was in charge. Demons ran rampant in the county, and there were often incidents of demons harassing people. The local government was very worried about such cases, but they were not worried about a large-scale invasion by the Yao Kingdom. The imperial court had stationed a large number of troops around Zhejiang County. Demons that were slightly more powerful could not enter this place at all. Demons of the 6th realm and above were all blocked outside the border. However, this place was close to the Yao Kingdom after all. There were no big demons, but there were many small demons. In Xinjiang County, the snake demon incident had spread in the past 2 days. The cause of the incident was a woodcutter in the mountains. When he was gathering firewood, he accidentally fell off a cliff and almost lost his life. Just when he was exhausted and couldn't hold on to the rock anymore, someone suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder and flew him up the cliff. The person who saved him was an extremely beautiful woman. She had the body of a human and the tail of a snake. She was a snake demon. The woodcutter immediately went down the mountain in shock and reported this to the government. The government sent cultivators to investigate, but they did not find anything. In Xinjiang County, in a mountain where the snake demon incident spread, 2 figures flew over and landed on the cliff. "It should be here. I wonder if the snake girl is still here. Let's not let others get ahead of us. Let's use the snake-seeking talisman to check." The 2 men exchanged a few words. One of them took out a prepared fulu and threw it into the air. The fulu stabilized and quickly flew in a direction. There's a reaction. The snake demon is still here. It's very likely that she's nearby. Chase after her. The 2 men happily chased after the fulu. Not long after, a strong wave of mana came from a forest in the mountains. Not long after, 2 men happily walked out of the forest. One of them carried a cloth bag on his shoulder and said with a smile, "This snake girl is indeed beautiful. She can definitely be sold for a good price. I want to use her to exchange for some spiritual jades and use them to break through to the 4th realm." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly shook. He lowered his head to look at the blood-red sword that had pierced through his chest. His face was blank. His companion behind him smiled and said, "Sorry, I also want to break through to the 4th realm. However, the spiritual jades exchanged for this snake demon can only satisfy one person." "Sorry." The man's body was pierced through. His nascent spirit struggled to escape, but he had lost his body and was only left with his nascent spirit. How could he be a match for a cultivator of the same level who still had his body and nascent spirit? He was quickly caught and his nascent spirit was destroyed. After the other man destroyed the corpse, he picked up the sack and quickly disappeared. Xinjiang County, Wu Family Courtyard. The Wu family was a powerful family in Xinjiang County. The head of the family, Wu Liang, was a cultivator and had many friends. Cultivators often went in and out of the Wu family. The head of the family, Wu Liang, was also a hanger-on of the Zhejiang commandery prince. He had a great influence in Xinjiang County. Even the Xinjiang County government had to give some face to the Wu family. The Wu family courtyard was not in Xinjiang County. Instead, it was 10 miles west of the city. It was an independent manor that occupied an extremely large area. A carriage slowly stopped at the back door of the Wu family. Two people alighted from the carriage, carrying a gray sack, and entered the Wu family. One of them made a hand seal and muttered something. A hole suddenly opened in the ground. The two of them jumped in and the hole quickly closed. There was another world under the Wu residence. The buildings on the surface of the manor were already very luxurious. Underground, it was even more luxurious. It was not an exaggeration to call it an underground palace. Buildings stood side by side. Occasionally, people would enter and exit. Most of them were warm and fragrant women. The two men carried the sack and walked to the innermost part of the manor. They followed the stairs and went down another floor. On the second floor of the basement, there were many small cubicles. It was like a prison cell. In the cubicles, there were men and women, humans and demons. All of them were handsome. However, the figures in the cubicles, regardless of whether they were men or women, had the same numb expression. They were like walking corpses. The entire basement of the basement was abnormally quiet. It was even a little dead. One of them opened the sack and revealed a beautiful woman. "Go in." He pushed the woman into a cubicle and closed the door. He turned and left. Gradually, whispers could be heard from the compartments on the second basement floor. "Another one. It seems to be a demon. She's so beautiful." "So what if she's beautiful? In a few days she'll end up like us." After the woman was locked in, she leaned against the wall and sat down. She did not say a word. The people around her only paid attention to her for a while. Soon they fell into silence again. From time to time, people would come in and take people away from the cubicles. Not long after, they would be sent back. After some time, someone finally walked to the woman's cubicle and said, "You, come out with me." Wu residence. Inner courtyard. A middle-aged man walked into the inner courtyard. The old man beside him said in a flattering tone, "Master, a snake demon has just arrived at the residence. It looks so beautiful, and it is very likely that it is still a fledgling. It has already been sent to your room." A hint of excitement appeared in Wu Liang's eyes. He said, "A snake demon is good. Snake demons are the best at pestering people. With some training, she'll be another pillar here." He walked to the door and excitedly rubbed his hands. He said, "If you hear any sounds coming from the room, don't come in." The butler quickly said, "Master, don't worry. We definitely won't disturb your mood." Even if the family head did not say so, they would not dare to enter. If they disturbed his mood at this time, they would be seriously injured or even lose their lives. This was the experience of countless people who used their lives. Wu Liang pushed the door and entered. He quickly closed the door. He looked at the woman sitting at the head of the bed. His eyes suddenly lit up. Even though he had seen countless demons, he had never seen one of such quality. He could not help but pounce to the side of the bed. Outside the courtyard, a few servants of the Wu residence who were waiting here heard the family head's painful cries. They could not help but be puzzled. What was the family head doing inside? Why was he crying out like that? One of them hesitated and said, "Will the family head be okay?" The old butler waved his hand and said, calm down. This is not the first time. You'll get used to it." Inside the room, Li Mu pressed a hand on the middle-aged man's forehead and forcibly finished searching his soul. His face slowly turned gloomy. When he was in the dungeon, he already knew that this person, who was ranked last in the top 10 heretical cultivation by Meizong sect, was a follower of the Zhejiang commandery prince on the surface. However, what he did behind the scenes was dirty and disgusting. They did not only kidnap demons but also humans. After those female demons, female cultivators, and even male demons were kidnapped, the beautiful demons would be used as cultivation furnaces. The ugly ones would be killed directly for their cores or souls. Although there were fewer human cultivators, they still existed. Of course, it was much faster and more comfortable to harvest other people's energies than to cultivate by oneself. Therefore, it attracted a large number of cultivators. They paid spiritual jades or became the follower of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince. They became regular customers here. And this kind of business gave birth to another black industry. If there were people who needed demons to harvest, there would be people who caught demons for them to harvest. Therefore, a large number of cultivators began to capture demons and sell them to these people. This had become a huge black industry in the Zhejiang Commandery. The Zhejiang Commandery Prince stood at the source of this industry. Li Mu did not know why the Zhejiang Commandery Prince attracted these cultivators through this, but it was definitely not a good thing for the imperial court. He withdrew his hand and did not kill Wu Liang directly. This person had left a life talisman with the Zhejiang Commandery Prince. Once his soul disappeared and the life talisman shattered, the Zhejiang Commandery Prince would be able to sense it immediately. This would not be good for Li Mu's next move. He sealed Wu Liang's primordial spirit and temporarily kept it in the flask heaven space. Not long after, the door opened, and a figure walked out from inside. Outside the courtyard, the old man hurried in and asked, "Master, should we bring her out?" Wu Liang said lightly, "No need. The snake demon is indeed delicious. I want to taste it again tonight. Let her rest first and recover her energy. No one is to disturb her. Otherwise, I'll break his neck." The old man hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. I'll immediately instruct them." Wu Liang walked out of the courtyard and said, "Prepare the carriage. I'm going out to Mu De's residence." Lord Mu was his master's best friend. Both of them were also the Zhejiang Commandery Prince's retainers. The old man said, "I'll prepare the carriage now." 15 minutes later, at the Mu residence, a man looked at Wu Liang and smiled. "I heard that you have a new snake demon. Let me taste it first." "I haven't tasted a snake demon yet." Wu Liang looked around and lowered his voice. "I have an important matter to discuss with you. Let's talk about it behind closed doors." Mu De saw his serious expression and also became serious. He closed the door and cast a soundproof spell. Then he asked, "What is it?" Wu Liang smiled and said mysteriously, "Come closer." 15 minutes later, the door opened. Two figures walked out side by side and left the Mu residence. The servants of the Mu clan were not surprised by this. The relationship between the two masters was quite good. Their master had left with Lord Wu to taste the wonderful taste of a snake demon. They had heard that snake demons were the best at pestering people, but they did not know if that was true. In the carriage, Mu De had just entered the carriage when he collapsed. Li Mu continued to search his memories. He whispered, "Who's next?" Chapter 449. Zhejiang Commandery Prince's Mansion. Everyone knew that the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang liked to make friends. Most of the reputable cultivators in Zhejiang Commandery were friends with the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang. Many cultivators even became his followers and received many benefits from the Commandery Prince's mansion every month. At the beginning of every month, on the 15th, the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang would invite his friends to a banquet. All the cultivators in Zhejiang Commandery were honored to be invited. Today was the 15th, the day of the banquet. The Commandery Prince of Zhejiang was entertaining a few new friends when he saw a few empty seats at the banquet. He asked his followers, "Who didn't come today?" A man beside him said, "Lord Wu, Lord Mu, and Lord Mei are cultivating in seclusion in Lord Wu's residence to comprehend a divine ability. They sent someone to apply for leave." After the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang asked for the reason, he didn't take it to heart. Even cultivators couldn't get rid of the desire for good food. The banquet was very sumptuous. The guests drank and chatted. In my opinion, the Commandery Prince should just become the Prince of Zhejiang. The world belongs to the Shao family. Why should he be the servant of the Zhou family? What kind of world is this? A woman can be the emperor. I've never heard of it. Sooner or later, the great Zhou will be restored to the Shao family. I think the Commandery Prince is most qualified to be the new emperor. In the corner of the Commandery Prince's mansion, a figure was drinking by himself and listening to the discussions. After the banquet, he left with the crowd. Li Mu had already captured 4 of the top 10 heretical cultivation masters and disguised himself as one to attend the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang's banquet. When he left the Commandery Prince's mansion, he was relieved. The people gathered in the Commandery Prince's mansion were just a bunch of mobs. Most of them were at the concentration theurgy. Only a few of them were at the 5th realm. Even if they gathered together, they wouldn't be able to do much. However, the Commandery Prince of Zhejiang had invested a lot in gathering these people. If it weren't for the huge income from his underground business, he wouldn't have been able to afford so many followers and friends. Li Mu originally intended to continue moving, but his eyebrows suddenly raised, and his figure hid in a dark alley. With a flip of his hand, a small and exquisite compass the size of a palm appeared in his hand. This compass was one of the treasures Illusion Princess had given him. She didn't say what it was used for, but at this moment, the compass needle suddenly moved and pointed in a certain direction. Li Mu followed the compass and arrived at an inn. He walked up to the 2nd floor of the inn and stood in front of a door. The door opened, and Hu Jiu appeared in front of Li Mu. Li Mu walked into the room and his expression changed. He looked at Hu Jiu and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Hu Jiu winked at Li Mu and stepped back slowly, revealing a figure behind her. She said, "It's not just me." Li Mu quickly walked forward and lowered his head. "Lord Fantasy Princess." Illusion Princess was expressionless and asked calmly, "Did I tell you not to act on your own?" Li Mu said innocently, "Lord Fantasy Princess, didn't you ask me to kill the 10 heretical cultivation masters?" Illusion Princess opened her eyes wide. "When did I ask you to kill the 10 heretical cultivation masters?" Li Mu, you said that as long as I killed the 10 heretical cultivation masters, I would be able to comprehend the heavenly book. Illusion Princess was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. "Did I mean that?" Li Mu was confused. "Is it not?" Illusion Princess's chest heaved up and down even more. Hu Jiu quickly floated over and explained, "Lord Fantasy Princess, calm down, calm down. Little Snake's brain is stubborn. It's not the first time, you know." Illusion Princess's chest finally calmed down, and she said coldly, "Come back with me." Li Mu, "I can't go back yet." He waved his hand, and 4 straight bodies were placed neatly on the ground. Hu Jiu glanced around and exclaimed, "Wu Liang, Muda, Mayren, 4 of the 10 people are here. How many days has it been?" He looked at Li Mu in disbelief. The place where they live is heavily guarded, and there are layers of checks. It's also covered by a formation. How did you break in? Li Mu explained, "I didn't break in. They brought me in themselves." He explained the ins and outs of the matter. From the beginning to the end, he had only relied on the art of transformation, relying on the element of surprise to catch the enemy off guard. Then he said, "These people's cultivation is not high, so it's easy to sneak up on them. The others are all at the 5th realm, so I'm not completely confident." Hu Jiu looked at Li Mu in a daze. He was good at hiding and could transform. He was simply a natural killer. If he was well prepared, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill people at a higher realm. Huanji pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry about the others. You've already captured 4 people. If you make a move now, you'll be discovered easily. Let's save the people in the underground palace first." Li Mu looked hesitant and said, "But then I won't be able to collect the heads of the 10 villains." Huanji hit his head angrily and said, "When we go back, I'll let you comprehend the tomes of arcane. You idiot, if you act on your own again, I'll expel you from Meizong sect." Li Mu rubbed his head and said solemnly, "Yes." For Huanji, saving the people who were suffering was obviously more important than killing the enemies. But with their abilities, they couldn't save so many people at the same time. They needed to go back to Thousand Fox City to gather more strong people from Meizong sect. On the way, Huanji gritted her teeth and said, "Damn Li Mu. If he hadn't taken the Demon King's cave, we could have saved everyone this time." Li Mu looked innocent. Huan Ji seemed to realize something and explained, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other Li Mu. Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's good, that's good. Li Mu had given enough reasons for the people who disappeared from Zhejiang Commandery Prince's retainers. They were either in seclusion or out. As long as their primordial spirits weren't destroyed, no one would suspect that something had happened to them in a short period of time. But Li Mu could only delay for half a month at most. When the next banquet was held by Zhejiang Commandery Prince, if they didn't show up, people would be suspicious. Huan Ji needed to spend some time to gather the strong people from Meizong sect. Li Mu stood in the courtyard and was hesitating whether he should remind her about the tomes of arcane when he heard Huan Ji's call. Li Mu jumped over the wall and came to Huan Ji's room. He knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing Huan Ji's voice, Li Mu pushed the door open and entered. Huan Ji threw out an item and said, Take it. Li Mu took it and realized that it was a spiritual jade. But it was different from normal spiritual jades. In the center of this spiritual jade, there seemed to be a drop of blood sealed. Li Mu could feel Huan Ji's qi from it. Huan Ji said lightly, Take this item with you. Don't put it in the flask space. Li Mu put it in his sleeve and said, Yes. He roughly understood what it was. Huan Ji had sealed a drop of her essence blood in this spiritual jade. This way, within a certain range, she could sense Li Mu's presence. On the other hand, if Li Mu left this range, she would be able to sense him immediately. It was obvious that this was to prevent him from acting on his own like the previous 2 times. After doing all this, Huan Ji stretched out her hand. A page that Li Mu had been drooling over appeared in her palm. Huan Ji looked at him and said, This is the page of the heavenly book. Father is in seclusion. Without Father's permission, I can't let you study it. But you have contributed a lot to Meizong sect. I can make an exception this time. You only have 1 night. Make good use of it. Li Mu held the heavenly book with both hands and said gratefully, Thank you, Lord Huan Ji. Huan Ji said lightly, No need to thank me. You used your own merits to exchange for this. You can study it here. Tonight you can't leave this place. Yes. Li Mu nodded and then sat down cross-legged. He suppressed the joy in his heart. Just as he was about to study it, he suddenly realized something. He looked up at Huan Ji and asked, Lord Huan Ji, how do I study the heavenly book? In a moment of excitement, he almost forgot that he was playing the role of a country bumpkin snake who had never seen the world. He had never even seen the heavenly book before. How could he know how to study it? Huan Ji walked to the table and sat down. Use your spiritual sense to feel it or use your finger to touch it. Li Mu took a deep breath and touched the page with his finger. He slowly closed his eyes. The room returned to silence. Huan Ji held her chin with one hand and looked at the figure who was seriously studying the heavenly book. She looked a little helpless. She did not know if she should be happy or sad that she had such a hothead under her command. If she said that he was obedient, he always acted on his own and did not listen to orders. If she said that he was disobedient, there was no one more obedient than him. He listened to almost everything she said and fulfilled all of her unreasonable requests without any complaints. After staring at this familiar face for a long time, Huan Ji thought of another troublesome thing. The damned Li Mu beside the Empress of Great Zhou had become a stone in her heart. She could not pick it up or let it go. She paced back and forth between revenge and gratitude. She was hesitant. In the end, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Rather than being conflicted for a long time, it was better to make a quick decision. From now on, she and Li Mu had nothing to do with each other. In the future, she would keep the little snake by her side. When she had nothing to do, she could bully him. This could be considered as venting her anger. Although this was not fair to the little snake, as long as she compensated him later. She held her chin with both hands and looked at the face in front of her. Although this face was handsome, it was really asking for a beating. Chapter 450. Li Mu was in a valley covered in green grass. In the distance, the mountains were green, and nearby there was a gurgling stream. Foxes were jumping on the grass beside the stream. Some of them only had 1 or 2 tails, while some had a bunch of tails behind them. Some had 5, 6, 7, or 8 tails behind them. On a rock in the distance stood a slender white fox. Behind it, 9 long tails fluttered in the wind. Li Mu swallowed his saliva. The 9-tailed celestial fox was a supreme being among demons. It was comparable to a true dragon. It was the highest form of the Fox clan. It was also the ultimate goal of Little White, Fantasy Princess, and the other fox demons. 9-tailed fox looked back at Li Mu. Their eyes met and Li Mu felt dizzy. Then, he realized that the one standing on the rock was himself. In the morning, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes in Phantom Princess's room. Phantom Princess sat beside the table and asked, "What did you see?" Li Mu said, "White fog, thick white fog." Phantom Princess continued to ask, "What else?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "A 3-tailed fox, a charm god art, an illusion god art." The mystical thing about the heavenly book was that different people would see different things when they comprehended it. Every time they comprehended it, the things they saw would also be different. Charm and illusion were the basic divine abilities of the Fox clan after they transformed. Even if they comprehended it, it wouldn't be of much use. Phantom Princess didn't tell Li Mu that he didn't comprehend anything useful from the heavenly book. She only said, "Cultivate well in the future. These 2 god arts are also very powerful when cultivated to a high level." Li Mu cupped his fists and said, "I will work hard." Walking out of Phantom Princess's courtyard, Li Mu's expression was a bit melancholy. Hu Jiu floated over and asked, "What's wrong? Master Phantom Princess scolded you again?" Li Mu didn't answer and just put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Let's go and drink. It's my treat today." Hu Jiu was shocked. "Did the sun rise from the west today? You're treating me? Why don't you treat? Just pretend that I didn't say anything." It would take Huan Ji 2 or 3 days to gather the experts of the Meizong sect. During these days, there was nothing urgent. Li Mu and Hu Jiu were drinking and eating in a restaurant in the Thousand Fox City, chatting with each other intermittently. Now that Li Mu had achieved his goal, it was time to consider leaving. His initial plan was to help Xiao by obtain the subsequent cultivation method, and then take the opportunity to escape. From then on, the name of Daniel Wu would completely disappear from the monster race. But when the day came, Li Mu couldn't be so straightforward. To Hu Jiu and Huan Ji, Little Snake was a member of Meizong sect. Although he was a little stubborn, he was loyal and did not fear death. They would let Little Snake live in their hearts forever. Li Mu asked casually, "When will the Lord of Heaven come out of seclusion?" Hu Jiu said, "Why do you ask?" Li Mu smiled honestly and said, "I admire the Lord of Heaven very much. I don't know when I can meet him." Hu Jiu shook her head and said, "I think it will be a long time. The Lord of Heaven has been in seclusion often these years, and each time he stays in seclusion is longer than the last. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for 1.5 years this time." Li Mu was actually most worried about Illusion Lord of Heaven coming out of seclusion. The power of a 7th realm expert was beyond his imagination. If Illusion Lord of Heaven could see through his disguise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Li Mu was relieved to hear this from Hu Jiu. When they were halfway through their meal, a bell suddenly rang on the peak. It was the bell of Meizong sect for gathering. They didn't delay and immediately flew to the peak. Many people from Meizong sect had already gathered on the peak. Illusion Princess and Prince by Xian of Thousand Fox Country were also there. They were both elders of Meizong sect. Another handsome man with 6th realm cultivation who looked similar to Illusion Princess was accompanying a young man. The young man was dressed in white with a black lotus embroidered on his chest. Li Mu's eyes turned cold. The black lotus was the symbol of the Demonic Path Sacred Sect. The status of the Demonic Path Sacred Sect in Demonic Path was equivalent to the status of Baiyun Mountain Ancestral Court in Fulu School. The subsects didn't submit to anyone, but the Sacred Sect had absolute control over the other 9 sections. Even a long time ago, these 9 sects were separated from the Sacred Sect. As a force that existed longer than Taoism and Buddhism, the Demonic Path Sacred Sect had always been a synonym for mystery. Outsiders, even the other sects of the Demonic Path, knew very little about them. Li Mu had the memory of thousand illusions venerable, but he only knew that the sacred sect was very powerful. There might be existences beyond the seventh realm among them. Even the demon emperor Bai from 3,000 years ago was extremely afraid of the demonic path in the depths of his memory. The Meizong sect gathered this time just to welcome this person from the sacred sect. Not long after, the young man from the sacred sect went to the palace. The people of the Meizong sect dispersed. Li Mu and Hu Jiu returned to the restaurant. They had only finished half of their food and wine. Hu Jiu looked in the direction of the palace. She raised her head and took a sip of wine. She sighed softly. Li Mu asked, "What's wrong?" Hu Jiu said worriedly, "The people from the sacred sect have come with ill intentions. The conflict between the Lord of Heaven and the sacred sect has been going on for a long time. The Lord of Heaven didn't agree with the matter of the Zhejiang commandery chief. Later, the sacred sect bypassed the Lord of Heaven and sent Cui Ming to the Great Zhou court through the case of the Zhejiang commandery chief. The Lord of Heaven had no choice but to accept it. All these years, the Lord of Heaven has been cultivating wholeheartedly. The First Elder and Lord Illusion Princess have disobeyed the orders of the sacred sect many times. The sacred sect has been disobeyed by the sacred sect and the sacred sect. There was still too little information about the demon sect from the imperial court. If Hu Jiu hadn't mentioned it, Li Mu wouldn't have known about the conflict between the sacred sect and the Meizong sect. Many people from the Meizong sect and the Meizong sect also wanted to overthrow the Great Zhou court. However, they overthrew the rule of the Great Zhou in order to establish a demon clan regime. They didn't want the demon clan to be exploited and killed by humans. The Meizong sect hated humans, but she didn't vent her anger on all humans. Over the years, while they rescued the demon clan, they also rescued many humans. However, some people from the demon clan only wanted to destroy and kill. The Meizong sect ignored the orders of the sacred sect and gradually incurred the dissatisfaction of the sacred sect. Li Mu was certainly happy to see the internal strife of the demon clan. However, Hu Jiu was quite worried. The mysteriousness and power of the sacred sect were rooted in the deepest part of everyone's heart. Even the Lord Saint wouldn't have a good end if he went against them. The sacred sect emissary stayed in the Thousand Fox Country for 2 days. The royal family of the Fox Country accompanied him the whole time. Illusion Princess also had to accompany him. Therefore, she didn't order Li Mu around these 2 days. Imperial Palace. Illusion Princess received Hu Jiu's message. Several strong people from the Meizong sect had already returned to the Thousand Fox City. She cupped her hands to the youth and said, "Lord Emissary, I still have important matters to attend to. Please forgive me for leaving first." The youth didn't speak. The Crown Prince of the Thousand Fox Country, Bai Xian, looked at her and said with dissatisfaction, "Junior sister, you don't know the rules. What is more important than the Lord Emissary?" Illusion Princess said calmly, "There are countless people suffering. I have to go save them." Bai Xian said angrily, "Junior sister, you?" The youth in white smiled and said, "Saving people is more important. Miss Illusion Princess, you can go." Illusion Princess cupped her hands to him and flew away. After Illusion Princess left, Bai Xian said apologetically, "Lord Emissary, please don't be angry. My junior sister has been so unruly since she was young." The youth in white looked at the sky and said lightly, "She's not the only one who doesn't know the rules in the Huan family." Hearing this, Bai Xian was shocked and didn't know what to say. The youth in white looked at him and said, "I actually came this time to tell you something." Bai Xian cupped his hands and bowed. He said respectfully, "Please tell me, Lord Emissary." The youth in white said, "The elders hope that the Bai family can control the Meizong sect." Bai Xian was ecstatic, but his face showed a difficult expression. He said, "The Meizong sect trusts Master. Senior brother Huan Yun and junior sister Huan Ji are the controllers of the Meizong sect. Although the Bai family has many people in the Meizong sect, they don't have much power. After all, Master is at the 7th realm and senior brother Huan Yun is at the 6th realm." The youth in white said, "It's not important whether you can or not. What's important is whether you want to or not." Bai Xian said, "I want to, but Master won't agree." Senior brother Huan Yun and junior sister Huan Ji won't give up the Meizong sect. The youth in white smiled and asked, "What if they all die?" Bai Xian's face turned red. He said, "Lord Emissary, the heavenly monarch is my master. Senior brother Huan Yun is like my brother. Junior sister Huan Ji is my most beloved woman." The youth in white said, "So you can't do it?" Bai Xian took a deep breath and said, "Please let me do it myself. My Bai family is the king of the fox family. I've tolerated that old thing for a long time." The youth in white smiled and said, "Very good." Not long after, Bai Xian came to the Huanji manor. A servant said, "Your Highness, Lord Huanji just left." Bai Xian said with a worried expression, "What should we do? I just did a divination for junior sister Huanji. The divination showed a bad omen." Chapter 451. In the northwest of the ancestral state, there were endless mountains. Zhejiang County was an important barrier. It was guarded by a large number of troops, closely monitoring every move of the Yao nation. Although there were many troops, the security of Zhejiang County was not good. The existence of the garrison was to defend against external enemies and would not easily interfere with local politics. Zhejiang County was bordered by the Yao Kingdom, and the county was filled with demons and bandits. The common people lived in groups, and when they went out, they often traveled in groups. Zhejiang County, one of the 9 counties. A woman in white slowly walked on the mountain path. The woman was extremely beautiful. Her figure was graceful, and her face was beautiful. She was naturally charming. When the woodcutter saw her, he could not take his eyes off her. He almost took a wrong step and stepped into a cliff. After the shock, he panted and said to his companion, "Such a beautiful girl dares to go out alone. In the past few months, at least 8, if not 10 women have mysteriously disappeared around here." His companion disagreed and said, "A beauty who dares to go out alone these days can't be an ordinary person. She might be an immortal or a demon. Look at how beautiful she is. She's like a fox spirit. How can a person be so beautiful?" On the mountain path, the beautiful woman continued to walk. When she passed by a dense forest, a figure suddenly walked out of the forest. It was a young man in blue. He had the cultivation of spirit condensation. He looked at the woman on the mountain path with a fiery gaze and praised, "What a beautiful woman! Such a beautiful woman, even if she was not a rare demon, could be sold for a very good price." After all, although female demons were rarer, not everyone liked demon furnaces. The value of such a beauty was definitely not inferior to any female demons. Looking at the woman on the mountain path, he felt a fire in his heart. He slowly walked towards her. A moment later, the beautiful woman continued to walk. The unconscious young man in blue was hung on a tree. His cultivation had been destroyed. When she was about to reach the foot of the mountain, the woman touched a jade bracelet on her hand. Several figures appeared out of thin air. If everyone swaggered through the air, it would be too eye-catching. Whether it was the military or the local government, it would not be beneficial to the plan. Li Mu, Hu Jiao, and the others hid in Phantom Princess's storage space for a while. For this operation, each of them had a flask heaven space. Although the area was not large, the 7 of them combined were not small. It was enough to accommodate everyone in the Wu family's underground palace. Li Mu had a bigger space, but if he revealed it, his identity would be exposed. So, he could only go back to the Thousand Fox country and let Phantom Princess solve the problem of space herself. Now that he had comprehended the heavenly book of the Fox clan, it was time for him to leave. This time, with Fantasy Princess and the others by his side, Li Mu would not be able to unleash his full potential. After this mission was over, he would try to find an opportunity to escape. He put away these thoughts and said to Huanji and the others, "Lord Huanji, I'll have to trouble you." Phantom Princess nodded and walked into the forest with Hulu. When they came out, their hair was tied up and they had changed into men's clothes. They looked very handsome and charming. The beauty of the people from Meizong sect was not differentiated by gender. No matter if it was a man dressed as a woman or a woman dressed as a man, they were all stunning beauties. Under Li Mu's lead, the group came to the Wu family. It looked like an ordinary manor, but there was actually a powerful formation outside. Unless there was a sixth realm cultivator, it would be very difficult to break in from the outside. Li Mu had changed his appearance. Like Wu Liang, he was also a follower of the Zhejiang Commandery King. He was now lying in the flask heaven space that Phantom Princess gave to Li Mu. His vital spirit and body were imprisoned. A guard of the Wu family came up and said respectfully, "Welcome, Lord Chan. Master is in seclusion and can't receive you personally. Please don't blame him." Li Mu said, "I've brought a few friends to play. You can make the arrangements. I won't disturb Brother Wu." The guard said, "Everyone, please follow me." He held the token and led them through several checkpoints. They came to an empty space in the backyard. He formed a seal with his hands and his lips trembled. A large hole opened in the ground. It was pitch black inside, and they could not see anything. The guard stood at the entrance of the hole and said, "Please go in. Someone will receive you below." Hu Jiu was about to jump down when Phantom Princess suddenly grabbed her collar. Li Mu was also suspicious. He said in a low voice, "Something's wrong." The entire Wu family was eerily quiet. Li Mu and the others had not seen anyone since they came in. It was not like this when Li Mu came last time. The moment Phantom Princess stopped Hu Jiu, the guard of the Wu family was about to retreat. Li Mu pointed at the back of his neck and sealed his cultivation. Phantom Princess had already sensed that something was wrong. She immediately said, "Retreat!" But it was too late. The light of the formation flashed in the sky above the Wu family. A translucent shield instantly solidified. The 7 of them were trapped inside the shield. Outside the shield, a dense crowd of people began to gather. An ambush! We've fallen into a trap. Inside the formation, everyone spoke with an ugly expression. When Hu Lu and the others came to their senses, they immediately looked at Li Mu with suspicion and hostility in their eyes. From the beginning, he was the one who provided the information and planned this. If there was a traitor among them, he was the most suspicious. Hu Jiu understood their expressions. She said with a dark face, "What do you mean? Are you suspecting Little Snake?" Hu Lu and Li Mu pulled away and said, "He is indeed the most suspicious. Shouldn't we suspect him?" Hu Jiu said decisively, "It can't be Little Snake. I believe him." While the 2 demons were arguing, Phantom Princess did not panic. She said in a low voice, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's work together to break the formation." Her words were very useful. They all took out their weapons and attacked the formation above them. Only Li Mu did not move. He knew that their attacks were useless. The underground palace of the Wu family was the money tree of the Zhejiang Commandery Prince. He had invested a lot in the protective formation here. Even a 6th realm cultivator would need some time to break this formation. If Phantom Princess brought the cultivators of the Meizong and Mirage sects, they might be able to break it. However, she had gathered them in an emergency and did not have enough manpower. They could not even shake this formation. Phantom Princess formed a seal with her hands. A huge 6-tailed fox shadow appeared behind her. She used the fox shadow to unleash her strongest attack. However, it only made the formation shake a little. The formation was still stable. At this moment, Hu Jiu realized that Li Mu did not move. She said angrily, "Why are you still standing there?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "It's useless. I searched the soul of the owner of this place. Even a 6th realm cultivator would need more than 2 hours to break this formation. If we continue like this, we'll just be wasting our magic power." Phantom Princess could unleash a 6th realm attack. However, she only had the power for 1 attack. It was far from enough to break the formation. She landed and gritted her teeth. There are still spies in the Meizong sect. Outside the array, a young man crossed his arms and looked down at them from above. He said indifferently, "You guys really dared to come." Hu Lu raised her head and asked coldly, "How did you know?" The young man smiled and said, "We're going to die. What's the use of knowing this?" Hu Lu said coldly, "The Lord of Heaven's daughter is here. If you dare to hurt her, the Lord of Heaven will not let you go." The young man sneered and said, "The Lord of Heaven's illusion is so scary. Then let him come. Let's see who will not let who go." The Duke of Zhejiang obviously knew Phantom Princess's identity. Li Mu ruled out the possibility that they discovered something was wrong and set up an ambush in advance. The imperial court did have spies in the Meizong sect. However, they did not have access to such confidential information. The only possibility was that the higher-ups of the Meizong sect leaked the information to the Duke of Zhejiang. Did the Duke of Zhejiang also have spies in the higher-ups of the Meizong sect? Right now, spies were not the most important thing. The Duke of Zhejiang gave the order. Outside the formation, countless cultivators activated the formation at the same time. A sky full of spells attacked them. Although there were no 6th realm cultivators outside the formation, they were all 4th realm and 5th realm cultivators. There were too many of them. Their combined attacks were very close to 6th realm attacks. Even Dongxian cultivators would be in a difficult situation if they were trapped in the formation. Phantom Princess threw out an ancient turtle shell. The turtle shell emitted a faint fluorescent light and covered them. However, the light on the turtle shell was slowly dimming under the intensive attacks. Hulu said with a trembling voice, "Lord Phantom Princess, this Dharma treasure will not last long." As the turtle shell dimmed, Phantom Princess's face gradually turned pale. She still had a few powerful Dharma treasures. However, they could only last for a while. The attacks outside the formation would eventually land on them. Everyone would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed in body and soul. At this moment, no one doubted Li Mu. It was obvious that the people outside wanted to kill them all, not leaving a single one alive. Which spy would die with them? Hu Ju sat on the ground. She gritted her teeth and said, "If we can escape, I will definitely catch that damned spy. I will tear him into pieces and burn his bones to ashes." Hu Lu sat beside her dejectedly. She said, "Let's talk about it after we escape. What's the use of saying this now? I'm still a virgin. I haven't even tasted a man." Phantom Princess was silent. After the undercover incident last time, she had been more careful. Not many people knew about this, but even so, they had still been ambushed. The light on the turtle shell was very dim. Hu Ju looked up. After a moment of silence, she slowly stood up and said, "If the 6 of us explode our demon souls and primordial spirits, even if we can't break the formation, we can weaken it to the greatest extent. It will be enough for Lord Phantom Princess to break the formation. As long as the formation is broken, Lord Phantom Princess will have hope of escaping." The demons did not speak. Their faces were filled with determination. Phantom Princess said firmly, "No." This was the only time Hu Zhou did not go along with Phantom Princess. She said firmly, "Lord Phantom Princess, we have no other choice. Only if you escape can you avenge us and save the people here. We still have a choice." A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's eyes immediately looked behind Phantom Princess. Li Mu slowly said, "I just searched through the memories of the owner of this place and found that this formation has a weak point. If Lord Illusion Princess uses the same level of attack as before to attack the weak point, there might be a chance of breaking the formation." Hulu shook her head and said, "Even if we break the formation, there are so many strong enemies outside. We can't escape." Li Mu continued, "I learned a skill from the Heavenly Book. Later, other than Lord Phantom Princess, all of you transfer your mana to me. I will use your mana to cast this skill. It should be able to stop them for a while. During this time, Lord Phantom Princess will be able to escape with you." Hu Zhou said in surprise, "Really?" Li Mu nodded and said, "It's all thanks to Lord Phantom Princess that I learned the Heavenly Book 2 days ago. Otherwise, all of us would have died here today." Phantom Princess looked into Li Mu's eyes and asked, "Why didn't you tell me?" Li Mu said embarrassedly, "I wanted to tell Lord Phantom Princess at the right time to give Lord Phantom Princess a surprise. I didn't expect to use it so soon." Hu Zhou seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Then what about you?" Li Mu patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I also learned a blood escape skill from the Heavenly Book. This skill can increase my speed greatly. Those below the 6th level won't be able to catch up with me. After buying enough time for all of you, I will use the blood escape skill to escape. Although after using it, my vitality will be greatly damaged and my cultivation will regress. But at this critical moment, I can't care so much. Hulu looked at Li Mu and seemed to have understood something. Phantom Princess felt that something was wrong. She wanted to ask more, but Hulu looked at the dim turtle shell and said, Lord Phantom Princess, there's no time. Prepare to attack the weak point of this formation. We will transfer our spiritual power to him. Outside the formation, the Duke of Zhujiang looked at the turtle shell that was about to disappear and urged, Hurry up, this thing can't hold on for much longer. The cultivators were about to increase their attacks when a strong wave of spiritual power came from under the turtle shell. A long whip of spiritual power pierced through the turtle shell and hit a certain part of the formation. The Duke of Zhujiang smiled in disdain. A trapped beast attack? Then he opened his eyes slightly. He seemed to have seen something wrong. He saw a small shadow of a bell. Although it was just a flash, he did see it. Boom! After being hit by the long whip, the formation that had always been very stable let out a deafening boom. A gap actually appeared. Although the gap was quickly mended, there was still a ray of white light that flew out of the formation and into the distance. The Duke of Zhujiang's expression changed and he immediately said, Chase after it! In fact, there was no need for him to give the order. The moment the white light flew out, the cultivators outside the formation had already chased after it. Bang! The cultivator who was flying at the front suddenly flew back. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure was only at the 4th level at first, but his aura began to climb at this moment. It climbed to the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, until it reached the peak of the 4th level. At some point, it reached the 5th level. However, this was not the end. In just a few breaths, his aura climbed to the peak of the 5th level. This scene scared all the cultivators present. They did not dare to act rashly. If this person took one more step, he would reach the 6th level and enter the ranks of the strongest cultivators on the continent. At that time, who would be able to stop him? Fortunately, his aura did not change after reaching the peak of the 5th level. Li Mu quietly put away the Dao Bell and secretly adjusted the position of the Fulu on his arm. The flaw in the formation was fake. In fact, when Phantom Princess attacked with her full strength, he made the Dao Bell become undetectable and lightly hit it. The Dao spell was also fake. The reason his aura climbed was because he used the Fulu. The blood escape was also fake. It was just an excuse he used to deceive Phantom Princess. Although he didn't expect this undercover incident, it was also an opportunity for him to escape. Seeing that the person's aura no longer climbed, the Duke of Zhujiang let out a sigh of relief. He pointed at the Creation Realm cultivators and said, You guys, kill him. The rest of you, chase after him. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people rushed in the direction Phantom Princess disappeared. However, in the next moment a figure blocked their path. He floated in the air and said in a low voice, Those who cross this place will die. The Duke of Zhujiang was extremely angry. He shouted, Kill him! Kill him now! Countless figures swarmed forward. Behind them, under the night sky, Phantom Princess ignored the overdraft of her dermic powers and pushed her speed to the limit. Even though they were so far away, she could still feel the rapidly rising aura behind her. It seemed that the little snake did not lie to her. He really did comprehend a powerful Dao spell from the heavenly book. She continued to squeeze out her dermic powers and increased her speed. Hu Zhou and the others were already in the sky flask. She had to use her fastest speed to fly into the 100,000 mountains. Only then would she not let down the opportunity the little snake had risked his life to create for them. In the sky above the Wu Manor, Li Mu had killed countless people. He looked back in the direction Phantom Princess had disappeared and said softly, Lord Phantom Princess, farewell forever. He slowly turned back. Suddenly, a strong white light emitted from his body. In the sky above the Wu Manor, the cultivators were scared out of their wits. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Retreat. Damn it, don't block me. A destructive wave of spiritual power swept out in all directions with that figure as the center. The Wu Manor had been razed to the ground. Everyone quickly scattered, but they were still affected and were sent flying. They all spat out blood. Their auras weakened, and their divine souls dimmed. The Zhujiang commandery prince hid behind a few guards. He waited until the spiritual power wave of the self-destruction dissipated before he walked out. He looked up and saw that the white figure had already disappeared. He coughed a few times. His face was pale as he said angrily, "That lunatic!" 100,000 mountains. In the Yao nation, Phantom Princess landed on a mountain. Her body swayed and she almost fell down. She held onto a tree and let Hu Jiu and the others out. Then, she threw a few spiritual jades to them and sat down cross-legged. She said, "Those people won't dare to chase us anymore. You guys hurry up and recover your dermic powers. We'll wait here for the little snake to come back." Hu Jiu looked like she had survived a disaster. She laughed and said, "I knew that the little snake is more reliable at times like this. Lord Phantom Princess, when he comes back, you must reward him." Hu Lu's expression was complicated. After a long time, she raised her head and said, "I'm afraid that the little snake won't be able to come back." Hu Jiu glared at her and said unhappily, "Sister Lu, what are you saying? The little snake just saved all of us. How can you curse him like this? Hurry up and spit on him." Hu Lu said in a low voice, "Don't you understand? There's no blood escape. He can only use our dermic powers to temporarily increase his cultivation and self-destruct his divine soul to buy time for Lord Phantom Princess. The little snake won't be able to come back." Hu Jiu was stunned for a moment. Then, she said angrily, "What are you talking about? That's impossible." As soon as she said that, a strong wave of spiritual power came from far away. Even if they were standing dozens of miles away, they could still faintly feel it. Plop. Hu Jiu's body went soft and she knelt on the ground. Crack. The spiritual jade in Phantom Princess's hand was crushed by her. Blood slowly flowed through the gaps between her fingers,